Chapter 1. Jackson Jax Bell. Pregnancy. What a mother needs to know when she's expecting. As far as I was concerned, the only thing she needed to know was that her life was about to go to hell. I snorted as I dropped the book back on the shelf. "Do you think my tits will get bigger?" Elsie grabbed her breasts, staring at the right one, then the left, before looking up at me, clearly expecting an answer. Her blonde curls were extra bouncy today, and she wore her favorite black skull-dotted 50s-style dress, complete with big black boots. It was her typical sparkle punk look, along with dark violet lipstick. I couldn't imagine her knocked up. Yet here we were at a bookstore looking for pregnancy self-helps. "What?" I frowned and refused to look at her boobs. She was my best friend, and I did not want to look at them. They also weren't the type of body parts that attracted me. "How would I know?" "Andy says they will. He says he can't wait until he can get a handful." She glared over my shoulder, almost like she was imagining it was her fiancé there. "Apparently I have mosquito bites for tits. What do you think?" "I think I'm not going to look at your boobs," I grumbled, turning my back on her and focusing on the shelves in front of me. I waved at the wide array of nonfiction paperbacks. "Can you just choose one so we can go?" Elsie rolled her eyes and huffed, grabbing the book I'd been looking at and flipping it open. She hummed and scanned over the pages before she shrugged and closed it again. "This'll do. Come on." I headed outside the bookstore while she went to pay. Sighing, I stared around the outdoor plaza, not far from Bar Row in the city. Jovi's bookshop was one of the few bookstores left in the city of New Gothenburg rather than the mall, and it was my favorite. It kept up with the times and included indie books, with a large range of romance. Not that I'd had time to read many books since starting an internship at City Hall. I decided to get some practical experience instead of going directly to a master's program, because I still wasn't sure what degree would be most useful for the career track I had in my head, and I hated wasting money. Pigeons clumped together near an old lady who threw birdseed out toward them. She always sat on the same seat every day, and the birds had grown used to her being there. I was used to seeing her too. Every lunchtime when I was sent out to pick up food, she'd give me a joyful wave and say hello. At first I thought she was homeless, before deciding she was just lonely and the birds gave her company. Shivering, I stuffed my hands in my coat pockets. The door to the bookstore opened and Elsie stepped out with a white plastic bag in her hand. "Are you ready to go?" I nodded, and we headed in the direction of Subway, our go-to food whenever we got the chance to have lunch together. Elsie worked for an engineering firm close by, and we tried to meet up whenever we could. She had off today, and had specifically came into the city to meet with me. "So, how's the flirting going?" she teased. It took me a second to realize what she was talking about, and I rolled my eyes when I did. "Fine." "Fine? That's all you're going to give me? Come on, who caught your eye?" I deserved this for telling her my secrets. I grinned and shrugged. "Whoever can help me work my way up the career ladder." She snorted and swung the bag in front of her. "There are rumors that the mayor might be gay. You could try to sleep with him." "He's too much of a risk," I said, eyeing two gentlemen who walked past us like men on a mission. They were both good-looking, and I had an appetite. It was hard not to peruse them. "And he's not my direct boss." "Who is?" she asked. Her boots clomped on the cement like they weighed a ton, and they were big and bulky enough they probably did. A man caught my attention as he typed on his phone. Handsome, with short dark hair and strong shoulders. I'd seen him around City Hall more than once, which wasn't a surprise considering his position. I'd also heard a lot of rumors about him too. Him. I nodded, and Elsie spun, staring at the man I carefully pointed out. He's hot. Who is he? She stopped walking, so I had to stop as well. I didn't bother hiding the fact that we were looking because he was too busy with whatever he was doing on his phone. That's Mr. Vane Elwood, Deputy Mayor. She whistled. He's really hot. I bet he has a big cock, too. I rolled my eyes. People thought I was obsessed with sex, but I had nothing on Elsie. I was pretty sure she'd slept with more men than I had, which is why it was surprising that she not only got engaged, but was on her way to being a mother. No idea, but he's an asshole. Good at his job, though. She nodded. He'd have to be, in order to be the deputy mayor. Mayor Midbury wouldn't let just anyone be his right-hand man. You act as though you know the mayor. I don't, but I voted for him. That counts, right? She grinned at me and winked. Not really. I laughed and glanced at him again. He'd stopped typing on his phone at some point and had finally looked at us. He stared back, a smirk curling on his mouth and his head cocking to the side, as though he realized we were talking about him and was curious. You should go introduce yourself. If you're going to sleep your way to the top of this internship, who's a better person to start with than the deputy mayor? She patted me on the shoulder. I'll meet you at Subway. With a kiss on my cheek, she was off, nearly skipping her way toward the sandwich shop. She had a point. Smiling in Vane's direction, I walked over to him. Hello, sir. Vane leaned back against the bench and slipped his phone into the pocket of his trench coat. His gaze slid down my body, and I couldn't decide if he was figuring me out or checking me out, maybe both. Who are you? I'm Jax Bell, one of your interns for the year. I sent him my most charming grin, the one that got me into beds, such as the one belonging to the professor who taught my least favorite class during my final semester of college, the one I couldn't keep my eyes open in if I tried. Somehow I'd come out of that fiasco with an A. He stared at me and didn't say a word for longer than I would have liked, so I quickly continued. I thought I'd come and introduce myself, seeing as the internship has just started. Tell me something, Jax Bell. Is that short for Jackson? I think I'll stick to Bell. He leaned forward, the smirk back on his face as he scrutinized me with those light gray eyes of his. They reminded me of the sky just after a shower of rain. He smelled as nice as the air after a storm, too. Do you figuratively or literally kiss ass? It was at this point I should have backed away, but I'd never been the kind of person to hide or run. I'd worked hard to get this internship, and I wasn't going to back down. I grinned at him. I much prefer to get my ass kissed, sir, among other things. He raised his brows in surprise and slid his gaze down my body again, this time stopping at my crotch. Humming, he laid his arms along the back of the bench and spread his legs, almost like a man who was ready to be serviced. I hadn't seen him much in City Hall, but when I had, he was always an enigma and a domineering presence in the room, like a god walking into a group of humans. He had men and women scurrying around trying to please him, and I would happily get on my knees right now and please him too. He checked the silver watch on his right wrist, which barely peeked out from under his charcoal coat, and sighed. Standing, he towered over my 5'9", which had to make him much taller than 6 feet, and he had a body that needed to be worshipped. Even under his suit and white dress shirt, it wasn't hard to tell he had a hard stomach, although probably from years of gym time. "I need to go back to work. I'll see you around, Mr. Bell." His mouth twisted in a half-smirk as he strode past me. All I could do was turn and watch him go. There was something behind his eyes, a secret that told me this was the start of something new, and I was excited. If anyone could shoot me up the career ladder, it was Vane Elwood, deputy mayor. I watched him go. It was a shame I couldn't see his ass under that coat. Shaking my head, I walked towards Subway, no doubt where Elsie was waiting on an update. Half an hour later, I was back at City Hall. As soon as I walked in, I was bombarded by Kalinsky and his overstyled hair and uptight attitude. "You're 5 minutes late, Bell," he growled. His deep brown eyes narrowed and his arms crossed. He was one of those guys who was so skinny, he teetered between looking like a model in a bad perfume commercial for teen girls and being gawky. Anyone would think he was my boss with the way he acted, but Max Kalinsky was another intern like me, but who'd managed to get the job because his daddy was rich, with his hand in all the fun cookie jars. People like Kalinsky were the reason I had to sleep my way to the top. Getting further in your career wasn't about what grades you earned or how well you did a job, but rather how much money you had and who you knew. Am I? Imagine that. I rolled my eyes and stalked past him. His shiny shoes squeaked on the tiles, telling me that he'd turned and was probably walking right behind me, his nose up in the air and the stick firmly in his ass. Kalinsky was good-looking, if you liked the kind of guys who looked like chihuahuas ready to bite. Short and cute, but with a sneer permanently on his face. "I should tell the internship coordinator," Kalinsky snarled, running to jump in my way again. I stopped and sighed, massaging my fingers into my forehead. "You do that, Max. See where that gets you. Until then, I have to go up to Mr. Rubinson's floor. He has a meeting, and I was told to get their coffee orders and organize lunch for them after I got back from my break." His pale cheeks reddened and he glared harder, tapping his foot. "This isn't a free ride, Bell. You have to work to be here." "I know I do, but you don't, Kalinsky. Your mommy paid for you to be here." I forced myself to smile and tapped him on the nose. "So how about you get out of my way before I make you? I have a job to do." His skin turned pale, and if he was a cartoon character, I might have seen him breathing fire, but he listened to me and shifted out of my way. I didn't bother thanking him as I strode past and headed toward the elevators that would take me to Mr. Rubinson's floor. I made it to the politician's office before his secretary stopped me with a palm up from where she sat at her neatly tidied desk near the door. "Are you an intern?" "I am." I pasted on my most charming smile. "Jackson Bell." She made a noise and nodded. "Mr. Bell, please go downstairs and send another intern up. Our deputy mayor, Mr. Elwood, is asked to see you." I froze in surprise and frowned at her. "Mr. Elwood?" She grabbed the arm of her violet Wayfarer glasses between her fingers and dragged them down her nose, staring at me over the top of them. She couldn't have been much older than me, maybe 30, but acted as though I was a naughty child she was about to lecture. Her curly ginger hair fluttered around her face as she stood and walked around the desk to stop in front of me. "Did I stutter, Mr. Bell? He specifically asked for you. He's on the 5th floor, the big office across from the elevators. There are signs with directions. Impossible to miss." She waved her long purple nails at me. "Off you go." I shrugged, not really sure what else to do. But as she directed, I made my way back to the 1st floor and met up with Kalinsky again, telling him to go to Mr. Rubinson's office to take coffee orders. "What are you doing?" he asked, crossing his arms yet again, which seemed to be an ordinary stance for him. "I've been called to Mr. Elwood's office," I said as I turned, making my way back to the elevators. Kalinsky was right behind me, nearly tripping over the heels of my feet. He was that close. When I stepped into the elevator, he was at my side, jamming the 2nd and 5th floor buttons as though I couldn't do it for myself. "Why? I've been trying to talk to Mr. Elwood for weeks. I'm a fan of the policies he's made with the mayor." He stared at me with big brown eyes full of irritation, and I shrugged. "Kalinsky, I follow orders like you." The elevator dinged and the doors opened, and I waved out to the 2nd floor. "That's your stop." He narrowed his eyes, grunted, and strode out the doors just as they closed. I didn't miss the look he gave me before he disappeared, though. Chuckling to myself, I glanced at the floor numbers as 5 lit up and the doors opened again. Stepping out, I straightened my suit. Maybe my talk with Mr. Elwood at lunchtime had worked, or maybe I was about to be lectured. I didn't know which one it would be, but I'd always been daring at the best of times. If I saw a hint of interest in his eyes, I'd pursue it, and the stare he'd given me in the plaza told me he was definitely intrigued. I took a deep breath and walked across the hallway, following the signs that pointed me toward Mr. Elwood's office. The entrance straight ahead was the only logical one to be his, and though I'd suspected as much, the secretary downstairs must have thought I was about as smart as 3-day-old gum. Entering through glass doors that led into a waiting room, I made my way to the imposing curved secretary's desk. To the left were a couple of couches, and to the right was a coffee service station. Unlike Mr. Rubinson's office, there was a tall man who seemed to be about Mr. Elwood's age, sitting behind the desk in a suit that was nicer than mine, and he appeared a lot kinder just by the way he glanced up at me with a soft, toothy smile that crinkled light laugh lines in the corners of his eyes. His auburn hair was combed back and fell in waves that brushed his ears. "Can I help you, sir?" "Hello, I'm the intern Mr. Elwood requested, Jackson Bell." I clasped my hands in front of myself respectfully. The secretary nodded and picked up the handset of the phone on his desk, dialing a number before he held it to his ear. "Yes, Mr. Elwood. I'm sorry to interrupt your other call." "Yes, sir. I did see that the line was busy, but there's a Mr. Bell here, the intern." "Yes, sir. Thank you." He hung up and smiled at me again. Rising, he waved me toward the heavy wooden door behind his desk, which seemed to be a purposeful barricade, before opening it. "Mr. Elwood will see you now." Fuck, this is happening. I took a deep breath and inclined my head before I entered. Chapter 2, Vane Elwood. "What can I help you with, Mr. Mayor?" I drawled lazily into the handset of the phone on my oak desk. I twined my fingers around the curly black old-fashioned cord until I had my pointer worked the whole way into the center of the coil, and that had me thinking about another tight spot I'd like to finger fuck. God damn, I didn't know if I'd ever had anyone that attractive roll up to me on the street to practically blast me with testosterone and all but ask me to fuck him. Okay, his mouth hadn't said fuck me, but his body and his eyes sure had. "Get bent, Vane. You know I hate it when you call me that. So do you want to go with me to the courtesan later or what?" My door opened, and in walked the man I'd remembered, looking even better than he had on the street, if that was possible. His suit drew stark lines against his body, and it was a sexy sight. No, I think something more interesting just strolled in. Bell straightened a little at that, as he took the walk from the door, all the way past the couches on the right and small meeting table on the left. To say I'd worked my way into a nice office was putting things mildly. All I had to do to keep it was help the mayor fend off a never-ending barrage of shit because of the fucking motorcycle clubs and other scum in New Gothenburg. I can only imagine. By the time Ross Midbury's tone penetrated the sex fog that had swirled into my brain, it was so dry it could catch fire from static electricity alone. "Don't do anything I wouldn't do." "That's hardly limiting." I made eye contact with Bell, who came to a stop in front of my desk. His arms hung comfortably at his sides, a feat not many men seemed to be able to accomplish in my presence. He didn't fidget. In fact, he looked like he belonged exactly where he stood, and that maybe I was the one out of place. That kind of truly brazen attitude was rare, and I was glad to see the confidence he displayed on the street wasn't a one-time event. "Ha!" was all Ross said, and then I had a dial tone in my ear. Carefully, I settled the handset into the cradle of the receiver before I brushed my thumb over the rotary dial. The phone was ancient, but I loved the old thing and would probably use it until it finally died on me. It was on the tip of my tongue to tell Bell to take a seat, but the lines of him were too curvy and worth staring at. The suit he wore, if it was off the rack, fit him perfectly and darted in at his waist even more than I'd noticed previously. Not many men had such severe dips near their hip bones that went in quite as far as his suit seemed to indicate his did. I took a deep breath and glanced up his body to his sweet pink bow-shaped lips. There was a valley along the top one that created a divot under his nose I wanted to touch. Maybe I wanted to lick that spot. His eyes were greenish gold, speckled on a brown so deep his irises were a galaxy swirl. He was an absolute man-eater. He fucking knew it too, and that was all fine by me. In no rush, I rose and walked around the desk, straightening the lapels on my bespoke Brioni suit. I roved my gaze over him and decided that while I'd first thought his longish chestnut curls messy, now that I was studying them, they were sleek. He took care of himself. Maybe they were soft enough to bury my fingers into. From a purely observational standpoint, Mr. Bell, shiny new intern, was letter perfect. And that didn't jive with the man who'd made a blatant come-on to me while I sat texting my accountant about investments. I must have waited too long to talk while I eyed up the cut at the front of his trousers, nudged out by something thick and happy to see me, because his veneer cracked a smidge, and something like concern wrinkled his brow for a split second. That was so intriguing that I crossed my arms and waited. He let out a shaky breath that went against the slick facade he projected. "Didn't take you long to call for me." He grinned and pulled off nonchalance nicely. He had a good face for politics, that's for sure, because that dazzling smile he gave me took him from a 9 to a solid 10. Ah, yes, he's a cocky little fuck. Nice. "You don't want to be a part of the intern pool." It wasn't a question. I was telling him something I'd worked out within 3 seconds of looking into those shocking eyes of his. He chuckled, another small tell of his nerves, but still none of that showed on his face really. There was no reading his expression to understand anything about him. "No, I don't want to be random intern number 4. Was that rhetorical?" "You're a wise ass." Finally, some uncertainty shimmered into life on his face before he smoothed it out again. "I do need this job, sir. If what I did at the plaza offended—" "Stop." I held up a hand to him and allowed myself the exquisite joy of rolling my eyes. So infrequently could I do this, be myself. I was under nearly as much scrutiny as the mayor most days. "You can't offend me. I don't fucking care what you think enough for that to be a possibility." Bell scowled. Oh, I hurt his little feelings. Shouldn't try to run with the big dogs then. I got a twinge of guilt though, so I took a deep breath to steady my own resolve and tried to lighten the fuck up. I did like him after all. "Now, what can you bring to the table?" I waved a hand at him and waited, but he didn't say anything. "If I want to move you here, to be my personal office bitch, what do I tell people you can do for me, and only you? Whatever you say better not involve your mouth or ass, nice as both of those appear to be." His plush lips fell open, and my mind took a delightful dirty detour for a few seconds. Thanks?" "Those weren't compliments. I deal in facts, Bell. We're not stupid men." He flashed a darling shade of rose and glanced toward the door. Oh, had I gotten to him already? "In the plaza, I thought we had a moment." My laugh had him snapping his mouth shut again. "No, you let me know something about you. Namely that you're a fuck toy, and I decided I might want to partake. That's the world. There are givers and takers. I'm a taker. We clear?" He recoiled slightly, and I held in a laugh, though I was still impressed by his poker face. "Crystal, what can I do?" He glanced at the ceiling for a second, as if he might find some answers written up there. "I'm always top of my class." "Pass. Boring. So is everyone. Need something useful." He huffed out the smallest breath, but his control was like steel. Not often did I meet people so hard to shake, especially not someone new and green like he should be. How had he learned to be this way? What experiences had jaded this little plum? Curiosity wiggled through me, but I knew better than to show it. "I'm good at getting things done," he said, giving his words a smarmy edge I could appreciate on general principle. We were in politics after all. Every team needs a Watergate squad. "Oh yeah? What kinds of things?" He waggled his eyebrows and slapped his hand over his mouth. Anything, he mumbled and then let his hand drop to his side. My moral compass has been missing for years. I stepped forward and kept going until I got into his space. Bell was so short he had to look up at me, and a sharp thrill careened through my chest. I loved men who were smaller than me, especially toffee sweet ones I could put on their belly and fuck full of cum. He seemed like a nice combination of feisty and giving. His eyes widened a smidge, and there was a warmth in his gaze that had my groin tightening and my dick plumping, even though I'd only meant the power move as a part of laying the trap of our mental chess game. I do my own dirty work. I believe you, he said, but this time his words edged toward a squeak. He cleared his throat and furrowed his brows, which was fucking adorable. You have nice hips. Excuse me? He flushed and looked away to stare at the thick gray carpeting on the floor. I nudged the tip of his shoe with mine and he pulled it back. I work out, but it's my bone structure. I had a thing about it when I was a teenager. He sent me a long look, and I could tell maybe there was a story there, but he wasn't about to share. Most people tell me it's not noticeable when I ask about it. Oh, it is. His pale skin tinged nearly red as I held his gaze. A lot of men are so flat, lifeless, but you have. I shaped my hands in the air. I thought the thing I could do to be your intern couldn't be sex, he said, a bite in his reminder. It probably shouldn't be. I laughed, but he didn't seem amused. So are you useless then? That's disappointing. His nostrils flared, and I thought maybe that was real anger hardening his jaw. Far from it. I'm waiting. Dazzle me. I gave him the smirk that had gotten me yelled at a time or two during press conferences. He glanced down to stare at my tie pin, and his shoulders stiffened. I can figure out how to do anything you want. I know how to change oil, rotate tires, run dry cleaning equipment, mix drinks, mow grass, replace windshields, format Excel sheets. I have a list of local printers. I know all the union heads. I know when all the school board meetings are. I've memorized nearly every street in New Gothenburg. Hell of a resume you've got there. The blush in his cheeks finally died away, and he lifted his chin to glare. My parents took me to work with them when I was little, and they were always working. Had an upside-down mortgage they should have never taken. Our house was always falling apart and never getting paid off. He bared his teeth in a wince after he said that, like maybe his mouth had run away with him. American dream. I nodded. He shook his head. American nightmare. Yet you're into politics and not driving an Uber? He narrowed his eyes, but pasted on a bland smile. I'm into a career that will let me make changes and let me make a killing. He snapped his mouth shut, and his eyebrows flew toward his hairline. Maybe he hadn't meant to say that last part. Finally, I relaxed. I knew this kid. Not personally, but I related. It had been a while since I'd felt like I was in, maybe not good company, but safe company. And by that, I thought maybe Bell here might be more my kind of person than he even realized. Campaign organizer, I said and took a step back. Fuck. Walking was awkward, with the tight squeeze of my flawlessly tailored trousers on my uncomfortably hard dick. You've obviously got the skills for it. That's what I'll tell people. Kayla Dotree usually starts the preliminary wave of campaign garbage, but she just had a baby, so she's not going to do the early legwork. You seem confident I'll take the position." His eyes had gone wary, and I wasn't sure what had caused the shift in him. "I am. I'd love to. Now comes the fun part." I leaned back against the edge of my desk until the wood bit into my thighs, right under my ass cheeks. He raised his hands to his suit jacket and began to shrug out of it. I liked the casual, blasé way this was going down. He knew what I wanted without me asking, to see him naked. Belle wasn't some blushing virgin who would crawl quivering away from me across my carpet to run screaming to HR. He simply took off his jacket and tie and laid them across the back of the black leather captain's chair beside him. I liked the slim fit of his long-sleeved mint green shirt. It went with his dark suit and brought out the flush in his cheeks that had been growing again the longer we stared at each other. His eyes made me dizzy if I stared too long, but I was having trouble looking away. "Would you really have sent me back to the intern pit?" He unbuttoned his shirt cuffs, and I sucked in a deep breath at the burst of tingly need in my groin. When the fuck had I ever taken such interest in wrists? But his seemed delicate, not feminine, just the type that would fit easily into my hands, so I could hold him down and fill him up while he strained and screamed. I shook my head a little as I eyed up his waist again. If you were just another pretty face, yes, I would have in a heartbeat. I don't have time for mediocrity. He began to unbutton his shirt. Have you ever done anything like this? I'm going to need you to clarify before I make incriminating statements. He glanced around the large office and back toward the door before he whispered, "At work." "No more questions. Come here." I snapped my fingers at him like he was a puppy, and he shook his head slowly, but stepped toward me anyway. He'd only gotten the top 3 buttons on his shirt undone. He stepped close enough for his shiny Target shoes to touch my Louboutins, and I stared into those galaxies of his again, trying to measure him. I liked the cut of his jib so far, the way he swaggered. He'd agreed in half a heartbeat that I was taking and he was giving. It had been a while since I had a hole I didn't shell out cash for. And while I didn't mind paying, I'd miss the games that strangers played, ones who didn't really owe me anything. And the fact that I could get him fired, I knew that might be weighing on his mind, adding to the tension there, scaring him a little. But he'd started this. Sure, I might have noticed him eventually, especially with the way his ass curved his trousers, and his hips dipped in, and his belly curved out just a teeny bit. His softly handsome face was a big draw too. But this situation right now only came about because he took the initiative. I probably would have stayed gazing from afar. The things I liked were just too left field for most men, especially ones who didn't get a fat wad of cash at the end of the night. But there was a hunger in his eyes, and while I believed he wanted my dick bad enough to be standing here, letting me study him like a fucking piece of meat, it was power and favors he really wanted, and I was just twisted enough that I could live with that, so long as I got my jollies too. I'd started at the bottom, just like him, though I'd probably never know him well enough to say so. I knew that need for power and money, a hunger far more than dick and fucking and coming. The need to dig out a spot for myself in the world where I could finally fucking relax had driven me to do some dangerous things to snatch it up. My hands had a tremble when I gripped the edge of the desk. What the fuck was I doing, letting some nice hips and lips and eyes get under my skin? I nodded at him, and he finished unbuttoning his shirt. "Leave the pants," I said after he tugged his shirt free and started toward his fly. His fingers hovered awkwardly for a moment. I took one side of his shirt in each hand and parted the material. He had cut abs, which were beautiful, but his stomach was also soft in a way, touchable looking. There was a slight curve outward, not fat, simply the way his body was made. His skin was a pale gold, maybe from a fading summer tan, and shimmered with a gloss of nervous sweat. Edible. I let the material fall and rested my hands on his sides, sliding them down to that small rise above his hips. Fuck me. I could imagine that rigid stomach swollen and fucking full of my cum. I'd put so much of it in him I'd fucking breed him. Life would take root, whether it was supposed to or not. I'd fuck him so well I'd put a bun in his oven. The twisted, ridiculous thought of him pregnant should be laughable, but I could imagine his stomach rounded with all the cum I'd pound into him, so much that his body wouldn't be able to hide it. My dick firmed, and I brought my gaze to his cut chest, up to the deep groove in his neck, and finally I met his gaze again. He held his breath as I caressed my thumbs over the warm, silky skin of his sides. Gratified, I watched his berry pink nipples turn into hard, needy little nubs. I wished his pants were gone so I could rest my palms on his hip bones. I forced myself to disengage and let him go before I leaned back on my desk. He dipped his gaze down my body and sucked in his bottom lip when his focus landed on the tent in my pants. "Get dressed. Go out and tell Jean-Paul to give you something to do." He cleared his throat, and suddenly I had a shy boy on my hands. And as much as I hated someone who couldn't give back as good as they took it, I enjoyed the way he turned from me and fumbled his shirt buttons closed. He had to open his belt to tuck his shirt into his tight pants, and the back of his neck flushed bright red as he righted his clothes. I walked over and picked up his tie and jacket. It was so achingly obvious he wanted to run away right now. Maybe he'd hit a wall with his courage, but I wasn't about to let him take the easy way out. I held up his jacket, and he gave me an unreadable look as he slid his arms into it. I brushed it down along his shoulders, and he went stock still as I fixed the collar for him and then slipped the tie over his head. He cleared his throat and turned around to face me, and then I finished adjusting the tie. "Okay, I'll go." I grabbed him by the back of the neck and yanked him close, slapping my other hand to his firm belly where I rubbed. He struggled, but I squeezed my hand harder on his neck, and then he melted against the front of me. His eyes flashed wild, and I had to wonder where the end of his experience was. What lines would he draw and tell me not to walk over? I drifted back to gauge his reaction. "Your hand is so warm. That feels nice. No one's ever rubbed my belly," he whispered. The way he said that, like it was special to caress his stomach, and he might be hiding something precious in there, had my hand trembling. I did something I hadn't thought I would this afternoon, and pulled him in to seal my mouth firmly over his. His lips were surprisingly plush and soft. I tasted a hint of mint and some other sweetness. Maybe he'd had a cookie after his lunch. I chased around cinnamon notes on the seam of his lips, and he opened to me. but only to dart his tongue out to jostle with mine. There was a second where he actually seemed to think he was going to stroke into my mouth, but I tightened my hold on his neck and he moaned. The next thing I knew, he'd opened wide, and I was able to fuck my tongue deep into his sweet heat, the same way I would want to fuck his ass given half a chance. He pressed his body deep against my front and rocked his thick dick against my thigh. I wasn't surprised that Bell was hard, but I was totally smug with how he thrust forward and his shaft throbbed against me. As I drew back to suck on his bottom lip, he whimpered. He didn't go limp or anything that dramatic, but his mouth softened and he fluttered his hands up to the sides of my neck. That was the second he actually let me have control of him. His moment of capitulation brought my worst qualities surging to life. I wanted to flip him over and fuck him against this desk. No conversation, no discussions about limits and safety and all that bullshit. I wanted to own his ass and breed him. I pulled back just enough to catch his eye. Do not ever, and I mean ever, approach me first outside of this office. Do not call me, I call you. Do not do anything that would cause any sort of scene between us. He screwed up his face. I'm not some weepy. I shook him in my arms, and he gasped as his hips shifted against me and pressed more fully against my thigh. Oh yes, you're ripe. God damn it. I nudged against him, and his eyelashes fluttered. He seemed dazed when he was staring at me again, and I ate up the power of having caused that. I know what kind of person you are because I'm the same. I got where I am today by any means necessary. Shut up. I bent my head until I was glaring uncomfortably close, even for me, into his eyes. I will destroy you if you ever try to use anything you learn about me to your advantage. I get how tit for ass works, but I'm letting you know now that there will never be a time where blackmailing me is a good idea. I don't need this job, but I want it, and I am not a man to fuck with when I want something. I gave him a shake, and he sucked in a breath. Do you understand? Yes, sir. I loved the hesitation, and he seemed to pout at himself for it. I got the feeling he wasn't often discombobulated, but if he stuck around me long enough, I was sure I could change that. You'll call me Daddy, not Sir. His eyelids slid closed for a second, and a slow, sweet smile spread across his face. Fuck. I hoped he didn't have the kind of daddy kink that involved him being my little boy, because I could never get into that, even if I did love hearing a man call me Daddy. My dick gave a vicious throb when he licked his lips. Go. Do whatever Jean-Paul tells you. Make nice with the sheep until the end of the day. We'll talk later. Yes, Daddy. He stepped back to smooth out his suit jacket and glanced down at his raging problem. He gave his dick a hard flick that seemed to do nothing except have him breathing out a very enticing puff of air. You've got spunk. I wanted to laugh, but gave him my best deadpan expression. He winked. So much. He grabbed at his bulge, and I had to laugh. All for you, Daddy. He turned with his head held high and strode for the door. Whatever would Jean-Paul think? Oh well, that's not the worst thing that had ever walked out of those doors. The screaming cop's widow was bad. The pro-lifers who had swarmed our office were a nightmare for weeks when Ross said he would keep clinics open in our city no matter what. Hell, after that debacle, one man with a semi was positively tame. Well, this would be fun until I fucked up and chased him off. The first time we had sex would probably be the last, because I usually had trouble getting off if I wasn't running my mouth, and I would take it a step too far. A sharp pang caught me by surprise, but I shook it off with a sigh. There was a light knock on my door, but it only opened a crack, and Jean-Paul didn't stick his head inside. He'd probably made some deductions that weren't entirely accurate based on Belle's appearance. "Mr. Elwood, you have a Mr. Harvo in the conference room on the 3rd floor." "Fuck, I'm late for a meeting." I grumbled and rubbed my face before I forced myself to get going through the rest of my day. Chapter 3. Jax. Jean-Paul had the type of smile you expected from the guy who made it his life mission to make everyone happy. He had a bounce in his step, and every order he gave made me want to grab him by the shoulders and hold him still so I didn't get dizzy. He certainly wasn't the type of receptionist I expected from Mr. Elwood. "As a campaign organizer, your main task will be assembling the troops," Jean-Paul said, practically skipping over to the printer and patting it. "You can start by printing out the flyers the volunteers hand out and stick up around the city. We're voting next year, and you might think that since we have nearly a year we could slack off, but no. New Gothenburg needs to know who they're voting for in the opposition. We're slinging some stinky mud. It's great." He scrunched up his nose. "Lightman is a putz, and we don't need him in office." I nodded because he was right. Samuel Lightman was all about business. He harped about the traditional family, but it was clear that was code for homophobia and all kinds of other things. And he was a businessman who cared more about filling the pockets of the rich than helping the poor. I'd vote for Midbury even if I didn't have an internship. After some further instructions, Jean-Paul bounced off again, and I spent the majority of the day printing out the flyers and putting them in a pile. By the time 5 in the afternoon came around, Jean-Paul whisked away my stacks of paper and shooed me out, telling me to go home. A part of me didn't want to leave because I was waiting to see what Elwood would do. He had said we'd meet later, but I knew there was only so long I could stick around before Jean-Paul grew suspicious. It probably wasn't hard to deduce that we'd done something unprofessional already in the office, and I didn't want to make a fuss. On my way out, I grabbed my messenger bag from the dingy intern's locker room on the 1st floor and said my goodbyes to a couple of people I could actually stand. But I didn't get to the front doors of City Hall before someone grabbed my shoulder to stop me. "Our business isn't finished, Mr. Bell," the smooth, familiar voice said, making me shiver. I turned to Mr. Elwood and smiled politely. "Forgive me, I thought we were finished for the day. Jean-Paul told me to go home." Elwood smirked and leaned closer so only I could hear him. He held out his phone to me. "We're just getting started. How about you invite me to your place, Belle? Give me your address." I frowned, but only hesitated for a second before I took his phone and pulled up Google Maps, typing in my address. In the past, I'd slept with different guys to make my life run more smoothly, but this was a first. None of the others had ever come home with me, and while warning bells sounded in my head, I didn't get to where I was by being a coward. My apartment wouldn't impress him, but that wasn't why he was coming over. "I'll meet you there tonight at 6:30. Then he was gone, striding across the floor like a man who walked on water, a true politician who knew he was good at his job. To my dismay, I smiled at his confidence. I liked people who knew their worth. Kalinsky scampered over to me, his dark hair looking flatter than it had this morning. The pinched expression on his face told me he'd had a particularly hard day, and I couldn't help but be amused by it. I knew for a fact that Rubinson was a pain in the ass, especially when it came to food. Vegan, soy-free, and every other possible dietary exclusion possible. I was surprised the man ate anything other than air. "What was that about?" he sneered. I rolled my eyes. "Not that it's any of your business, but I work for Mr. Elwood now, as his campaign manager, which makes me his glorified personal assistant. He asked for an address to a nice restaurant I'd suggested, and I gave it to him. He'll be eating well tonight. Very well. If I had it my way, Elwood would be eating my ass. Now, if you'll excuse me, I want to go home." I flashed a smile at Kalinsky and stalked my way out of City Hall and toward the nearest bus stop on the corner. While New Gothenburg wasn't as busy or big as New York City, the downtown was always jammed during the weekdays with cars using expensive parking, making it easier and cheaper for me to take the bus to my apartment on the outskirts. I was damn lucky to have found a paid internship, but I still had to cut into my savings to get through, so that didn't give me much choice in terms of where to live, which made me wonder if I'd get a wage increase with the new job. Elwood was money smart, though, so I could only guess I'd have to work for any perks I wanted. The bus home was full of familiar faces, and 6 stops later I was stepping off and walking down a few streets until I got to my apartment building. I nodded at my neighbor Pete, who held the door for me. "Busy day at work, Jax?" Pete grinned and watched my face a little too intently. I stopped beside him and nodded in appreciation at his polite gesture. "Always." He stepped closer, and his smile grew until the dimples in his cheeks appeared. As he brushed a hand through his hair, I didn't miss the way his gaze traveled down my body like it did every time I stopped to talk to him. "Looks like it. You know, I still have that bottle of wine if you ever want to relax one night. Maybe even tonight." I patted him on the shoulder. He made nice attempts, and if I ever slept with anyone just for fun, I'd have taken him up on it. But having sex with Pete didn't give me any advantages. "Maybe another time. Have a good walk, Pete." I headed inside the narrow hallway that led past our mailboxes and straight to an even narrower set of mahogany wooden stairs. Wall lights lit up the small dark space, and I followed them up to the second floor where my apartment was on the right. Unlocking the door, I walked in and dropped my messenger bag near the coat rack that stood next to the entrance. My jacket went next, and I hung it on one of the hooks before I stared around at the small area I called home. I could hazard a guess what Elwood would think about the living space, but he had said he was coming here. It wasn't my choice, and I wasn't going to be embarrassed by where I lived. I'd worked hard to get to this point, just like I'd work harder to get higher. I didn't bother cooking anything, because I doubted Elwood was dropping by for dinner. A man like him wanted only one thing, the very something I offered to him in return for an advanced position. What I did do was shower and wash the day's sweat off. By the time I got out and had a towel wrapped around my waist, the doorbell rang, and I smiled. There was no use getting into clothes if they were only going to be taken off again. Walking down the short hallway and into my open-plan living kitchen dining, I threw the door wide and put my hand on my hip, smirking. "Mr. Elwood, welcome." Elwood hadn't changed out of his work clothes, still wearing that expensive suit that fitted his body in all the right ways. But he smelled fresh, like maybe he'd taken a shower too. I'd previously seen him heading into the gym that was one of the perks at City Hall, so it wasn't hard to assume he'd gotten redressed there after exercising. Elwood's brows rose, and his gaze roamed my bare chest as he hummed thoughtfully, before he stopped to stare longer at my hips, those same body parts I'd hated growing up. I'd always been teased for being different from other boys, even if I'd argued that my wider hips gave me advantages playing sports. They really didn't. Elwood seemed to like them, though, because it felt like he was eating me up. "Are you going to invite me in, Mr. Bell?" It wasn't a question, more like a demand. So it wasn't surprising when he didn't wait for an answer and instead chose to push himself past me and into the compact living room. He stared around the apartment while I closed the door and turned to look at him. "Small but clean, something I'd expect you to live in." "What does that mean?" I narrowed my eyes on him and crossed my arms. He glanced at me, mouth curled to the side. There was something sexy about his confidence, and it made my skin feel too hot for my body. I resisted the urge to reach up and fan my face. He didn't need his ego stroked. It looked like it was big enough already. "I mean that until this afternoon, you were an intern. Never be embarrassed by what you begin with. The hardest workers start with nothing and work their way up. A man should be measured by what he came from and where he ends. If you ask a lot of people in politics, they'd tell you he's measured by how much money he or his family has." The bitterness in my voice came out unexpectedly, and I glared at the spot on the wall above his head. "That's not politics, that's life." Elwood walked toward me casually, his hands in the pockets of his pants, that trench coat still hanging off his shoulders. I felt underdressed and the towel wrapped around my waist, but I expected he'd be a lot less dressed sooner rather than later. Elwood didn't look like the kind of person who wanted to talk. "And our fight makes us better men." I snorted. I'd heard that more than once and didn't care much for it. "Now, before we start this arrangement, you know my conditions. I will also be calling you Belle while you're participating in these activities. As I said before, you can call me Daddy, but the moment we're back in the real world, I'm Mr. Elwood again. Am I clear?" I nodded. "Yes, Daddy." Hearing me call him that made the irises of his eyes darken, or at least I imagined they did, and he licked his bottom lip. I felt his stare on my skin, sizing me up, and I shivered under the intensity. He wanted me, there was no doubting it. I'd been with lots of different men, but none like him. He was devouring me with merely a look. "Come here," he ordered, reaching up to slip off his coat and throwing it over the back of my black two-seater couch. His suit jacket went next, and by the time I walked over to him, he was left in his tie and shirt. I swallowed the excitement that lodged itself in my throat and exhaled slowly, trying to steady myself. When I got in his personal space, he curled an arm around my waist and heaved me closer until our chests touched. The material of his shirt rubbed against my skin, and the friction felt nice. My face grew hot with need. His hand slid lower until he squeezed my ass cheek through the towel. "I like it when you call me that," he whispered, smirking. My cock was already half hard, attempting to push a tent into the cotton of the towel, but I was pressed against his thigh and my erection had nowhere to go. There wasn't any doubt he could feel me hardening. He traced the curve of my jaw and then leaned in to steal a rough kiss that had me pushing myself up on my toes. I didn't think I could even call what we did a kiss, because it felt rougher than that, and he was fucking me with his tongue, like he was imagining it was his cock in my ass. I groaned into his mouth and wrapped my arms around his neck, using the leverage to rub myself against him, but it finished too quickly, and he stepped away from me, pulling at his tie. I watched him through heavy-lidded eyes as he loosened the blue-striped material and tugged it from his neck, throwing it in the same direction as his jackets. His stare felt like 1,000 knives in my body, sharp and deadly, and I wanted to run, while also standing there to let him consume me. Right now I was his to do with as he pleased, and my whole body knew it. My gut tugged with a kind of pleasure I'd never felt before. I was Little Red Riding Hood, and he was the big bad wolf, and I wanted him to eat me. He stepped closer again, the fresh forest scent of the soap he used in the shower tickling my nose. "Stay still." His voice had lowered, and the deepness made my blood turn to fire. I held as still as I could when he reached out and tugged on my towel, unknotting it and letting the white fluffy cotton pool to the floor. He hummed, his fingers dancing over my right hip as he studied every inch of me. I didn't miss the way he seemed to be fascinated with my belly, though, touching and prodding. "You're so fucking beautiful, fertile." I frowned at the weird word choice, but let him continue his exploration until he made a strangled noise and straightened. "Where's your bedroom? I want to fuck you." The simple sentence had goosebumps on my skin, and my cock jerked happily. I nodded in the direction of the hallway and grabbed his wrist, leading him past the few photos I had of my family hanging on the walls. My bedroom door was the second on the right, at the end, and I pushed it open. He dodged his way past me and dragged me in, throwing the door closed again with enough force to make me wince. There wasn't anything special about my room. Blue tones for the curtains, carpet, and bedding, with a queen-sized bed and a faded wardrobe that looked ready to fall apart. I had a desk I often worked at against the window, but the space wasn't big and everything was crammed in. If Elwood was judging me for my bedroom, he didn't say anything. He shoved me to the bed and I fell to the mattress on my stomach. I quickly turned to sit on my ass, watching him carefully unbuttoning the shirt I bet cost a mini fortune. Questions filtered through my head about him. Where he'd come from to start, New Gothenburg or somewhere else. But I didn't dare ask. Elwood probably wouldn't answer. He was here for one reason only, and so was I. He got the sex, and I got the promotion. The sex would be advantageous for me, too. He slid his shirt off his shoulders and my mouth watered. His muscles moved, and everything on his chest was tight and hard. A thin layer of hair over his pecs, and a treasure trail that led into his pants. Everything about him made my cock harder than I'd last remembered. It was his fingers working on the button and zipper of his pants that got me going, though. I wrapped my hand around my cock, giving it a generous stroke as he stripped in front of me, and he smirked, as though enjoying the reaction he pulled from me. Do you like what you see, Belle? Yes, Daddy. I chewed on my bottom lip and leaned back, rubbing the pad of my thumb over the slit of my cock. Get on your stomach. Spread your legs. I nearly whimpered at the order, wanting to see what he had to give me, but the stare he sent me stopped the noise from leaving my mouth. Sighing, I twisted on the bed and lay on my stomach, spreading my legs like he'd ordered. I glanced over my shoulder just as he bent to shove his shoes, socks, pants, and underwear off, and I was impressed. Thick, meaty flesh jumped out from the waistband of his briefs as he pushed them down, and I knew just from the sight I'd get a nice burn where he fucked himself into me. You're looking, he said, leaning over to slap me hard on the ass. I hissed and then grinned. Needed to know what you were working with, Daddy. I'm not disappointed. And you won't be by the end of the night. Where's your lube? In the top drawer. I pointed at the bedside table and didn't bother to mention there was a dildo there too. Who the hell cared if he saw it? Condoms too. Condoms? No, Daddy doesn't do condoms. I'm going to breed you. I shoved myself up on my ass and turned to him with a frown. What do you mean, don't do condoms? That's fucking unsafe. He rolled his eyes and bent down to his pants, which were pulled on the ground. Tugging out his phone, he scrolled through it until he showed me recent test results. I'm negative. That was 2 days ago, and I haven't fucked anyone since. How do you know I am? I asked, crossing my arms. I could be riddled with STDs. Elwood laughed as he dropped his phone on the bedside table and yanked open the top drawer. He tugged out the lube and threw it on the bed beside me. Let me tell you something about yourself, Belle. In the short amount of time I've met you, I've worked you out. You're particular and detail-oriented. You have a cheap suit, but you chose one that looked more expensive than it is. Something similar to an Italian brand. When Jean-Paul gave you the task of printing out flyers, he gave you a number, and you counted each piece of paper and put them into piles of 50 before clipping them and storing them away in boxes. You dot every I and cross every T. You're not the kind of person who'd allow yourself to be compromised by an STD. I have no doubt that you have been tested recently. Fuck, was I that readable? I glared at him. If that's the case, what makes you think I'd let you fuck me without a condom? He smirked wider and leaned closer, the clean smell of his skin filling my nose. Because you want the job I've given you. The way he spoke, the confidence he exuded, had my cock throbbing. He was right. I'd do anything to get higher in City Hall, and he knew it. I wanted to be angry, but this game he was playing had me so hard it hurt. I needed release, and vain fucking Elwood was the only guy I wanted to fuck me right now. I sent him a half-hearted glare and turned on my stomach again, spreading my legs. He laughed gently, and I ignored it, because he'd opened the lube bottle and squeezed a generous amount onto my ass cheeks. Opening my ass with one hand, he gathered the lube with the other and pressed the tips of his fingers at my hole. I held back a breath, chomping on my bottom lip. I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of gasping like an idiot. He pushed into me, and I pressed my face into the pillow I'd scrunched up in my arms so I wouldn't make a noise. His fingers weren't what I wanted in my ass, But Elwood didn't seem like the type to spend much time on foreplay. He wanted this as much as I did. Like I expected, a little bit of a stretch and he tugged his fingers out. A glance over my shoulder told me he was covering his cock with lube, and my gut gave an excited jerk. I was about to have that monster in my hole and I couldn't wait. I'd never had a naked cock inside me, had always been about safety, but the thought of there being no condom between us made it all the more exciting. My skin buzzed with goosebumps and my chest tightened. Anticipation made me wriggle, but when he slapped me on the ass cheek, I stilled. "Want me in that tight hole of yours, baby?" He leaned down, and I held my breath when he placed a kiss on one cheek of my ass, then the other. He squeezed my flesh between his fingers, and then he shifted until his knees were either side of my legs. I held my breath, and when I got another sharp slap to my ass, I winced and said, "Yes, Daddy, fuck me." "Yeah." The huskiness in his voice made a shiver run down my spine, and then the tip of his cock was at my hole, and all at once my body was on high alert. Sex had always been exciting, but this was something new. This wasn't just any guy advancing my career. I was about to get fucked by Vane Elwood, deputy mayor of New Gothenburg. He pushed in, and I gasped at the burning stretch. It felt good and painful all at once, and I pressed my face deep into the pillow, focusing on the way he speared me open and touched me deep inside. It felt different skin to skin, with no condom acting as a barrier, and his hot flesh was like a burning brand. Every inch he shoved inside me made me keen with need. My cock jerked where it was trapped beneath my body, and my balls got so heavy I thought I'd burst right then and there. "This feel good, baby? Fuck, you're tight. Gonna breed you. Fuck you until you're full of my seed." Bright colors danced behind my closed eyelids, and I was floating high on just the feel of his cock, so I didn't care about the weird shit he was spouting. I'd slept with enough men to hear the strangest dirty talk, even if this was new to me. He wrapped a hand around my waist, dragged me up to my hands and knees, and then splayed a hand across my belly, stroking. Blanketing his chest on my back, he licked the shell of my ear. "Answer me." "Feels fucking amazing," I finally said, forcing the words from between my lips. It was hard to talk with explosions detonating throughout my body. I needed him to move, to fuck me until I felt boneless. "Please, Daddy, fuck me." "Yeah, gonna fuck you real good. I'm gonna get you nice and full of my cum." He retreated, hands grabbing onto my hips, and finally started fucking into me. His cock stretched me open with every thrust, and the burning sensation made my balls tighter. Everything he did felt amazing, from the way he plowed into me to how he touched me, fingernails digging into my wide hips. He alternated between gripping my waist tighter and patting my stomach, as though trying to draw moans out of me, and I gave him what he wanted. I wasn't embarrassed that I was loud when I was being fucked, only before things got started. I groaned and whimpered and begged for more, because I loved a thick, juicy cock inside me. I wanted it all. "Fuck yes, please, Daddy." He moaned too. "Yeah, you're so tight. Want to carry Daddy's babies?" I frowned, surprised. but the thought was quickly forced from my head by a particularly long and deep stroke into me that had my eyes nearly rolling to the back of my head. Fuck, that was good. He'd hit my prostate, and my balls tightened even closer to my body. I knew I was nearly done for, ready to explode. I grabbed my cock, jerking off in time with his thrusts. Please, Daddy, I'm so close. He gripped my hips again and fucked harder, faster. His pants grew deeper, and I knew he was as close as I was. Yeah, baby, gonna fill you up. Get you brimming with my seed. Fill you up so much it drips out of you. Yes, yes, please. I squeezed at my cock and it was all over, cum spilling from my slit and onto the blankets beneath me as well as covering my fist. I shivered through the strong orgasm, my balls raw, and my gut clenched so hard I thought I'd come 2 or 3 times more. I was floating. Elwood wasn't far behind me. Another 4 or 5 deep thrusts right against my prostate that sent aftershocks through my sensitive cock. And then he grunted, the warmness filling me inside telling me he'd come. I'd never had a guy's juice inside me before, and the thought of having him come in me made my belly fill with heat. My shaft gave a valiant twitch, but I'd come too hard for it to rise again so soon. He pulled out and collapsed on the bed near my stain. I didn't want to fall in the mess either, so I sat back on my ass near the end of the mattress and stared at him. I grinned. Wow. Yeah. He smirked and raised his hands behind his head, watching me. My gaze slid to his half-hard cock lying against his leg, and I licked my lips. You like filling a guy with your juice, huh? Juice. His lips twitched. I don't know anyone who calls it that. Well, I do. I shrugged. So? He pressed his lips together. So, I like dirty talk. He raised himself up into a sitting position and stared at my stomach, where I had my hand resting for comfort's sake. I like knowing you're full of my seed. And you think juice is a joke? Seed's even worse. I snorted and rose from the bed, wincing at the slight pain in my ass. It felt good, though, or at least I liked it, and I turned to him, smiling. Carry Daddy's babies? He stood from the other side of the bed and made his way around the end, stopping right in front of me. He touched my stomach and then my hips, and I waited until he sighed. I like imagining you round with my baby. I laughed, then stopped quickly, because he was still staring at where he was touching, and it was clearly not a joke to him. I stepped back and he watched, curious. What? I'm a dude. And? He smirked, but didn't move toward me. The cocky bastard crossed his arms, not fazed by the conversation at all. Do you not think I can knock you up, baby? I know you can't knock me up. I frowned, surprised at myself for not being totally weirded out by this conversation. The sex was spectacular, so what did I care if he had bizarre dirty talk? That thought made me wince, though. Thank God I couldn't end up like Elsie. I like trying. He finally moved. I didn't retreat. When he cupped my cheek and slammed his lips against mine, I pushed myself up on my tiptoes and returned the rough kiss. It was over too quickly. You're mine now, Belle. I've had a taste of you and I like it. I will fuck you again. I gasped when he reached around, caressed his finger directly down my crack, and then pressed into my hole. Grabbing onto his shoulders, I moaned. He pulled his digit out again and showed me his finger, sticky with his own cum. "And I will fill you until my seed slides out of your hole, and then I will do it again and again. Daddy will make sure you're always full. I'm going to pump so much of my seed into you that your belly will slosh with it." This was the point I should have told him to leave. But fuck if I didn't find my knees trembling at the way he talked to me. There was something about the intense gleam in his eyes when he said those things that had me feeling oddly excited too. It helped that he knew exactly how to fuck me in all the right ways. "Do we have an agreement?" He bit at my earlobe, his breath tickling the shell. I shuddered against him. "Yes, Daddy. Good boy." Chapter 4. Vain. "I'll see you in the morning," Bell said, eyes downcast as he stood in the doorway of his apartment. He'd shuffled in place a little and had a thin blanket he'd dragged off his bed wrapped around his shoulders. His impromptu covering sagged open, and his chest and stomach flashed me. I licked my lips. Fuck. I wanted to lick along that line underneath his belly button, along that smooth skin that teased down to his groin, and run my tongue along the line of the Apollo's belt he had. It was lightly defined and beautiful, just enough to make me want to trace it with my fingers. If I had more time. Damn it, if this wasn't just how things went. I get off and then leave. It would have been nice to shove him back in the living room and put him on his knees for round 2. I knew, somewhere deep down, if I just fucked him enough times, that belly would be full of my baby. And those fucking hips of his. Bell glanced up at me, his cheeks flooding with an enticing pink that did nothing to convince my feet to walk away. But at the same time, this was one arena where I already had 1,000 practiced lines ready to go. Did I have an exit strategy prepared? Hell yes. But wanting to stay, or being allowed to do so, wasn't a scenario I'd mapped out. For one uncomfortable moment, I thought about trying to ease the thick tension that began to gather between us, but I wasn't certain what the point of that would be. Unless... I took a deep breath and flashed him my best smile. The tint in his cheeks darkened, and he dragged the blanket closer around himself. "Tomorrow afternoon, same time?" He glanced up into my face and sucked in his cheeks when his gaze met mine, like he was thinking. He'd have excuses, of course. I waited. He wasn't a shy man. Maybe he'll flat out tell me my kink is one step too far. Yeah, tomorrow works great for me too." He shrugged and did his best to straighten his spine, but there was no missing the nervous bob of his Adam's apple. Nodding, I backed away, too stunned to formulate a reasonable response. Bell stared at me. One of his neighbors, a tall redhead with too many freckles and muscles, was headed toward me, and he raised a hand, so I did the same in return before I could think better of it. "I didn't realize Jax had a boyfriend," he said casually, too casually. The ginger stopped to glance in the open doorway, and his left foot caught on the heel of his right foot, and he almost stumbled and fell on his face. I didn't reach out to catch him. Bell mumbled something that might have been, "Hi, Pete." The neighbor looked back and forth between us. Bell slammed the door hard, and I found myself chuckling. I winked at the poor man. He doesn't have a boyfriend, but I doubt you're rich enough for his blood." The ginger righted himself and snarled in my direction, no doubt ready to say something crude, but I didn't particularly care what he thought about, well, anything. I turned away from him, one hand in the air in a wave, and strode off for the end of the hall. I straightened my tie as I took the stairs 2 at a time down from Belle's apartment to the street. I dragged in a deep breath as soon as I hit the crisp air, stuck my hands into my coat pockets, and forced myself not to smile as I strolled outside. "What are you doing?" I grumbled under my breath as I checked the time. "Whatever you want," I answered myself, feeling smug even for me. Fuck, that had been a good, well, fuck. Excitement ate at me. I hadn't expected much of anything from this little debacle waiting to happen, other than getting off in a delectable ass. But now that I'd had Belle, I was happy I'd gone after him. I should really be glad he threw himself at me. I'd have to talk to him about that habit in the morning. If I was trying to breed him, he could only turn that ass in the air for me. I couldn't wait to see the expression on his face when I told him he had to stay exclusive if he wanted to climb his way up my ladder. How far could I push him before he cracked and ran off? Electricity coiled in my gut. I knew what it was like to rely on sex to get yourself out of a tight spot. Once or twice became habit when there was a world of people out there who wanted to get off and you had a nice face and body. And his reaction to what I enjoyed had been intriguing. He hadn't immediately been disgusted, rather curiously subdued, like the breeding and baby talk hadn't bothered him. Maybe he wasn't excited about it, but I could work with that. Tolerance was far preferable to a few of the reactions I'd had in the past. I stopped walking in the middle of the sidewalk, and people streamed around me as I thumbed open my phone screen. My heart raced. Well, in for a sin, in for a dozen. Why the fuck shouldn't I see how much he would take in stride? My heart hammered so hard my chest hurt as I called Jean-Paul. I was taking Belle out of the intern pool forever. He wasn't going to be handed off to someone else in the building. I growled at the mere thought. I knew Davies and Public Works wouldn't hesitate to nail a willing ass, and I wasn't interested in ending this until I was good and ready. "Yes, sir?" Jean-Paul said after less than 3 seconds. I blinked at the sidewalk and started moving in the direction I thought I'd parked my car earlier. But I had a delicious fuck glow going on, and I wasn't 100% certain it really was this way. Pole lights went on along the street, and I strode forward through the gentle light. "Do you hover over your phone waiting for me to call?" "Of course, sir." Jean-Paul's tone was bright, but I could hear a bite of sarcasm and it made me smile. "Can you think up something else for Belle to do tomorrow? We're keeping him." Jean-Paul made a slight scoffing sound. "Send your ideas to me as a message. Don't use the office email." He sucked in a breath, and I knew he'd never ask me directly what was going on. That's what made him so good at his job. But I could tell he was intrigued by the small thinking hum that carried to me along the line. "Yes, sir." "Good, thanks." I hung up and strode toward my car, which I thankfully caught sight of down the block, and my mind already swirled with sexy toys and fantasies I'd thought about before, but never had the opportunity to test. I decided maybe I was pushing my luck, but after I got in my car, started it, and flipped on the seat warmer, I opened my phone and went to a bookmarked toy I'd thought about for a long time. The cost for overnight shipping was astronomical, but I didn't care. The toy was something I'd only ever dreamed about seeing on a man. Before I could consider the fact I was dropping $490 on what basically amounted to a glorified pillow, I added a gift address, finished the transaction, pocketed my phone, and then promptly forced myself to try to forget about my afternoon. But those hips, though. I was checking my mirrors to pull out into traffic when my phone rang over the Bluetooth in my Audi. I sighed as Ross Midbury flashed over the console screen. I thought about ignoring the interruption to my well-earned night off, but it would be safer not to get into bad habits. I hit the button to answer. "Speak. Where are you?" Ross sounded breathy and lazy, and I could only imagine what was causing that. But then I didn't have to work too hard at it, as I heard a soft, simpering little moan in the background. "You couldn't finish first?" He laughed, but didn't deny he was getting serviced on his end. "I'm in the city. Why?" There was no way in hell I'd tell him precisely where I was, just in case something went wrong with Belle and rumors got out. I needed to be able to pretend innocence. "The mayor's office is going to need to make a statement." "Oh, like that," he whispered, but I heard him loud and clear. "On what?" I rolled my eyes. "You want to give a state of the cock address?" "Fuck you." "Not you, sweetie," he murmured softly. "You're amazing." "Ross!" I smacked my steering wheel with my palm, and he laughed. "Well, remember the sex trafficking ring that lawyer Brickton hung himself over not too long ago? And then they caught that Bolton kid who was a part of it?" He let out a stuttering little sigh that I was sure wasn't part of his details about whatever the hell had prompted him to call me. "Not much chance of me forgetting. That was a real boost for us. City Hall could do no wrong for weeks." "Yes," he moaned, and I rolled my eyes again. "Guess what? The police found a girl who was kidnapped last year and forced into the ring. She was returned to her parents today. They didn't find anyone who held her, but her return is huge. She has a lot of information." "The police did their job?" I stared at a black and white cruiser that passed by in the flow of traffic on the street. "The new Gothenburg police? The same ones who can't even keep bikers in prison?" Ross snorted and then hissed. "Watch the teeth." "That's right. You're just doing this to make me jealous, and it won't work. I fucked someone already." Ross honest to Christ giggled, which was fucking weird for a man with a voice as low as his, and then gasped. "Well, the policeman who found the girl was a private investigator, the same one who broke the original case, but we're still going to call it a win for the cops." "Right. Why wouldn't we?" I grumbled. Ross snickered. "Yes, it's a great opportunity to step in front of the cameras." Slamming my head back against the seat, I glared at the ceiling of the car. God damn it. I'd thought about grabbing food and going home to jerk off to the memory of Belle's tight ass. "You want to congratulate the PD?" Excitement beat in my veins, quickly overtaking my annoyance. Wrangling the press was always a tenuous activity, nearly dangerous. "You want to tell them City Hall is proud of them?" "And, of course, let the public know we've been supporting their efforts to end crime all along." There was a longer moan on the other end, and I had to wonder what the hell Ross was doing to the prostitute he had on his dick. But then I quickly forced my mind away from that. I needed to focus. God, you're awful. Yeah. He sounded proud of himself. I love it. That sounds great. You want to do it? Ross's hope was too funny. Damn it, Midbury. There's an election next year. You need to haul yourself in front of the cameras yourself. I pointed my finger at the spot where his name glowed on the screen in the center of my dash for good measure, as if he'd see me that way. There may not be another chance like this before Election Day. It's fucking gold. Fine. Set it up then. Stand beside me and milk this windfall for everything it's worth? Sure. I sighed. So much for my evening, but this would be fine. Where do you want to do it? Courthouse steps? That'll send a strong law and order vibe. It's a true honor working with you. I smirked. Don't I know it? Okay, I'm at the Courtesan. I'll be there in 2 hours. Is that enough time to make the late news? His voice went breathy, and his heavy breathing carried along the phone line to me. I was losing him, and I'd had enough of these calls before to realize that. I snorted. Don't let anyone see you leaving there, you pervert. Yeah. All at once my mind was racing and I had a high, the same one I got from running or fucking. I sent a glance in my rearview mirror, almost hoping to see Belle on the sidewalk. I loved politics in New Gothenburg. The dirtier the better. And nothing was more fantastic than the serendipity we were going to capitalize on tonight. I pulled out into traffic when I saw a break and called Jean-Paul. He answered after about 0.03 of a second. Don't you have a life? Of course not, sir. His sarcasm was tamped down but there, and that's why I kept him after the first day he worked in my office as a temp. His humor was so dry, most people didn't even notice it. Go grab that new kid and head to the courthouse with the crime statistic pamphlets. The ones I had you get from the printer last month. About 200 should do it. Shove one in the hand of everyone you see once you get there. I don't care if it's a fucking janitor. Give him one. Why? I thought all of the statistics had gotten worse during Midbury's term. There was an evil amusement in his tone, and I rolled my eyes. Depends on how much you crunch the numbers, doesn't it? Did you even read those pamphlets? He sniffed. I'm not into fantasy. Ha ha. Move. Oh, and do me a favor. Call your red-headed stepbrother. Tell him we need him. He hummed and then sighed. Mark doesn't enjoy it when you call him that. Then he shouldn't be Ross's assistant. I hung up to JP's laughter. Ross probably thought I waved a magic wand to make press conferences happen, since he never did any of the fucking work for them. But I was on the phone talking non-stop from the time I hung up with Jean-Paul until Ross showed on the scene hours later. I personally directed the journalists to the courthouse steps and a masking tape line Jean-Paul had slapped down along the portion of concrete that would provide the best camera angles for Ross's speaking area a few steps up, while also highlighting the heavy backdrop of the stone courthouse facade in all the pictures and recordings. For once, the journalists were agreeable, instead of assholes looking for any hints of weakness, because this was a conference to comment on the sensitive topic of a rescued trafficking victim from our city. I had stressed the need to be kind to the victim, though I noted Robert salivating in the front row, press badge proudly displayed, as if anyone in this city would be confused. His mustache twitched, and he had an expression on his weathered face, like he wanted to ask something woefully unanswerable, and I kept an eye on him. At some point, after the camera crews and newspaper people began to congregate, I noticed Jean-Paul handing out cups of coffee to everyone. That was another reason he was an irreplaceable part of my team. Not only was this a good news conference for once, but we also wanted the rabid wolves to show Mayor Midbury as favorably as possible, and a little ass-kissing would go a long way on a cold night when no one really wanted to be shivering out here. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Bell handing out pamphlets to a crowd of reporters, flashing that sincere smile of his, nodding and answering questions, probably towing the party line faultlessly. Unlike Jean-Paul, he would have read the pamphlets and probably memorized the very strained statistics I'd paid a think tank to cook up. When everyone was ready to go, including Ross, who looked like he'd rushed through a shower and change of suit, and the last of the reporters had concluded their sound checks and sent me a thumbs up, I strode over to the spot in front of the cameras where all the bright lights pointed. Ross nodded at me when I glanced at him, so I knew the entrance to the courthouse must be centered perfectly behind me. Nearby, Bell handed a pamphlet to Roberts and smiled at him. Roberts nodded back at Bell, and some of the ferocity seemed to leach out of him, because he actually smiled too. Fuck, that kid was magic. Pride swelled in me, and I quickly swung around to face the expectant crowd. "We're all here for a good reason tonight," I said, speaking to reach the ears of the people all the way out on the street. "So, thanks for showing up anyway." I was answered by laughter, and Ross strode over to stand next to me. "I'm not going to take up a lot of your time tonight, so without further ado, I introduce your mayor, the mayor who is cleaning up the streets of New Gothenburg, the mayor this city needs." I smiled for the camera flashes that went off. "Ross Midbury, Mr. Mayor," I said to him, and stepped down to join Bell in the crowd of reporters. They reluctantly moved over and let me in. Bell started a round of applause that everyone took up, as if they were enticed by it and couldn't help themselves. I could have fucking kissed the kid. His gaze met mine, and he bit at his lip, and my stomach heated. All of the enthusiastic approval for Ross seemed spontaneous, and the fucking press would be on the news tonight applauding the mayor. It was almost unheard of. Eventually, everyone simmered down, and Ross began his version of his "something great happened, it's really only because of me" speech, all while giving backhanded compliments to the police. Bell's shoulder jostled against my arm, and I was surprised by a shiver of excitement that lanced through me. Quickly, I glanced at him to see if it had been purposeful, like the sweet baby carrier he was, or at least I wanted to imagine he was. He flushed and glanced away. Longing I'd stuffed down a long time ago for someone who liked the same kinky things I did reared its ugly head. I squashed that stupidity quickly. He held a cardboard coffee cup in his hand, and it was on the tip of my tongue to lean down and say something to him about how caffeine is bad for the baby, just to see what he would say back. But instead, I murmured, "You did a good job." Jean-Paul stood on Bell's other side, and I leaned forward a little. You too. Excellent. No problem, Jean-Paul said with an angelic smile, but he glanced at Belle's face briefly before he looked ahead again. Mark, on Jean-Paul's other side, frowned in my direction, and I rolled my eyes. You did good too. He ran a hand through his red curls and went back to watching Ross, although I didn't miss his little grin. I needed to be nice to the troops more often. Belle handed me the coffee cup, and I stood there feeling stunned as I took it. What? JP said you like vanilla lattes. I went to the Starbucks at the corner and grabbed you one when I got more coffee for the reporters. He didn't look at me again. I stepped closer to him so that our arms nudged together, my throat feeling a little tight. Finally, I leaned down enough to murmur, "You're already scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. You've got what you want. You're kissing ass pretty hard." He huffed a sigh so large it moved his shoulders. Maybe I was just being nice. I am capable. He said that like maybe I wasn't, and that had me standing straighter and rolling my shoulders. For a second, I conjured up the fantasy of him, Jackson Bell, this man who apparently brings me coffee apropos of nothing, with a sweet swollen baby bump. Fuck. Okay, maybe I should remind myself, too, that tomorrow afternoon was already scheduled. I hummed and sipped my coffee while we all watched Ross weave his magic over the crowd. When everything was said and done, and the reporters had headed for whatever warm rat holes they settled into when they weren't making my life hell, we had to clean up about half the pamphlets Jean-Paul and Belle had handed out from the Cold Stone Steps, so that the campaign didn't get accused of littering. But the fact that more than 100 pieces of paper promoting Ross had made it out of here in the clutches of people who would happily disseminate information was almost miraculous. Together, Belle and I dumped the last of the garbage in a trash can near the front door of the courthouse. He looked good, like I'd never fucked him messy earlier. All in all, I was impressed with Jackson Bell. "I'll give you a ride home," I said when his eye caught mine. "It's too late to be on the bus, especially in your condition." I couldn't help poking at this anomaly a little more, just to see where he would break. Would he stumble through some apology about a made-up emergency in the morning that would, unfortunately, keep us apart? He flushed and glanced around, opened his mouth, closed it, and finally chuckled. "I'll be fine, Daddy," he whispered, and my gut jerked. "I don't mind. How did you know I would ride the bus?" "I assumed." He flushed and stomped down the steps, and then off along the street toward the bus stop at the end of the block. Frowning, I thought about letting him go, but I fucking hated the thought of him out here alone in the dark, so I walked steadily after him until I caught up and easily kept pace beside him. Wait, why are you upset? You assumed I can't afford a car." He gave me a side-eyed glare. "You can't." He slouched and walked faster. I didn't like the way this was going. "Let Daddy take you home." I snagged his wrist and dragged him to a halt. He sucked in a deep breath and glanced around before he glared up through his dark eyelashes at me. My throat tightened, and for a second, my tongue felt heavy in my mouth. "That's what you wanted out of this, right? Me to take care of you? So what does it matter?" He sucked in a breath and then let out a weak chuckle. Yeah, okay. Take me home. Ross was long gone by the time we made our way back to the courthouse steps, and Jean-Paul was climbing into an Uber ahead of us with a little wave. Mark sat in the front seat, talking the ear off the driver. We parked at City Hall. Care to share? He called to Belle, and my heart leaped, but Belle only shook his head. I'm good. With that, our job for the night was done, and we were alone. I was horribly aware of how long it had been since I was truly by myself with a man I'd fucked, and wasn't just expecting to walk out the door 5 seconds later. I would have to spend time with him. Hell, I'd even made this happen. Belle sent me a cute little half smile, and I ducked my head and shoved my hands into my coat pockets. The Audi was parked down the street instead of in the nearby garage, so I unlocked it while we were still approaching. I walked so fast that he puffed air a little, keeping up, but I didn't stop until I was in the driver's seat. When he got in the car, I didn't wait for him to buckle up, simply sped toward his apartment the second the door latched shut. I opened my mouth a few times to say something, but didn't. When I stole a glance at him at a stoplight, he seemed to be suffering from the same issue I was. He sent a skittish glance at me. Not long later, I brought my car to a screeching stop in front of his building. Thanks for answering the call of duty, I said, feeling lame that I couldn't do any better than that. Yeah. He puffed out his cheeks and nodded as he stared out the windshield instead of at me. He sat. I didn't ask him to go. Our gazes clashed again, and I was surprised at the nervous sizzle that zipped through my gut. Was that anticipation? I was shocked at the real excitement I hadn't felt in a long while, that I sat there staring at him too long. Belle's face fell. He shoved open his door and slammed it behind him without a word. I didn't roll my window down to call after him. I was disappointed as I watched his nice ass bounce out of sight. Confused, but twice as exhilarated for tomorrow as I had been when I left earlier, I glanced in my mirror and then punched the gas, squealing tires out onto the street with a grin. Chapter 5. Jax. I cringed and glared at Elsie. What the hell are you doing? She grinned at me, her light eyebrows rising toward her hairline. She knew exactly what she was doing, and she also knew how much I hated the sound she made when she gulped her can of Coke. Stop drinking like that, I grumbled, falling back into my hard reclaimed wood chair at Greener Day, an all-organic cafe near City Hall. It was lunchtime, which meant I'd met her again, like usual, although sometimes I wondered why I bothered. She was crasser than 90% of the people I'd met, and she wasn't an ounce bit sorry about it. Maybe that's why I also loved her. We came from the same side of town and worked hard to get where we were now. You're particularly cranky today. Sounds like you need to get laid. She giggled to herself, and I rolled my eyes, turning to stare around the cafe. It was usually filled with workers from the city, including interns I was very familiar with. Some of them nodded at me when they caught my eye, and I did the same. I didn't like most of them, because like Kalinsky, they came from families of money and influence. But at least they didn't annoy me as much as that idiot Kalinsky. I got laid. Elsie was halfway through a sip of her pop when she snorted in surprise, the sugary drink going everywhere over the table. I laughed because I couldn't help it. She wasn't wearing her punk gear today, and instead she actually looked professional, in a black pantsuit with heels the same color. Her blonde curls were tied up neatly behind her head, and her makeup was lighter than her usual dark stuff. She looked like what you'd expect from an entry-level engineer. She glared. "Don't do that to me." I grunted out a laugh and took a drink of my sweet tea, humming at the taste on my tongue. I probably needed something stronger, like coffee, but I was trying to cut back. Trying being the operative word. Elsie dropped her pop back on the table and leaned forward like an eager schoolgirl. "Was it the deputy mayor?" "I don't kiss and tell." I winked at her. "Liar, you do so. Tell me." The request came out as more of a whine and she pouted at me. "No." I frowned at the pop in front of her for a moment. She told me she was cutting back on sugary drinks, but she hadn't done so, as far as I could tell. Vane's strange kink had made me think about Elsie and her pregnancy, her real pregnancy. "Should you be drinking that? Isn't it bad for the baby?" She frowned at the can and then back at me, popping her lips. "Why do you care? You've never cared about my wiggly parasite before." "I don't," I grumbled, but I glared harder at the can of pop. God damn it. I didn't care, but Vane's jibe at me yesterday about the bus being dangerous for the baby had me thinking in ways that were completely stupid. It had been an unusual night, and I should have run for the hills after the weirdness. But that was some fucking fantastic sex we'd had. I didn't want to make my exit. As strange as what he'd said was, I loved his cock. He worked me in ways other guys hadn't. She tapped my arm, which rested on the table with her fingernail. She had black polish on yesterday, but not today. Obviously, she'd taken it off for work. "When I told you I was pregnant, your only response was, 'Ew.' I didn't think you'd give a shit what I put in my body while I'm having a baby. I mean, I figured maybe you'd judge if I guzzled a gallon of vodka, but other than that..." "I don't," I repeated with a shrug. "I just thought you'd want to be more careful, that's all." She squinted at me with suspicion before she let it drop when the waitress in a frilly pink dress brought over our meals. We thanked her, and she smiled at us before she bounded off again. "You've always told me about your lays. Why is this one different?" She grabbed one side of her toasted sandwich and took a large bite out of it, chewing noisily. I cringed. "Because he's my boss and the deputy mayor." "So?" She reached over and nabbed one of my fries from my plate. I glared at her, and she giggled. "Come on, is he into bizarro shit or something?" I shoved a couple of fries in my mouth so I wouldn't make a face at that. I guess I could call it bizarre, but strangely, I didn't mind as much as I thought I should. The way he touched me was nice, as though he actually cared, which was stupid because he was like every other guy. He wanted to get off, just like I did. We had an arrangement, and I wasn't going to look too much into it after one day. I'd run from guys before when I could tell they were feeling too much, but Vane didn't seem like the type to latch on and catch feelings. "I'd rather not talk about it here," I mumbled, glaring at a couple of my fellow interns who were close to us. It didn't even look like they were paying attention, but I couldn't risk it. My job, and Vane's, depended on discretion. "Whatever." She shrugged and nabbed a couple more fries, but I grabbed her hand before she could retreat. "Why are you eating my food? You have your own." I nodded at her sandwich with a glare. Shrugging, she laughed. "You've got your burger. You won't eat all the fries." I rolled my eyes. We spent the next half hour eating and talking, or mostly, I listened to Elsie complain about her stupid fiancé Andy and how he wouldn't help her around the house. It sounded all very trivial to me, but I was a good friend, so I nodded and commiserated with her. But when it came time to return to work, I was excited for once. By the time I made my way back to City Hall and up to Vane's floor, I was ready to get back to work. Jean-Paul was waiting for me at his desk, and when he saw me, he nodded curtly and stood, passing me a pile of folders without so much as a hello. One thing I'd learned about Vane's assistant since yesterday was that he didn't want to make friends. He wanted to do his job. I liked that about him. I was the same way. "We're converting to digital, so those will need to be scanned into our server and then shredded. They're potential contributors. Make sure you study the list while you do it, so you know who's ass to kiss." He nodded at a closed laptop on his desk. "You can work on that. It's new. Vane had me set it up for you." When he turned his pensive gaze on me, I found myself suddenly uncomfortable. While I liked Jean-Paul, I quickly noticed how perceptive he could be. Nothing got past him, and that worried me. Did he know about the arrangement I had with Vane? "The boss is away for the rest of the day for meetings. He told me that you can use his office and desk while you work." "His office?" I sounded dumb with how I repeated it back to him, but I couldn't help the shock that filtered through me at his words. Jean-Paul, not JP. I'd heard him tell someone else off in the office for calling him that, because only Vane could. Let out a long sigh and waved towards Vane's door. "In there. Go. Get to work." I nodded in thanks when he opened the door for me, and then I strode into the wide office that Vane called his. Pausing just inside, I winced when Jean-Paul slammed the door closed harder than necessary. On my right were couches clearly arranged to allow conversation or other things. I glanced around, taking in the neat bookshelf to my left against the wall beside a table with a mixture of classic fiction, law books, and political Bibles, to the wide desk that Vane usually sat at, made from dark polished wood that looked like it cost a fortune. I settled the laptop and files on the desk before I ran my hand over the edge, and the wood was smooth against my fingers. When I took a seat, I sighed and fell back into the monstrous leather chair that encompassed me. This was what I imagined my future like. The same kind of office, my own underlings, with power I only dreamed about. I wanted what Vane had. Glancing around again, I wondered what Vane did in here. Did he jack off? The idea made me shiver. I thought about Vane in this very chair, zipper open and cock in his hand, his cum splattering over the surface. I wouldn't put it past the kinky bastard to do exactly that. But that only made me want something else. Him to fuck me over this desk, or maybe on it. Pleasure washed through me and I shivered again. My cock twitched in my pants, and I pressed the heel of my palm against the growing bulge. Not here, not now. I had work to do. By the time I was heading home for the day, I hadn't seen Vane at all. When I closed the door to Vane's office, Jean-Paul, from his spot by the printer along the wall, raised his eyebrows at me and clicked his tongue in a similar way my mom used to do when I was a child and had done something wrong. I'd always imagined him as the lecturing type, though, and he was Vane's right-hand man. I didn't want to piss him off. I stopped in front of him, waiting. Mr. Elwood called and said he'd meet you at your apartment as planned. He said bluntly, lips pressed together as an unimpressed expression passed over his face. I nodded, my face suddenly feeling hot. While I'd spent my life since I was 17 sleeping my way to whatever I needed, there'd never really been anyone I wasn't having sex with involved. No one like Jean-Paul passing messages. It wasn't difficult to deduce what was happening between me and Vane, and I didn't know how I felt about Jean-Paul knowing. Did he also know about Vane's desires? The thought of Jean-Paul and Vane fucking made my stomach curdle in disgust. "Thank you." He harumphed and turned on his heel, striding back to his desk, and I knew I'd been dismissed. I walked out of the deputy mayor's office and headed to the elevators. On the ground floor, I grabbed my backpack from the designated intern area and made sure to avoid Kalinsky, though I was stopped by our supervisor on the way out. Harold Lang was an older man with a balding head. The little hair he did have was wisps of gray on the sides and a puff at the front, close to his forehead. Much shorter than me, he barely reached my shoulders. I liked him, though. He never gave me shit, and he was fair to everyone, no matter where you came from. "Hello, Jackson," he greeted with a wide-toothy grin as he slapped me on the shoulder. "Hi, Harold. What can I do for you?" He waved a finger at me. "It's not what you can do for me, but what you've done for yourself. I don't know what you did to impress Mr. Elwood, but his assistant called me today. He's transferring you to his staff permanently. You're no longer an intern, my boy." "Really?" I ran a hand over my chin, surprised. Fuck. I knew the sex was good, but he'd already changed me from an intern to an employee? "Yep." Harold gave me another jostling thump on the shoulder before he winked. "You'll be getting the paperwork tomorrow. Keep doing whatever you're doing, and you'll be at the top soon enough. Anyway, take your possessions upstairs with you from now on. I'm sure the assistant will tell you where to put them. Good luck." He was off, marching in the opposite direction. All I could do was watch him go until the reality hit me. I wasn't an intern. Fuck. That happened quicker than I expected. I grinned, unable to keep the stupid look off my face, as I nearly skipped out of City Hall and toward my bus, which turned up on time for once. When I got to my apartment building, I was practically floating on air, Harold's words bouncing around in my head. I wasn't a fucking intern. Christ. I'd bend over as much as Vane wanted me to if it meant I could go even higher. Hell, he could impregnate me as much as he thought he needed to, or at least fuck me stupid trying. I laughed to myself as I climbed the stairs. I couldn't wait to tell Elsie the news. She wouldn't believe it. I shoved my key into the lock, but the sound of Pete's door ripping open made me frown his way before I could unlock it. He stepped out, paused when he saw me, and grinned. "Hi, I was hoping to catch you." I held back my sigh and forced a smile. As far as neighbors went, he was a good one to have. "Were you?" "Sorry, I just got home." "I know. You got a delivery today. It was big, so I brought it into my apartment. Didn't want someone to steal it. Hang on." He moved out of his doorway, and while he retrieved the package, I unlocked my door and threw it open. I didn't remember buying anything, but sometimes my dad had a habit of sending me things when he or mom got some spare cash, which wasn't often. They always preferred to spend anything extra on me, even though I'd told them to keep it for themselves in case they needed it. They never did. Finally, Pete emerged from his apartment carrying a large box, and my frown deepened, curiosity piqued. He huffed when he rested the package in front of my feet and straightened, grinning and staring like he expected me to kiss him in thanks. I did make myself smile his way as I picked it up. "I appreciate it," I said as I turned and walked into my apartment, kicking the door shut behind me. I almost felt bad, but really didn't. Pete tried too hard and wanted something I couldn't give him. The one time he'd asked me out, I let him down nicer than I usually did to other guys. Told him he wasn't my type, but that hadn't stopped him from trying. Dropping the box on the floor in the living room, I threw my bag on the couch before I tugged at the tape keeping the box flaps together. When I had it ripped open, I lifted out whatever was wrapped in plastic and tore that open too. The present came into view, and my eyes widened. Fucking fuck! It was a baby belly, an actual goddamn silicone baby belly. It looked so real. My mind spun and I touched it, the feel of the material smooth and lifelike beneath my fingers. The very idea was crazy, stupid, and I knew what I should have done. Waited until Vane got here so I could tell him I wouldn't be wearing this. Instead, I wondered what it would be like to have it on my body. I shoved myself to my feet and shook my head. No, the idea was outrageous, and I wasn't going to wear a pregnancy belly. I laughed at the thought before I strode into the bathroom. I usually showered to wash off the grime of the day, and I especially wanted to do that with Vane coming. There was nothing wrong with still having sex. His cock was amazing, and I'd take a good pounding whenever I could get it. My shower was hot and quick, and by the time I got out, I felt adequately clean and refreshed. I thought about putting on some jeans, but I opted for sweatpants instead. Vane knew what he was getting, and they were the easiest kind of pants to tug off. I grabbed a t-shirt, but rather than put it on, I carried it out into the living room, where I again stared at the belly. Why was I thinking so hard about this? It was just a belly, and Vane's weird kink. But he'd already taken me from the intern pool and made me an employee. What else would he do if I went along with his fantasies? The idea of reaching even higher in my career excited me, and I knew what I had to do. I threw the shirt over the back of the couch and grabbed the silicone baby belly. It took some maneuvering to get it over my hips and up onto my own flat and rippled stomach. But when I finally had it there, I realized it was the perfect fit. Not too tight, not too loose, as though Vane measured me just by spending one fuck with me. The baby belly was heavy, a lot heavier than I expected. I touched the rounded protrusion that hung off me, ran my palm over it, and marveled at how real it felt. It didn't have the heat of human skin, but it felt like an actual stomach. The belly must have cost a mini fortune. I walked, or more like wobbled, back into my bedroom to the full-length mirror I had standing beside my closet. Turning to the side, I studied my pregnant self. It was strange, yet oddly not scary or too weird. I didn't look like myself, but it wasn't an ugly sight either. Running a palm over the bump, I frowned before turning to the other side. The doorbell rang and I froze. Fuck. Waddling toward the living room again, I grabbed my phone and checked it. If this was Vane, he was early. Wriggling out of this baby belly would be nearly impossible in a short amount of time, so I grabbed my shirt and pulled it on. The material stretched over the belly and I shook my head. "Who is it?" I called out, tugging at the damn shirt. Luckily it was baggy to begin with, but it still wouldn't completely cover the silicone. "It's me," Vane's rough voice answered. "You're early," I snapped, then winced. Vane grunted loud enough for me to hear. "And?" I stared down at the shirt stretched over the belly and sighed. There was no way in hell I was getting the belly off before Vane wanted to be let in. I hadn't known him for long, but he didn't seem like the kind of person who liked to be kept waiting. "Come in, it's open." I fell onto the couch and sighed, suddenly realizing that maybe I wouldn't be able to get out of the seat again. I wasn't used to the extra weight. The door opened and Vane stalked through, closing it behind himself. He turned, unwrapping his scarf and hanging it and his trench coat on the hanger near the door before he spun on the spot, clearly not taking notice of me as he walked through the living room. His handsomeness stole my breath. By the looks of it, he hadn't taken a shower this time, but he still smelled good from where I sat, so I assumed he hadn't gone to the gym at all this afternoon. His suit stretched over his shoulders, a perfect fit that complemented his body well. At least now I knew that what he had under the suit was as fuckable as I thought it'd be. "This is New Gothenburg. You shouldn't leave your doors unlocked." He stopped abruptly, fingers frozen at the buttons of his suit jacket, as though he'd been about to start unbuttoning them before he saw me. "I got your present," I grumbled, patting the belly. "Tried it on." His cheeks flushed, and his eyes dilated as he focused on where my hand rested. Swallowing, he licked his lips, and I suddenly felt embarrassed. I wriggled in my spot. "Daddy?" The word slipped out so easily, and I felt a hot blush attacking my face. "I don't think I can get up. Could you help me?" "Fuck," he groaned out, reaching to cup himself in his pants. Yep, that word explained it perfectly. Chapter 6. Vane. "He looks at least 20 weeks pregnant." The thought hammered through my brain on repeat as I stared at the long lines of his handsome body. Those hips of his that swelled just slightly rounder than most men were hidden with the way he was sitting, but I knew they were there too. I gave my junk another squeeze, enjoying the pressure. I let my dick go through a monumental force of will, and instead ran my hand down my thigh. Tapping my fingers there for a second, I was stuck drinking in the sight of him, until he smirked, and then I shook myself into action and unbuttoned my suit jacket. I tossed it on the floor, rather than wasting time looking for a place to put it. Bell's face was an addicting shade of embarrassed pink, and he looked so sweetly flustered, unable to bring his gaze any higher than the top button of my shirt. "You're glowing," I murmured as I approached him. I stopped near him, but not close enough to touch. He rubbed a hand over his baby bump, and his shirt rode up a little more, giving me a glimpse of what looked just like smooth pregnancy-stretched skin. I swallowed hard as my dick surged to full mast. He laughed and glanced away from me toward the floor while his cheeks continued to blaze, and his shyness made me feel like even more of a man than his swollen belly did. He seemed like he was gathering his courage, but again he stared at my chest rather than my face. I went to my knees in front of him, as if drawn by a magnet. I couldn't stand to be apart from him anymore. He was a living, breathing fantasy boy. "Daddy, what are you doing?" He'd gone breathy, and the way he sounded matched 1,000 dirty daydreams I'd had in the past. Hundreds of imagined conversations I'd conjured in my own mind while trying to fuck someone who I didn't have the balls to ask to play with me this way. A little strip of his tempting belly peeked out below his shirt, and I moaned. The mound of his pregnant stomach looked so real. No one had ever worn anything like this for me, and it was easy to pretend that his delicate state was natural. I wanted that stomach to be the result of me stuffing his ass so full of my seed, he'd had no choice but to get knocked up. "You're so fertile. Look how perfect that baby you're growing is. You're amazing." His dark eyebrows danced upward, and my stomach lurched as my excitement nearly strangled me. Would this be the thing that ended this for me with him? The baby belly was phenomenal, and I didn't think I could stand it if he told me later he wouldn't wear it again. Was he regretting it now? "Thank you, Daddy," he murmured, and his easy smile fought off some of my fears. "You look tired." He frowned at me, and I picked up one of his feet, massaging along his arch. His mouth dropped open and he leaned his head back. "That's fantastic. Damn. I run sometimes and my feet get sore, and that's really good. You're really good at that." Unexpected happiness took me by surprise, and my chest went light with the compliment. "Did you work hard today?" He cracked an eyelid open at me, and then closed it again, frowning deeper when I dug my knuckles into the bottom of his foot. "Are we? Just tell me about your day, Jax." I hadn't called him that before, except in my head, but it seemed like a good way to distract him. Besides, if he was going to do this for me, there was no way I would give him up after a couple of days. I should probably get used to using his first name at some point. He blew out a long breath. "I did what Jean-Paul told me to do, followed your instructions to the letter. I wouldn't screw around just because you weren't there." I felt him tensing up, which was the opposite of what I'd intended. I caressed my thumbs over the top of his foot, and he grunted in what might have been pain, so I eased up on the pressure. "You're such a good worker. I'm not surprised, but I thought that in your condition you shouldn't be standing all day." I bent and brushed my lips to the top of his foot. His skin was warm and soft there. "Was the desk work okay?" I asked against the spot where I'd laid the kiss. Jackson shivered and then chuckled. "Yes." I hadn't actually thought much about what I'd had him do today when I planned his assignment, but now I was glad that sitting at my desk had been the extent of things. It gave me an extra thrill thinking about thinking about a pregnant man working in my office, Having to put his feet up maybe, because his belly was so big it was making his ankles swell. I lowered his foot to the floor, gave it a pat, and then picked up the other one to start massaging it. Meanwhile, I was unable to look away from the sensual round bump of his baby belly. I worked on his foot until he was whimpering in a way that had me hungry to fuck him. His eyebrows furrowed into such a sexy expression, and he pursed his plush lips. "That feels so good. But what are you doing, Daddy?" I lowered that foot to the floor, purposefully being careful with him. My dick gave a needy throb at the idea that I needed to go easy on a man in his condition. I ran my hands up his legs and massaged his thighs, digging my fingers into his solid muscles. I loved that he spread his legs easily and quickly. He was clearly hard for me, and that just made everything so much sweeter. I hadn't truly expected him to allow me back here to his apartment again, let alone with him taking such an active role in doing something I knew was only meant for me. Leaning up, I dropped a kiss on the baby bump, thrilled with how it felt just like kissing his actual body. "Will you let me take care of this for you before I fuck you?" I ran a thumb along his bulge. "Do you get too sensitive after you come to take me?" He flushed and his lips parted. He rocked his hips, chasing my touch, and I gave him more pressure before I pulled away. He let out a hoarse moan. "I don't know. Usually the guys I sleep with aren't giving me blowjobs. They want me to make them blow a load and then hit the street. Like I did last time." I refused to feel guilty. He nodded and his jaw went stiff. "Daddy, I liked what we did, I promise," he said sharply. "You filled my ass so well. Look what you did." He cupped his pregnant stomach with both hands and gave me such an innocent glance from under his eyelashes that for the first time since I was a teenager, I almost came in my underwear from the sight of something so fucking erotic. "Stand up. I want these pants gone." He laughed. "I really don't think I can get off the couch. It's weird how much the baby throws off my balance." He tried to raise himself and fell back against the cushions with a grunt. "Sorry, I'm stuck." Christ! I was on my feet in a flash, lifting him free of his pillow prison to stand. Jackson stumbled forward, and the firm mound of his stomach brushed against me. He was short enough that his belly put pressure on my throbbing dick. Heat boiled through me in a vicious stab that streaked to my cockhead. I reached around to grab his ass cheeks and pulled him firmly against me. He laughed and wobbled, bracing his hands on my chest, a new blush taking over his face. Never in a million years would I have imagined the cold-hearted man who'd more or less sold himself to me for a position in my office would be capable of looking so wholesome. Without him saying so, I knew I'd never see him this way at work, and that made this special. I tried to fight off a ridiculous warmth that settled into my chest. "Tell me, little baby maker, did you sit in my office and do anything you shouldn't have today? No one can see you in there." I squeezed his ass firmly. He rocked his belly against me, and I shuddered with pleasure. "No, I wouldn't do that." "It's okay if you want to tomorrow." I reluctantly let go of his squeezable ass to reverently cup his belly. He was so fucking stunning, and the bump felt so real. My dick gave another harsh throb that almost felt painful rather than good. I know how hormones can make a carrier horny, make a man want to come. He looked up at me, and the raw need on his face almost had me tossing him back on the couch to fuck him hard, here and now. "Daddy, you want me to come at your desk?" I leaned in until the pressure of his belly against my dick had me feeling insane with the need to rut against him. So I gave in and rocked there once, twice, before I said, "No, I want you to come on my cock on my desk." I slammed our lips together, and he gasped into my mouth, giving me the perfect excuse to fuck my tongue against his. Jackson's stomach was smooshed between us and slammed a bizarre emotional knot into the very core of my body. I pressed my mouth harder to his. Normally, when I was with one of the rent boys from the courtesan, they begged me, with varying degrees of acting ability, to put my seed in them. And that was fucking hot, no denying it. But last night with Jackson was exceptional. I thrust against his stomach, and a hot rush sizzled through my gut. But this, I had a muscled, horny, pregnant man in my arms, and I shouldn't brutalize him the way I normally would a sex partner. He was pregnant, and I could see it. I could feel the life he was creating pressed against my dick. Fuck, I was in deep. It's a sex toy strapped around his middle, but I could feel the solid bump, and I couldn't make myself think too much about reality. "I need to be careful with you," I whispered and trailed my fingertips down his cheeks, his stubble catching on my skin. Even expecting, he was masculine, and that made this so much better. "You're in a delicate state." He stared into my eyes. Heat passed between us, and an oddly charged mood settled heavily over us. It seemed like he struggled to take a deep breath at exactly the same time I did, and I'd never felt more in sync with another man. "Thank you, Daddy. That's a good thought. That you want to be nice to me." His tone sounded skeptical, however, and I couldn't have that. I wouldn't have that. "Don't thank me. You're going to have my baby. You deserve it." His eyes went wide for a second, like maybe I'd finally surprised him, and he glanced away before he took my hand. I was disappointed as he stepped back from me, but rallied as he led me to his bedroom. This was going to be good. Unlike yesterday, when I stepped past the threshold and stared at the bed, I didn't like this room. It was clean, and there was really nothing wrong with it, same as before. But I wanted my pregnant boy to be in the best bed with his body cradled by the softest blankets. He needed something better. I stopped beside the bed, and I ignored my inner insanity as I took his hands in mine. He smirked at me, shook off my grip, then teased his clingy sweatpants down until they fell to the floor. Jackson's cock sprang out, deliciously pink, same as yesterday, but there was something about seeing his hard-on sticking up under the mound of his bump. The masculine cock and soft, life-giving belly juxtaposed had me painfully hard in my underwear. My suit pants felt like they were cutting off vital circulation. I helped him lie down, and he squirmed around as I stood there drinking in the sight of him, his bouncing cock proud and flushed. His shirt had ridden up over his stomach, and the effect was an erotic delight. "Daddy, you don't have to be careful with me," he said as I lowered myself to the bed and used my hands to part his thighs. I stroked the soft skin high between his legs and brushed my fingers over his balls. I played with him, softly rolling the skin of his sack until a furrow formed between his brows. "But you deserve to be pampered. You're pregnant." Another uncontrollable thrill settled into me as I bent down to kiss the top of his belly, and then I lowered my head to suck cock for the first time in a long while. When you paid for sex, somehow you didn't do much of the work, and I'd missed it. The tang of his pre-cum burst on my tongue and reminded me of a fall day, rich and earthy. I licked around the firm crown of his cock, and he cautiously rested his hands on my head. I worked on him, sucked and licked until he was gasping and panting and bucking his hips. The silky skin of his shaft was so nice to have against my tongue that I lapped at it, ignoring his cockhead, making him arch his body for more. His belly rocked above me, and I found myself staring at it, hypnotized, as I danced my tongue over his slit until he was shaking his head back and forth and whining. I let him pop out of my mouth so I could get a good look at him, shiny and wet with my spit, harder than steel, all with that sweet belly resting above his straining shaft. "Daddy," he whined. "Don't stop. I need more." Oh yes, pretty fertile boys with pretty hips get whatever they want at the end of a long day, especially when they're growing a baby for me. He met my eyes and winced, thrusting his hips higher. I laughed and sucked him down to the base, all in one smooth motion. Then I teased off and gave him a few shallow sucks before I deep-throated him again. Jackson's such a cute little belly boy. Fuck, he's my belly boy. Groaning around his cock had him shouting, and then he panted silently as he planted his feet on the bed and thrust into the back of my throat as he thrashed underneath me. I felt his cock twitching and swallowed, letting him feed me his juice. I kind of liked that. He could shoot juice, and I could fill him with seed, because after all, he wasn't putting a baby in me. No, he was carrying my baby, and juice was nourishment. He tensed, and his low keening noise filled the room. He hadn't been this vocal last night. If I could get such inspiring sounds from him, I'd blow him every day. I swallowed around him again, and he was so hard it was a tighter fit than was comfortable. I tried not to gag as he ground his groin against my lips, his dark curls tickling the tip of my nose. After another desperate hump against my face, he fell back on the bed, panting. I let his dick slip out of my mouth, and it fell, thick and heavy, against his thigh. He really was aglow now, with his blushing cheeks and the sweat on his forehead. I wanted him more than ever. I hurt with how much I needed to fill his ass with my cock. "Hips up," I said, shocked at how raspy I sounded, as I went onto my knees and reached for one of the pillows at the head of the bed. "Huh? You don't want me on my hands and knees again?" He gave me a dopey smile that had fondness smacking me from out of the blue. We hadn't known each other long enough for me to feel this way yet, but I stroked his thighs and breathed in the musk of his body and let myself enjoy the moment. Can't have you falling on your stomach. Gotta protect this little one. He covered his eyes with one hand and laughed, but arched his back to allow me to slide a pillow under his beautiful wide hips. It felt strange and, well, nice to have an excuse to be gentle with him as I leaned down to kiss his thigh, high up where it met his groin. I was more turned on than I'd ever been, but I didn't have the need to rush that should have had me flinging his calves over my shoulders. Lube. Jackson frowned, like he was having trouble remembering what that word meant, and then his eyebrows hitched higher as he reached under the pillow beneath his head and grinned. I was taking care of those urges this morning. I'm extra horny right now. How did you know? He smiled, and my blood boiled as he stroked a hand over his fake stomach. Help me, Daddy? He bit his lip and looked more vulnerable than I'd yet seen him. If you put enough seed in me, maybe I'll have twins. Those words hit me right in the balls. I fumbled open the lube and smeared lube on his dick so I would have something to make stroking him better once I started to fuck him. He was so hot, I was surprised steam didn't rise from him. Do you want that? Do you want to be that full of my seed? I almost choked on the words. They were so filthy and good, and I'd never gotten this far into the role with anyone. Bring your legs up. I wanted to call him Belly Boy. I wanted to say it. I wanted to say 1,000 dirty things that would probably be too freaky for him. But instead, I held my breath for a few seconds and let the urge pass. I did not want to scare him off. Not now. He frowned and tried to draw his knees straight to his chest, but then his mouth twisted to the left in a cute little pout, and he spread his legs around his bulging belly. Fuck, I whispered. Adrenaline surged through me, and my hand shook as I gave him lightning-fast prep. I pumped lube into him with 2 fingers and he flinched, probably because I was moving too fast. Normally, I wouldn't give a flying fuck, or any other sort of fuck, except for the one with my cock. But today I cared. Especially with his legs spread wide to accommodate his beautiful belly. I slowed down, put more lube on my fingers, and teased his hole. Daddy, please, I'm getting hard again, he whispered. We both looked down at his plumping dick. He wriggled against my fingers where I teased him. I need your seed. He was doing this so flawlessly, and I knew why he was committing to the experience so hard. But at the moment, I just couldn't bring myself to care. He wanted a better job, which I'd already given him, and I wanted him just like this. You're gonna get it. I'm going to fill you so full, you're spurting my cum when you shoot your wad. I stroked his hole and teased my fingers into him until his cock was sticking straight up and begging for attention. He whimpered when I went in for the coup de grace and used firm strokes over his prostate. Bliss had him closing his eyes and parting his lips, and I rubbed harder. Have to take care of you, I whispered. He growled. Fuck me. I laughed and slid between his legs. He had more demands that I ignored until a red flush spread from his chest to his cheeks, and I knew he was on the verge of coming again. I withdrew from his mind-blowing heat and didn't care that I smeared lube on my suit pants as I unbuttoned and lowered my zipper. I sneaked my cock out of the slit in my briefs rather than getting naked and lined up with his lube-glossed asshole. The sight was like a hot fist to the gut. Drops of pre-cum dripped from my slit, and I shivered as I smeared them over his hole. "Please," he gasped out, and I gently pressed against him, teasing. He pouted, though I didn't think he realized he was doing it, and gripped his legs so hard that the skin began to turn red where his fingers bit into his flesh. I leaned my weight into spearing him open and broke through into tight, hot heaven. "You're still in your suit," he gasped out, almost like he'd forgotten I hadn't undressed, even though he'd seen me all along. Maybe he'd been that lost in his head. "Your baby daddy couldn't wait to fill you up, since you want another baby in there," I said, and rubbed a hand over his belly. "In your suit. You're fucking me in your suit. Oh, God." He tossed his head back on his pillow, and I lifted his legs over my arms so I could hold him wide. He twisted his fingers into his own dark curls and held on. I took a second to appreciate the sight of myself disappearing into his hole and sank into the urgent tension at the root of my cock as I drilled farther into his tight heat. For a while, all I did was wallow in the joy of fucking. He cried out and slapped his hands to my shoulders, but then he lowered his hands to his baby bump, and his mouth fell open in a yell. I shifted on my knees until I fucked a short yelp out of him, and then stayed there in that spot, pounding into him. My orgasm closed in fast. He was too flawless underneath me, his dick dripping clear drops and sweat clinging to his temples. I slid my hand under his shirt and rolled one of his nipples between my fingers, and he squeezed around my cock, almost ending things right there for me. "Come again for Daddy. Come on, come." I pounded my hips so hard, the lush slap of our bodies smacking together echoed around the room. He nodded, and I expected him to jerk himself off, but he gasped, and his eyes flew wide. "Daddy, I'm going to..." He bowed off the bed. I leaned down and captured his parted lips in a kiss. His mouth was soft and sweet, and I licked into it, tasting him. He whimpered, and the sound pushed me over the edge. I buried my cock as far in his ass as I could, and came with a full-body rush of tingles. My cockhead pulsed, and I fucking loved that I was coming surrounded by his body, planting my seed deep inside him. When I was done, I carefully began to ease free of Jackson, but he grasped at my shirt. "Stay for a second?" His smile dazzled me. I froze and then finished pulling out faster than I'd meant to. That pleased expression of his wasn't pretend. He was actually feeling that good with me, maybe even about me. No one was that great of an actor. That wasn't okay. He wasn't supposed to like me. Hell, I wasn't supposed to like that he seemed to like me. "Wait, I have a meeting to go to." I mumbled, staring down at his belly instead of his face. I stroked my fingers over it again, just in case he never did this for me in the future. I wanted the sight burned forever into my spank bank. You're working in my office again tomorrow. You'll see me around 2 o'clock. Quickly, I stood and tucked myself away. Daddy, you felt good, right? I forced myself to be a man and studied him, checking his face for any signs of pain or discomfort. He nodded carefully after a few seconds. His movements were stiff, though. Yes, Daddy, he said guardedly. I can feel your seed in me. Some of my strange mood drained away. Hold it in there as long as you can. Lie back. That's right, I said when he wriggled around and got comfortable. Don't move. I went to his small bathroom, again neat as an admiral's sock drawer, like everything else in the apartment, and grabbed a washcloth. I came back to the bedroom, and he hadn't moved yet. His eyes were closed and his breathing was steady. Thought you had a meeting. Jackson didn't call me out on my bullshit, but his tone let me know that he knew I was a coward, or maybe that was my guilt talking. What had just happened was too perfect to ruin, which I would if I stayed any longer. I didn't want to fuck this up for myself yet. I do have a meeting, a dinner meeting. I regretted my lie as I ran a hand over his swollen belly. I wiped his cum away from his dick with far more care than I would have shown my own. The last thing I wanted was for him to be itchy while he napped. Wish I could take him to dinner. Anxiety washed over me as soon as I realized what the fuck was running through my mind. Take him to dinner? Put his feet up? There were so many little things I could do around here to take care of a pregnant, cute belly boy. I touched his stomach again, feeling reverent. Take care of him? That was fucking crazier than anything we'd done so far, and he'd basically prostituted himself for a job. My heartbeat rushed in my ears. I'll see you tomorrow. And it will be so sad to not see you this way. I touched his belly again, and some emotion welled up in my chest, both terrible and wonderful at the same time. I forced myself to toss the washcloth on the floor instead of being an idiot and taking it to the bathroom. I wasn't his maid. I didn't let myself bend down and kiss his soft lips. His eyelids fluttered, but stayed closed, and his lashes swept darkly against his cheeks. He seemed like he was settling in for a long nap, maybe even for the night, early as it was, so I gave in and folded the blankets over him before I left. The instant I stepped through my own front door into my empty apartment, I wished I'd brought him with me. I really could have fed him dinner and put his feet up. I could bring him here and spoil him right. Fuck, what is wrong with me? I asked my empty living room that was bigger than Jackson's whole apartment, but there was no one there to answer. Chapter 7, Jax. I took a deep breath and stared at the flashing numbers on the elevator, the strap of my backpack held tightly in my hand. It was so fucking weird to feel this nervous, but I'd never had a sexual experience quite like what I'd had last night. I never expected to enjoy having sex while pretending to be pregnant, but the fucking was hot, and I came so hard I saw stars. I laughed quietly to myself at the absurdity before the elevator dinged open and I stepped out, nearly running into Kalinsky. He huffed at me and crossed his arms, and I knew what was coming before he even opened his mouth. "What did you do to get into Mr. Elwood's good graces?" he snapped, jaw tight. His suit was impeccable as usual, a lot more expensive than mine, but that's what happened when your parents had money. "My mother knows the mayor." "And?" I asked in a bored tone, forcing down the urge to snicker at him. "Elwood isn't the mayor. Mr. Elwood is a respectable politician who helps the mayor with his policies. If anyone deserves to work beneath him, it's me." I nearly snorted at the word respectable. If only Kalinsky knew the truth about Vane and his sex kinks. I imagined the asshole before me would run for the hills. He didn't seem to be the type to have sex at all, let alone the kinky kind. "If you say so," I smiled sarcastically at him. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do for Mr. Elwood." With a wink in his direction, I hit his shoulder on my way past and walked toward Vane's office door. He already said he'd be away for most of the morning, and the thought of sitting in his office again made me shiver. Jean-Paul was waiting for me at his desk as soon as I entered. He peered up at me with an amused curve to his mouth that made me pause in surprise. I didn't think I'd done anything funny. I quickly checked to make sure there wasn't toilet paper stuck to my shoe. "Hi," I said, confused and slightly alarmed. Jean-Paul shoved himself to his feet and walked around the desk with his arms crossed. He looked very put together today, but that seemed usual for him. I could see why Vane kept him around. "I had a visitor this morning." "Kalinsky?" I guessed with a roll of my eyes. He chuckled, and I froze at the uncharacteristically evil sound. "Yes, apparently he feels like you didn't earn your position under Mr. Elwood. He was very adamant that you must have been blackmailing the deputy mayor." Irritation stirred in my guts. I expected a lot of things from Kalinsky, but going to my boss's assistant and telling him that I was blackmailing Vane wasn't one of them. I sighed. "He has it out for me." "You don't say." He stepped closer, and I stiffened, not sure what to expect from this side of him. This was new. "Be careful, Jackson. When you become a politician, there are a lot of people who want to bring you down, and they would do anything to see you burn. He seems like one of those people." "He's only here because Mommy and Daddy have money," I grumbled. "Maybe, but money speaks in politics. Don't let him get one over on you." Then he stepped back again and waved his hand towards Vane's office door. I got the feeling this more serious side of his personality was closer to his real self than I'd seen of him so far. "You'll be doing the same today as you were yesterday. Mr. Elwood will be back this afternoon, and he told me you could use his office until then." I smiled in thanks and gripped my bag tighter on my shoulder as I strode past him and opened Vane's door, stepping inside. A mixture of anger and annoyance stirred inside me. Jean-Paul was right, and usually I was ready for people like Kalinsky, the kind who thought they could get whatever they wanted because they've always gotten that growing up. He was going to learn that wasn't the case when I was involved. Plans formed in my head as I fell into Vane's seat and opened the laptop I left there yesterday. I worked through the majority of the morning, my mind jumping from work to what I was going to do about Kalinsky, until it hit 11 and I was out of steam. I fell back into the seat and stared around the room, at the polished wooden bookcase and desk, couches, meeting table. Everything as pristine and expensive as Vane himself. And that reminded me of last night and the way he fucked into my hole. I shivered again and licked my lips. My gaze wandered to a picture of Vane on the desk. He was holding his diploma and wore a black graduation gown. He was a lot younger in this picture. I guessed it was from high school, but he hadn't changed that much. Vane was still as handsome as ever, maybe even more so now that he was older and more experienced. The thought had me reaching down to cup myself under the desk. Fuck. That was one way of putting it. The mere thought of him made my cheeks flush and cock harden. He'd taken care of me in ways other guys hadn't, fucking me in all the right ways, and I wanted more. I chewed on my bottom lip and unzipped and unbuttoned my pants, pulling myself out of my underwear. I couldn't believe I was doing this here, but pleasure trickled through me, and I wanted to come in his office, leave my mark. I snorted at my own thoughts. The 2 days I'd spent with him were clearly already making an impression on me. Spitting into my palm, I wrapped my hand around my cock and leaned back into Vane's chair. I closed my eyes and thought about the way he'd fucked me last night, his thick cock drilling my hole so roughly that I came without touching myself. It had been hot, and I needed more. I imagined him doing me over his desk, and I wondered if Jean-Paul would be able to hear outside the door if we did do it in here. I had a feeling he already knew what was happening. I chuckled and gave myself a good squeeze, fondling up and down my hard length with long, tight strokes. Fuck yeah! The door shot open and I jerked upright, eyes flashing wide as Vane strode through the door. He paused just over the threshold and raised his eyebrows. He couldn't see me under the desk, but it wasn't hard to guess what was happening. My face burned. Well, well, well. Vane smirked and turned. Jean-Paul, please don't interrupt us. I heard his assistant confirm the request before Vane shut the door, the sound of the click louder to my ears than it probably was. Releasing myself, I fumbled with my pants, but Vane was at my side before I realized, and he grabbed my hands. Stop. I froze, swallowing, as my eyes rose to stare at his handsome, amused face. Don't speak, Vane demanded. Stand up. I moved instinctively, aware of the way my cock hadn't softened at all, even though I'd been caught. If anything, I was harder now that he was in the room. He moved me away from the chair and sat down in it instead, before crooking his finger in my direction. Come here, sit on my lap. Yes, Daddy, I whispered, trembling in excitement as I did exactly what he'd asked. It was a little awkward with suit pants and my shoes on, but I turned toward him and settled my knees on either side of his thighs on the office chair. He touched my hips and I gasped. His gaze settled on my jutting cock, and he licked his lips. Were you taking care of yourself while Daddy stepped out? His voice was rough and low, and I felt it to my core, sparks of need firing through me. Yes, Daddy, I whispered, gripping the arms of the chair and staring down at him, waiting for his reaction. You couldn't hold off for me? He tickled his fingertips over my clothed thighs and closer to my cock. I held my breath, but he moved them away again. I groaned in disappointment. I'm sorry, I just needed to get rid of some tension. Does the baby make you horny? He leaned forward, placed a kiss on my lips, and I sighed into him. Are the pregnancy hormones messing with you? Yes, Daddy. I cupped his face, kissed him harder, and groaned as I ground my cock against his stomach. So horny. I want you inside me. Please take care of me, Daddy. You did this to me. It was nothing to fall into the role play that turned Vane on so easily. And like I expected, he groaned and grasped me tighter. I leaned closer to whisper in his ear. Fill me up until your spunk is dripping out of me, Daddy. Fuck. He stood, taking me with him. I wrapped my legs around his waist, the heels of my shoes digging into his lower back as he pushed the laptop out of the way and dumped me onto his desk. He attached his lips to mine, and we kissed roughly. My cock got caught between our bodies, and friction sent a spark of desire through me. You want Daddy to fill you up with another baby? Please, I murmured, cupping his cheeks between my hands and rubbing my cock against him. My balls felt too tight, and I wanted to come so badly it physically hurt. I didn't even care that the desk was hard against my back and that something was poking into my side, probably a pen. Please fuck me here, Daddy. Fill me until I feel you leaking out of my hole all day. Vane groaned and tugged at my pants. I let him pull them and my shoes off completely. He left my socks on, but I didn't care. He worked at his belt, then the button and zipper of his suit pants, and I couldn't tear my eyes away from how he fumbled with them, as though he was so excited that he didn't have the finesse to undo them. The sight made my cheeks feel hotter. Was this how much he wanted me? Fuck. He finally popped the button and dragged down the zipper over the teeth. The noise made me chew my bottom lip as he ripped open the top drawer of his desk, pulling out a bottle of lube. I raised my brows in surprise. You have lube here? At least that answered my question as to whether he jerked off in his office or not. He smirked at me in response and slid his palm down my thigh, raising goosebumps on my skin. He didn't answer my question, though, and kicked the chair out of the way instead and stepped directly between my spread legs. I shoved myself up and met him halfway in a passionate kiss that had my toes curling. He always fucked my mouth as well as he did my ass. Coating his hard-straining cock with lube, he lined himself up at my hole, and I fell back onto the desk, closing my eyes and waiting for the delicious breach I knew was coming. He touched my thighs again and then slid his hands up to my hips, caressing the skin there. Such wide hips, perfect for the baby. I groaned when I finally felt him push in, gasping as he spread my unprepared asshole. He was so fucking big, and I felt every inch. My skin tingled, and I grabbed my erection to stop myself from coming then and there. I'd never gotten off on just penetration, but there were a couple of close calls since I met Vane. I'm going to fill you up with a second baby, he whispered before he began thrusting roughly into me. The whole desk shook with his movements, and if it wasn't so sturdy, I would have been afraid of it collapsing under us. My shirt scrunched up beneath me every time he lunged into me, and my sweaty back slid against the polished wood. I felt and saw and smelled every sensation around me. The scent of our sweat, the grunts he made whenever he fucked into me, the groan of the desk beneath me, the prickle at the base of my spine. Everything was amazing. He pegged my prostate, and I convulsed and gripped the edge of the desk. "Please, Daddy, fuck, right there, fill me up." His fingernails dug into my hips as he thrust faster and harder, his balls slapping against my skin. I wrapped a hand around his thigh, hauling him into another kiss while I began jerking my cock. I dreamed about desk sex in an office, but I never expected it to actually happen. I wasn't sure I could ever go back to vanilla fucks after this. "Fuck yes. Gonna fill you up and have you dripping all day. Please, give me your baby batter." I would have laughed, because that was something ridiculous I'd heard somewhere once, and I'd thought it was stupid at the time. But Vane's eyes darkened, and he shoved deep inside me, stealing my breath. He gripped me harder, and his thrusts became jolted, and I knew he was close, because so was I, and with a few jerks of my cock, my orgasm exploded through me. Prickles of desire made bumps on my skin, and my balls tightened to the point I thought they'd burst. Cum shot out of my slit and across my previously clean shirt. I trembled, my knees shaking the worst. Vane wasn't far behind me, and he stiffened, groaning, the warmth of his cum filling my well-fucked hole. We both moaned, and I cupped the back of his head, dragging him down for another kiss. We stayed there, plastered together and kissing gently, until my back began to ache in that position. Vane pulled out and unbuttoned his shirt, his mouth pursed in a thin line that made me frown. "Didn't expect desk sex," I said, laughing in an attempt to lighten the mood. "Didn't expect you to be playing tug the worm in my office." His mouth did a quirk at that, and relief swept through me. "Yeah, I'm not sorry." He chuckled and shrugged off his jacket and shirt. "I have spare clothes in the closet in my bathroom. You should always prepare for the unexpected." "Is that a lesson?" I straightened, and my back gave a twinge that made me wince. Staring down at the mess I'd made on my own shirt, I double winced. Well, fuck. That didn't go as planned at all. I didn't have a spare suit. "Yes, make sure you bring an extra to work. You can use my closet to store it." He made his way toward the door to the right, which I assumed was the bathroom he was talking about, before he paused and glanced back at me. "You're smaller than me, but my shirt will fit well enough. You can wear one of mine." "Are you sure?" I hesitated before I picked up my clothes from the floor and began to follow him through the dark wooden door and into a bathroom. It was equipped with a shower hidden behind a charcoal-tiled wall, a porcelain toilet, a marble counter with a white sink, and the tall closet he'd mentioned. The bathroom was dressed in a navy theme, with the tiles a gray, blue, and white pattern. "This is nice." I whistled in awe. He grinned at me over his shoulder. "The perks of being me." The bathroom was installed under the assumption that the deputy mayor would be working long nights and would need a shower when he did. I nodded. It made sense. He opened the closet and pulled out a suit covered in a loose plastic bag and hanging on a clothes hanger. "Here, the shirt in here should fit you. It might be a bit big, but not really noticeable." "Thank you." I took it from him and laid it carefully over the counter. Unbuttoning my shirt, I watched him head for the shower. Clearly he was taking one before putting on his new suit. He crooked his finger at me, and I grinned, ripping off my shirt and socks before joining him. The warm water felt great on my sore back, and I took turns sharing it with Vane. We didn't speak until we'd both washed up and Vane had turned off the shower again. "I won't be coming over this afternoon." "Oh." I hated how disappointed I both felt and sounded. I liked the sex, probably too much. It was almost as if I was forgetting that Vane was another pawn to me, a means to an end. I had one desire in this world, and that was reaching the pinnacle of my career any way possible. Vane Elwood was a stepping stone. I had so many reasons to keep my eyes on the prize. "I'm busy," he said as he passed me a fluffy white towel. I took it with a nod of thanks and began to dry myself off, focusing on the task rather than looking at him. He'd been coming up with a lot of excuses, and I didn't think that was a good thing. If he'd lost interest already, it could affect my spot here in the office. "But I'll be over tomorrow afternoon." "Oh." Relief settled into me, and my shoulders relaxed. I smiled. "What if I'm busy? Tomorrow is Saturday." "Cancel your plans," he said without missing a beat. "If you want to rise in politics, Jackson, you need to make sacrifices." They were sacrifices that I'd be more than happy to make if it meant getting another round of sex with that cock of his. "Yes, Daddy." His gaze turned heated, and he dragged me against his wet body. I grabbed his shoulders and let him haul me into a thorough kiss that left my cock half hard again. "How am I going to keep my hands off you at work?" he growled. I laughed. "Do you think Jean-Paul knows what happened?" He snorted in answer and ran a hand over his wet dark hair. "Yes, JP is not an idiot. He also knows how to keep his mouth shut." I nodded and tugged at the towel wrapped around my waist, loosening it until it fell to my feet, exposing my fattening cock to him. "Well, we could always go again. He can distract anyone who wants to see you." Vane smirked and grabbed me by my hips. He really did have a fascination with them. "Yes, he can." The next day, I did an unusual thing and slept in. Vane had worked me so hard, both sexually and in my actual job, that my body let me know I needed the extra time. When I woke up, I was ready for a relaxing day, at least until Vane came by this afternoon. Elsie messaged me to ask if I wanted to hang out, but I declined, which wasn't odd for me. Usually I was too busy to socialize, which is why we often met up for lunch. After I had a quick shower, I fell onto my couch and sighed, staring at the blank screen of the TV. I couldn't quite put this thing with Vane into perspective. His kink was weird, not something I'd heard of before, but it wasn't entirely unpleasant. The baby bump wasn't comfortable and weighed a ton, but he rewarded me for wearing it by drilling me into the bed. I couldn't complain when I was getting that kind of sex. I snorted just as my phone chirped in a happy beat. I grabbed it and answered, "Hey, Dad."
"Jax, I haven't heard from you in weeks. Are you dead?"
My father's deep but chipper voice made me chuckle. "Yes, I was murdered a week ago, and now I'm haunting my apartment, waiting for you to call."
"Oh, goody. I love a good mystery. I've been watching those Netflix shows, the whodunit ones. Should I come over and look for clues?"
He chuffed to himself as though he thought he was the funniest man on the planet, and I couldn't do anything but laugh along with him. "What's up, Dad?" I finally said after we finished chuckling at his bad jokes. I turned to my side on the couch and kicked my feet up, leaning back against the arm.
"Your mother's been worried. You're always so busy and never find time to visit us."
He went from funny to sounding displeased, and I knew the only reason he was calling was because Mom had been hounding him. She'd been lost since I left the nest, and I always told her to get a pet. She had 2 dogs, 3 cats, 2 ducks, and 5 chickens. But even that hadn't been enough to keep her attention away from her only child being gone. "I'm an intern, Dad. I don't get a choice." Technically, I wasn't anymore, but explaining that to them would take too much effort. My parents weren't stupid, but they didn't like politics either. As far as they were concerned, all politicians were corrupt. Maybe they were, but that kind of game was what I was good at. I liked the thrill of the cunningness of it all.
"We know, but you could visit us at least 1 weekend a month."
He huffed, and his voice grew sterner.
"You know what your mom is like."
I rolled my eyes but smiled. "I'm aware."
"Just come visit us, okay? We're not that far. I know you don't have a car, but if you give me the word, I'll come pick you up."
"You're a terrible driver near the city, Dad."
"Then take a bus to the suburbs and I'll pick you up from there."
I knew a lost fight when I heard one, or at least when it came to my parents. I was more than happy to put down my weapons. "Fine, I'll let you know when I'm free next."
"Thank you. Don't tell your mother I called and told you about her."
I laughed harder and leaned my head back against the couch arm, staring up at the markings on the ceiling. The apartment was old and ratty, with peeling paint, but it was cheap and all I could afford. At least I didn't have to deal with a roommate. I never got along with people I lived with. I'd learned that in college. We chatted some more about football and Dad's job. He was a construction worker most of his life, but right now he had a job as a plumber on the outskirts and had recently employed my cousin, which apparently hadn't been a great idea. I let him rant about Glenn and his laziness before we finally said our goodbyes, right in time for the doorbell to chime. I frowned at the time on my phone. It was way too early for Vane. Kicking my legs off the couch, I rose and headed for the door, yanking it open. A delivery boy stood on the other side, looking no older than 20, with a handcart stacked with crates. "Good morning," he said with a big grin. He wore a green hat with a familiar food market logo on it, as well as a uniform to match. "Are you Mr. Jackson Bell?" "Yes." I frowned down at the groceries fitted neatly in the crates. "I'm Michael from Clover's Marketplace. I'm here with your delivery." He went to move the cart, but I held up my palm to him. There must be some mistake. I didn't order groceries. His bushy brown eyebrows dipped in confusion, and he stuck his hand into his pocket. tugging out a piece of paper and presenting it to me. "According to this, these groceries are for you, sir. The order was placed by a Mr. Vane Elwood." What? But he was already shoving me aside and pushing the cart through my door. He stopped near my kitchen island and unstacked the crates, placing the paper-bagged groceries on the counter. "I'm just here to deliver, sir. If you have a problem, you can call the store." I glanced in confusion from the bags to him, but the delivery boy was already heading for the door before I grabbed his shoulder. "Did you want a tip?" "No need, sir. Mr. Elwood paid it. Have a nice day." And then he was gone, and all I could do was stare after him in befuddlement. I returned my attention to the groceries and shifted closer to them, opening the bags to see what Vane had bought. There were all sorts of healthy foods, the kind I didn't particularly enjoy but didn't hate. I wasn't stupid enough not to notice that they were the kinds of edibles that were good for pregnant people. Irritation clawed at my insides, but I pushed it aside. It was simple. I'd just tell him not to buy groceries for me again. While I was more than happy to put out for advancing my career, I hated the thought of being a kept man. I didn't need handouts, especially not from the man I let fuck me. I shook my head and took the time to put away all the groceries before I went back to the couch. Grabbing my phone again, I played a few games on it and checked Twitter before the doorbell went off again. I stiffened, then rose and yanked it open. And fuck, another man stood there with a clipboard in his hand, wearing a hat that said Gothen Furniture. "Hello, I'm here to deliver your new furniture and take away the old stuff." He was much older than the last delivery boy and had age lines around his eyes. His smile was infectious, and if I wasn't in a foul mood for what seemed like another gift from Vane, I might have smiled back. My eyes widened. "New furniture? What new furniture?" He peered down at his clipboard and nodded. "A new bed, mattress, and couch." "No." I shook my head. "They're not mine." He frowned at me and glanced at the number on my door, then back to me again. "Are you Jackson Bell?" "Yes, but..." "Fuck. Listen, who ordered this stuff? Was it Vane Elwood?" He peered back down at his paper and nodded again, his bushy mustache twitching. "That's the name here, Sonny." "Can you take it back?" I asked with more desperation than I'd meant. The delivery man let out a chortle that made his chest rattle before he must have realized I was serious, and he stopped again. "If I take this back, kiddo, my boss will be real pissed at me. It's my job to deliver it, not take the new furniture back. I just got this job. I'd rather not lose it so soon." He frowned at me and stuck the clipboard under his armpit. "Listen, this is a brand new bed and couch. They're not cheap, some of the most expensive ones we have. If I was you, I'd be grateful and take it." I wanted to grumble at him, tell him I wasn't the kind of person who was bought with gifts. But then I just felt bad about the idea of him losing his job. So I let him in and took him to my bedroom, where I stripped the bed. Another man came in, and together they took apart the old bed and carried it out before they came back for the ratty mattress. I watched with shock as the couch I bought in college was hauled away, and soon they were bringing in the new furniture. It didn't take them long to assemble everything, and once they'd done their jobs, the first man thanked me, and then they were gone again, leaving me in the empty apartment with new furniture I didn't buy. I squeezed the bridge of my nose and cursed Vane. I didn't know what he was thinking, but when he got here, we'd be having a serious conversation that probably wouldn't end well. But there was no way in hell someone was going to buy me. The only currency I took was climbing the career ladder. Why did he have to go and make a good situation so difficult? Chapter 8. Vane. Nightcore blasted in my ears, and I felt like I was flying as my feet thudded along fast. My breath rushed from me as I dug in and pushed myself on the treadmill, nearly at my limit. I wanted at least one 8-minute mile. My entire adult life I'd chased that fucking 8-minute mile, and maybe once a week I actually hit my goal. That's the kind of person I was, though. Once I decided I wanted something, I never let it go. The private gym on the second level of City Hall had floor-to-ceiling windows and gave me a very unsatisfying view of the street below. And much more importantly, I could see the sign for El Sabroso Sur, one of the best Mexican restaurants in the city. People kept going in and leaving with huge paper bags stuffed with spicy deliciousness. I groaned and turned up the speed on my treadmill. I wanted the queso blanco. I wanted a margarita the size of a fishbowl. Today, I wanted everything that was bad for me, and that included plowing Jackson's magnificent ass. Of course, maybe Jackson wasn't bad. Could I count spectacular sex as stress relief? I'd had plans on going to Jackson's house to cook for him after my time in the gym, but the Mexican food might end up being my gift to him instead. Well, another gift. I checked my phone. I'd expected a text or something when the furniture arrived, but so far nothing. Maybe it was running late. I hoped he liked the bed. He deserved to have something comfortable. My mouth watered as I thought about the chilaquiles and tamales. But really, the only reason I wanted to indulge was because I could imagine the excited face he would make when eating such good food. After all, a pregnant man would appreciate food more than another man would. My phone rang and interrupted my music. I answered without checking the screen. "Speak now." "It's me." Ross's voice was raspy, like he'd been yelling at someone, or doing something else that might have wrecked his throat. There was no telling what he'd been up to, because he gave me a run for my money as the man-whore of City Hall, and that was saying something. Stumbling, I swore and hit the red panic bar on the treadmill, bringing the belt under me to a stop. Fuck. "You okay?" I was doing my Saturday 10. I didn't bother trying to rein in my irritation, and he only laughed. "You masochist. I need you. Don't get sweet on me now." Ross snorted in a particularly unattractive way that I knew was below Jackson. He was too classy to make that sound. I growled under my breath, not about my interrupted run, but because I hadn't been able to have more than 3 thoughts in a row today that didn't end with Jackson. Maybe it was because I knew I was going to his place later. "I'm at the hall. What's going on? I have plans this afternoon." "Cancel them." I groaned. "No. Why? This better be important. I'm not fucking off my plans just to go to the courtesan. My dick is happy at the moment. Although I've probably spent more money this week than I would have on the rent boys." Ross sighed and my blood ran cold. He'd only done that a couple of times. And the last time he sounded that bad, 6 police officers had been shot by members of a motorcycle club. The entire police force had been frothing at the mouth.
Fuck's sake, don't keep me in suspense.
Police officer.
I was afraid you'd say that.
I snagged my towel from where I had it hanging on the railing of a nearby treadmill. I was the only sucker in here on a Saturday, so it didn't matter how far I spread out my gear. I wiped off my face. An officer out of the Collingwood station has been picking girls up on minor violations, raping them, and then dumping them on the street. 4 girls came into the downtown station today. Commissioner Johnston just called me so we can try to get ahead of it with the media.
Fuck. When you say girls, are they at least legal?
Does it matter?
Not really.
I dabbed at my forehead and tried to take deep, even breaths.
But you know, we want to stay out of the national media.
He sighed, and my stomach dove. Oh, we don't have a chance in hell of that. The women were legal age, but they're all under 20. Definitely a parent's worst nightmare. And they were raped by a cop. It doesn't get much fucking worse than that.
Fuck.
I threw my towel on the floor and stared at it, my mind already speeding a mile a minute. We'd need to arrange a slew of publicized trainings for the police stations around the city, and that might not even be enough to appease voters before the next election.
This is about as bad as it could fucking get. Couldn't he have been a monster after the election?
Ross laughed, but it sounded bitter and tired. Yep. He sighed. Can you get the crew together?
What are we even doing?
Oh, you know, expressing our sympathy for the girls and their families, pursuing justice.
Making sure this asshole gets fired and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law?
I ground my teeth. The motherfucker.
Who was it? I'm going to go brick his face. Talk about making our fucking jobs more difficult.
The DA already blew up my phone. She's planning to destroy him. Ross's tone waxed smug, and I nodded to myself. We could make this happen. We just need to be supportive of the DA, but keep the cops on our side. Ross laughed. Yes, is that possible? Sighing, I swiped more sweat off my forehead.
Who fucking knows? We'll make it possible.
Ross snickered. That's why I love you.
Yeah.
I didn't say goodbye, just hung up on him. This was so disgusting and seedy. I was glad Ross wanted to hang this asshole out to dry and not try to protect him. I could barely stomach it when the dirty cops got a pass because the police union had been raising hell about one thing or another, and we didn't feel like we could take them on. This would be something they'd just have to eat. Those cops would cooperate, or I'd march into every station myself to smack sense into them. Or I'd send Jean-Paul. He was scarier. I called Jean-Paul to get him on his way here because any media response we mounted would require his delicately persuasive touch. As soon as I hung up on him, my thumb hovered over Jackson's number. My first instinct had been to bring him in too, because there was always a ton of work to do when something like this exploded. But on the other hand, he'd already had a long week. And to be honest, the last time I'd fucked him, he'd looked up at me as we showered and smiled, and just looked so sweet and innocent. I didn't really want him involved in this sordid mess. In my mind's eye, I could see Jackson, his belly poking out of the front of his shirt, exhausted on the new couch I'd sent over. He would have his feet up, maybe munching on grapes.
I knew only part of that equation was likely true. He might be lounging on the couch. I really wanted him to have a relaxing weekend, and this would be anything but. Instead of calling, I sent him a quick text telling him I wouldn't be able to make it until this evening, and then sprinted for the doorway. I had to ditch my sweaty clothes, shower, and get my ass in gear to get the media organized. The afternoon was a hellscape of reporters. We corralled the microphoned demons in the large reception room on the first floor of City Hall. It was a stately room with antique white plaster molding and old-world hardwood paneling designed to give off an air of importance and statesmanship. We tried to make the room nice, bringing in chairs and moving in a podium with the new Gothenburg City seal on the front for Midbury. I might as well have held the press conference in a graffiti-covered back alley. The media was absolutely vicious when it came to questioning Ross, and I had to step in more than once to remind them that City Hall was doing all it could to get to the bottom of this mess. Every time I butted in, it gave Ross a few seconds to get himself together, because I could tell he was ready to start swearing at some of the more rabid reporters. The media circus was almost over when I noticed Jackson standing with Jean-Paul and Mark at the back of the room, glaring at me. My stomach flipped when he met my gaze. He looked fantastic in a black suit and yellow shirt that brought out the golden undertones in his skin, even from this far away.
Thank you. Any further questions can be directed to the deputy mayor.
I jerked around to face the podium and tried to glare at Ross without allowing it to look like that's what I was doing, as I slid behind the podium at the front of the room like this had been the plan all along. The bastard escaped through a door behind me that hid a private staircase that led upstairs. No one could follow him. Dead-eyed info zombies stared back at me. Or at least that's what I felt like, because they were waiting to eat me alive. I glanced over their heads toward Jackson and used his calm presence beside Jean-Paul to steady myself. Smiling, I stepped up to the podium and planted my hands firmly on the sides, anchoring myself in place. Please, resume your questions. I'm sorry, the mayor must see to these issues in person. I hope you understand. Time is of the utmost importance in these situations. I stood there sweating through another half hour of questions, where I repeated in different ways the same things over and over again, and then finally called a halt to things. The reporters weren't happy to be wrangled out of the room. But Jean-Paul, Mark, and Jackson were able to cajole and charm everyone clear of the conference hall. They handed out a statement from the mayor outlining the training programs that would be instituted at all of the police departments in the next week for all the fucking good they would do. Sometimes I wondered why no one simply stood up and accused us of slapping a Band-Aid on a hemorrhage. It would have been true. When the last reporter was gone, it was almost too quiet. I slumped forward and allowed myself to rest my forehead on my fist on the podium, taking deep breaths. God, this was rough. Could I really do it for another 4 years? The sounds of scraping and metal slamming had me popping upright again. "What are you doing here?" I asked as I stepped down to the floor and dodged chairs to walk across the trash-littered room to meet Jackson. Jean-Paul swiped his auburn hair off his forehead and gave me a sympathetic smile as he snagged Mark, who gave him a confused frown and slipped out of the door with him in tow.
Why wasn't I told to be here to begin with? Jean-Paul texted me to tell me to bring down the chairs from the storage on the 4th floor because he thought I was here. But guess what? No one told me to come in." Jackson's eyes practically shot sparks at me. He was definitely not my demure little belly boy right now, and I tensed for a fight. The reporters had cranked my dial to 10, and even though he probably didn't deserve it, I was close to snapping already. "I thought you might want to relax today. I was being nice." I didn't bother to tell him that was rare, because if he wasn't stupid, he already knew that entire weekends at rest didn't happen often in our business. His neck bloomed red from under his collar, and the color took over his cheeks and forehead, putting in my mind his sweet flush right before he came. Hell, I couldn't even fight with him right. All I wanted to do was fuck him. "I'm here to be involved." Violently, he jabbed a finger at the floor, like maybe he would have preferred to stick it in my eye but aborted mission. "I'm here because I want the experience. Politics is my life, and politics is what I'm here for. I'm here for the job." Anger zipped through me, as if I needed the fucking reminder that the only reason he was doing anything at all with me was because of my connections. I'd been an idiot, reading too much into how he'd brought my fantasies to life. I should have known better. "You only want this to be about sex? You want to be here instead of resting at home with your feet up? Fine, then do all the shit work if that's what you want. I want this room spotless." I roared that last word right into his face. He flinched, and hurt flashed through his eyes. "You're serious?" I shrugged. "You don't want me to be nice? Fine, I won't be. I'll treat you like everyone else. Clean this up." I strode out of the room, and something bounced off the door as I slammed it behind myself. Irritation carried me as far as my office, but then I felt like an asshole. I got where he was coming from, sort of, though I still thought he was being ridiculous. And instead of just acknowledging his position in our argument, I had acted like his ideas didn't matter. But all I'd wanted to do today was give him a chance to have a break. Fuck. This must be why I didn't usually give a shit about the people I fucked. Caring was infuriating and exhausting. And if I was honest, I loved the idea of pampering him and forcing him to take time to rest. Especially since when I closed my eyes, all I saw in my mind was his baby belly and his blissed face after an orgasm. I blew out a long breath and went back downstairs to the reception hall. When I opened the door, Jackson was stacking the folding chairs along one wall to be returned to storage. "Did Jean-Paul stick you with all the cleanup work, or is he still here?" He glared and didn't answer me, so instead of fighting with him, I went and grabbed 2 chairs, folding them up, and then took them to his growing stack leaning against the wall. I helped him with the drudge work. It took about 45 minutes for us to get all the chairs put away. He came into the room with a large push broom, and I let him go, even though the janitorial staff would have done that. Instead, I just rolled up all the microphones that belonged to City Hall and put them away under the podium. I kept taking the risk of staring at Jackson, but the problem was, I had no idea how to fix this. I was right earlier. I hadn't asked him to come here because this was a clusterfuck he didn't need to deal with on his Saturday. But instead of him being thankful, he was just angry with me. Where was the justice? Where was the thanks?
You have a lot of years of dealing with other people's fuck-ups ahead of you. You should have just been grateful, relaxed on your new couch. I slammed a microphone down on the podium and crossed my arms.
You want to do this here?
He strolled toward me, and I could tell he wasn't about to throw himself on his knees and tell me how right I was while offering to suck my cock. My stomach ran warm and hopeful anyway. There's a this to do. I'm your boss. You listen to me. He sniffed like I was a piece of dog shit on the sidewalk he hadn't dodged, and my blood boiled. I wasn't sure if I wanted to shake him or fuck him.
You can't buy me, Vane, he hissed. I'm not a fuckboy. I'm here to work.
I glared and flinched on the inside. If he only knew. I'd been buying my men for years. You think that's what I'm doing right now? Fuck. This is me being nice. I slammed my hands on the podium, and there was a loud crack that echoed through the room as a microphone rolled off and smacked to the floor.
I know that's what you're doing.
He pointed an accusing finger in my direction. Rolling my eyes, I hopped down until I was standing in front of him. He was shorter, and I liked that he backed off. Not that I wanted him afraid of me, but his acknowledgement that I could be a threat stroked that same space inside my ego that loved thinking about knocking him up. I loved how masculine it made me feel, while at the same time, I wanted him running to me for comfort, not backing away from me because we were squaring off. No, Jackson, I was attempting to take care of you.
Take care of me? You want to fuck me?
His words rang around the room and I winced. For a split second, apology wrinkled his brows, but then he was right back to scowling. Listen up, you delightful man-tart. His nose wrinkled. You don't get to act like some sort of maligned virgin. It wasn't me who pushed myself on you. His eyes went wide, and his mouth fell open for a second, and superiority unlike anything I'd ever felt before had me smirking and internally gloating at his fish-out-of-water expression.
I didn't push myself on you.
I shrugged. I wouldn't have chased you is all I'm saying. His eyes widened, and I thought maybe I'd hurt his feelings. I was shocked, as a regretful pang had me quickly saying, Not that you're not fuckable. You don't need me to tell you that you're a good-looking man. You're probably the best one in the building. His cheeks flushed, and I felt like a jackass, so I continued. It's pretty fucking rich of you to accuse me of buying you. You're the one who wanted the job so bad you spread your legs, and I paid up. You already have it. I kept my end of the deal. He opened his mouth, face still a thundercloud, but snapped it closed again. He spun away from me. We didn't speak as we finished clearing away the last of the trash and clutter from the media circus. But his anger had me feeling strange. Normally, I didn't care, one way or another, how anyone felt about me at any given time, so long as it wasn't about to screw Ross or myself in an election year. But I cared a whole hell of a lot that Jackson seemed to be furious at me, and not just because I wanted to fuck him. I liked his playfully amoral attitude, and right now it was missing. He stomped to the large double doors that led out to the main entrance and yanked one open. I'll see you at 6, I asked. I'll bring Mexican. He spun on me.
Are you fucking kidding? No.
He slapped a hand to his face and shook his head. When he let his arm drop to his side, his cheek had a handprint, and I didn't like it.
"We're done,"
he snapped.
"If you can't see that my life is at least as important as your game, I'm over it. I don't need that."
He slammed the door after himself, and I stared for a long while as an unfamiliar emotion cycled through my gut, making me feel like my body was made of granite. Done. Done. Who the fuck does he think he is? Real anger blazed to life in my chest and seeped all the way in my bones. My hand shook as I yanked my phone from my pocket. I'd never been so fucking pissed off in my entire life. I still wasn't completely sure why he was mad, or maybe I didn't want to understand, because some of it had made sense. Maybe. But I'd be damned if he would decide he wasn't going to allow me to take care of him because I'd actually been a human fucking being for once. "I'll be there in a half hour. Be ready." I fired off the text and didn't get one back, but I wasn't about to let that stop me. Jackson Bell might be stubborn, but today I'd weathered nearly an hour of reporters who wanted nothing more than to find a single weakness, and it didn't matter what it might be, to hang me with. I could definitely handle one sweet belly boy who just needed to give in and let me make his life easier.
Chapter 9. Jax. I stared at the text message, anger twisting low in my stomach. I had to resist the urge to throw my phone across the room. He wasn't listening to a word I'd said. Yes, it had been me who approached him, but Vane had known what I wanted from the start. It wasn't the kind of relationship where he'd send me gifts like I was his mistress he kept hidden away. I didn't need his charity. I thought he understood, that he'd come from the same place I had, the desolate side of New Gothenburg where we had to work and trick our way for what we wanted. I had pride, and I wasn't going to accept the expensive gifts from someone with money. I'd buy my own shit when I made my way to the top. Fucking bastard. I growled at the empty apartment, glaring at the new emerald couch that was far too fucking comfortable to sit on. I hated how good it felt against my back, so much better than the old antique one I'd had before it. My gaze then slid to the baby belly resting against the wall. I'd left it there, waiting for this afternoon when Vane came to the apartment. But now it felt like it was mocking me, reminding me that I'd enjoyed the sex a lot. And as strange as this whole pregnancy kink was, I didn't actually mind wearing the belly. There was something enigmatic about it. Having Vane think I was the sexiest person in the world while wearing it. No one had ever stared at me the way he had while I wore it. I fell onto the couch and threw my head back against it, sighing. It hadn't even been a week, and he had power over me, which was something I didn't want to give any man. Sure, he was my boss, but when it came to sex, I was in charge. At least I thought I was. The doorbell ringing made me sit upright, and I shoved myself to my feet, storming over to the door and pulling it open. I was surprised I hadn't ripped it off the hinges. Vane, the cocky bastard that he was, stood with his hands in the pockets of his pants, mouth twisted into a smirk. "What are you doing here?" I snapped. "I told you not to come." Vane pushed past me, and I didn't have the drive to yank him back out. He was still my boss. I closed the door and followed him into the living room, where he stared at the emerald couch with an impressed expression, as though he was proud of himself for getting such a nice piece of furniture. I'd slit my wrists before I told him how comfortable it was. I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction.
You seem to forget that we have a deal.
He turned to me and crossed his arms. You seem to forget that you're the one treating me like I'm not capable of doing my job. The words sounded childish to my ears and I grimaced. Fuck. He sighed and dropped his arms again, letting them hang.
I thought I'd give you a break. You've been working hard.
So is Jean-Paul. Do you think about letting him stay home? It's my job to work hard. It's what I'm paid for. I don't want special treatment because you stick your dick in me while pretending to knock me up. I huffed out a breath and sat back on the couch, resisting the urge to cross my own arms and glare at him. I wasn't 12 anymore. I need to learn everything so I can make my way up in this world, and you gave me that chance. Having a break isn't part of a politician's life. He stared at me, and something in his face softened.
You're right.
There was no apology, but Vane didn't seem like the kind of man who apologized to anyone. I nodded anyway and waved my hand to the door. Okay, we've said what we needed to. You can leave now. His eyebrows danced high up on his forehead.
Leave.
I smirked at him. That's what I said. If you think you're going to fuck me after that performance today, you're wrong. He stilled, staring at me so intently I thought he'd burn a hole in me. And then he returned my smirk, and I felt it down to my core. A burning, excited sensation built inside me, and my skin prickled, and my heart beat a little bit faster. My cock was a whole different story. It nearly jumped from limp to hard in seconds, and I was surprised I didn't pass out from how quickly the blood went south. None of that mattered, though. I wasn't going to give in. Leave, I said after he hadn't moved. His gaze slid to the pregnancy belly in the corner, and his mouth twisted farther, as though he could read my mind and knew how much I really wanted him. Or maybe he could see the way my cock saluted him hello. Luckily, I still wore my suit pants from the conference.
Fine,
he said abruptly, making me startle in surprise. He stepped closer and caught my chin between his fingers, gripping me so tightly I thought he'd leave bruises.
I'll leave for now, but never forget that you're mine, Jackson. Whether you're like this, flat-bellied and fit, or whether you're round and very pregnant, you belong to me, and will until our deal is done.
My belly burned hot, and my cock fought against the confines of my underwear, and it took everything in my power not to beg him to fuck me again. It was a ridiculous display of dominance, but fuck, it was hot. My mouth parted as he released his hold on me and stepped back with that familiar, arrogant smile back in place.
I'll see you on Monday. Maybe that'll give you time to think about what you've said and apologize to your daddy.
His voice was so low and growly that it took everything in my power not to spring up and kiss him. But then he spun on his heel and swept toward the door, opening and closing it behind him. When he was gone, I let out a breath of relief. If he'd stayed any longer, I might have embarrassed myself. I got to my feet, my knees shaky, and exhaled long and hard. I needed a shower, a very long and hot one. Mind made up, I stumbled to the bathroom and stripped off my cheap suit and tie, nearly choking myself in the process. Stepping into the glass shower, I sighed as soon as the scalding hot water splashed my face. I closed my eyes and licked my lips as I thought about Vane and that voice, the deep dominant tone that had my cock hard as a podium. Fuck yeah! Wrapping a hand around the hard flesh between my legs, I slid a thumb over my slit before I tugged on my cock, gently at first. I thought about Vane and the way he'd held me down during our fuck sessions, how he drilled into me and talked about knocking me up, leaving his seed in me. Everything he said and did seemed to have my body reacting. It was absurd, but fucking gratifying. I leaned back against the blue and white shower tiles and chewed on my bottom lip, fist tugging harder on my cock. I imagined Vane getting on his knees in front of me, his dark hair wet from the pounding water, and his mouth upturned in a smirk. He'd reach forward and tug at my balls, maybe even pop them in his mouth, sucking hard. Then he'd go for my cock while telling me he'd take care of me and the baby. Baby, as if I was actually pregnant. Fuck yes, I groaned, tugging harder. It was difficult to imagine that me, a guy, would be pregnant. But the more time I spent with him, the more the idea wasn't so terrible. What would it be like to be rounded with a child, someone two people created? Pregnancy had always been an ick thing to me before Vane. Now it didn't seem so bad. I imagined Vane touching my stomach again, running his palms up the flatness, with his lips following with kisses. And I was so close that it hurt. Pleasure rushed through me. When I came, jets of cum shot across the shower cubicle and onto the floor, and it took all my power not to fall on my knees. Goosebumps covered my skin, and I trembled through my release, groaning and whimpering. I couldn't remember the last time I'd jacked off so hard. I turned so my back was to the water spray and rested my forehead against the cool tiles. The difference in temperature between the water and tiles felt great, and I sighed. I didn't know what to do. I enjoyed the sex, and while I hated the thought of being bought, he still gave me what I wanted, a career jump. Vane was also hot enough to sin with, multiple times. I groaned and slammed my head against the tiles. Fuck my life. I spent Sunday with Mom and Dad, and by the time Monday came around, I wasn't certain I was prepared. I had no idea what to expect, to be honest. But I straightened my shoulders and walked in the front doors of City Hall like I had every other day. If I'd taught myself anything, it was to be proud no matter what. Who cared if I slept my way to where I was? I did it because I didn't have what most of the other interns had, money, so I used what I could. Jean-Paul was at his desk as soon as I arrived. But that wasn't unusual. I sometimes wondered if the poor man slept here. "Good morning, Jean-Paul," I greeted with a big smile. He glanced up from the report he was reading and frowned at me. Maybe I sounded too happy, something I usually wasn't at this time in the morning. "Hello." I gripped my bag strap tighter and nodded. "I'm here. Put me to work." His eyes narrowed and he stood, walking around his desk while tapping his chin. Shifting my weight between my feet, I kept as still as I could as Jean-Paul studied me carefully. But either he didn't see anything, or it wasn't worth the bother, because he waved his hand toward the front doors I'd just come in. We have some serious campaigning jobs coming up, and we need all the help we can get. I need you to go to your former supervisor and ask for help from the interns. Anyone willing to get their hands dirty. If they want to make their way up the ladder, they'll volunteer." I held back a wince because I already knew one intern who'd be happy to put his hand up, but Kalinsky was the last person I wanted to work with. I glanced over Jean-Paul's shoulder and toward Vane's office doors, and Jean-Paul grinned at me as though he knew exactly what I was thinking. How much did Vane tell him? I didn't think I wanted to know. "He's in already. He doesn't need you right now." Jean-Paul waved his hand at me, and I took it as a cue to get to work. I settled my bag behind his desk and walked back out the glass doors into the elevators. When I got down to the first floor, I made my way to the familiar interns area. Harold was sitting at his desk with his head down and his fingers scratching a bald spot near his temple, humming to the tune of a song I didn't know. When I reached him, he didn't even notice me until I cleared my throat. Startled, Harold jumped to his feet and laughed when he saw me. The lines in the corners of his eyes crinkled as he came around his desk and held out his hand to me as though he hadn't seen me in months rather than a few days. "Jackson, good to see you." I shook his hand anyway and returned his smile. It was hard not to like Harold. "You too. I'm actually here for Mr. Elwood." "Ah, I expected him to send you down here eventually. He uses the interns when he can to help him campaign." Harold was already moving back around his desk, opening a drawer and pulling out a piece of paper attached to a clipboard. He ran a finger down a list I couldn't see from where I stood, and he hummed. "I have a few kids that I think would work hard. Did you want the list?" I nodded. "Please, Jean-Paul needs volunteers." Harold hummed again and grabbed a highlighter. He poked his tongue out of the corner of his mouth as he slid the yellow marker across what I assumed were names. And when he was done, he grinned and passed me the list. I sighed when I saw Kalinsky's name highlighted. "They're the best we have," Harold said with a frown. I shook my head and forced myself to smile. I held the list up at him in thanks before I gave him a final nod and made my way back to the elevator. Would Jean-Paul notice if I scratched Kalinsky's name out? Probably. Fuck. Sighing, I let the list fall to my side as I waited for the elevator. It dinged when it arrived, but I didn't get the chance to step into it because someone grabbed my arm, nearly dragging me in the opposite direction and to the men's room. By the time I realized it was Kalinsky, it was too late to escape. I was stuck, especially when he locked the door and checked the stalls to make sure no one else was in here. I frowned at him and crossed my arms, the list crinkling under my armpit. "What the fuck are you doing, Kalinsky? If this is another attempt at ousting me from Elwood's team because you're jealous, so help me God." He spun on me, snarling, and he reminded me of a pissed-off chihuahua, small and bitey. "Do you think this is a joke, Belle?" I stepped back from him and cocked my head, confused. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't you?" He sneered, closing the distance I'd put between us. I didn't move back again because I didn't want him to think I was afraid. His nostrils flared, and he bared his teeth at me. "Politics has been in my family for generations. I've had mayors, senators, and governors in the Kalinsky family." I snorted at the serious pout he sent my way. Definitely a chihuahua. And this is a joke to you. He shoved a finger in my face, and it took all my effort not to break it for putting it anywhere near me. How is this a joke to me? Please explain. I rolled my eyes and did bat his finger away this time. If you point that near me again, I'll snap it. He yanked his hand back and glared harder. I was there at the media conference, Belle. I heard you and Mr. Elwood. I heard you. Realization and fear slithered through me like ice particles. I hadn't seen Kalinsky there, especially when we were talking about anything I'd rather keep a secret. As far as I knew, no one except me and Vane had been there at the end. I don't know what you're talking about. Bullshit! He stepped back and started pacing, making noises that sounded like mixes of growling and huffing. Then he stopped suddenly, eyes widening as he turned to me. I really hated the grin that slid across his face, and when he headed back toward me, I prepared for both a verbal and physical fight if needed. So you fucked your way into Mr. Elwood's office, huh? No, I said immediately, but Kalinsky continued as though I hadn't even spoken. I'm sure the voters would hate that from a deputy mayor. It's one thing for him being gay, but to sleep with his employee, his intern, that's just scandalous. I shook my head, my gut dropping out from under me. I'd never been in this kind of situation before because I'd been careful. Folding up my list in my hand, I placed it in my pocket before I spoke. Don't do this, Kalinsky. You won't like what happens to you. Is that a threat? He gritted his jaw, and the smile slipped away. Because I can take you straight to HR. You'd both be out of a job by the end of everything. Fucking bastard. I breathed through my nose and raised my palms to him, smiling as charmingly as I could, which wasn't much for Kalinsky. He'd been a pain in my ass from the start, and his self-entitlement made it 10 times worse. That's why I hated guys who came from families like his. They thought the world owed them everything. Listen, this is all hearsay. It's your word against mine and Mr. Elwood's. You have nothing. And trust me, Elwood would destroy you for even starting a rumor like that. I shrugged my shoulders. If you want to risk that, then good luck. If I've learned anything about politics, Kalinsky, it's that you shouldn't piss off the powerful people while you're still an intern. Kalinsky opened his mouth, then closed it, and I sighed. This wasn't worth the trouble. As terrified as I was about the thought of him spreading the rumors, I didn't think he was that stupid. Either way, I had to deal with it. Think about it for a few days and then come find me, I said as I turned to unlock the door. I left him in the bathroom to consider my words as I strode back toward the elevators. By the time I got to the office again, Jean-Paul had a pinched look on his face. He stood abruptly when I opened the glass doors and held out his hand to me. I passed him the list. What took you so long? He hissed quietly. Mr. Elwood has been asking for the list for the last 5 minutes. He scanned the paper before he passed it back to me. Take it in to him. Are you sure? I asked before I could stop myself. Wincing when I realized what I'd said, I cleared my throat and pointed at the door. I'm going to take it in to him. Jean-Paul raised his dark eyebrows at me and shook his head, as though he didn't want to know what was going through my mind. If I was him, I wouldn't want to know. Hell, I wished I wasn't myself right now. I knocked on the oak door, and when Vane gave me permission, I entered. Vane sat behind his desk, leaning back on his chair with his legs crossed. He smirked at me as soon as I entered, and when I turned to close the door again, it gave me the few seconds I needed to steady myself. Walking toward him was a mixture of hell and heaven, though. He was, in every way, the devil incarnate in that bespoke suit that melded around his body so perfectly. To think once upon a time I wanted a suit like it, but now I wanted the man in it more. I needed to stick to my guns, though. No more gifts. "Mr. Bell," he greeted, grinning. "Sir, I have your list," I said as I made it to the desk. I held out the paper, but he didn't reach for it. "What happened to calling me Daddy?" he whispered, and all at once my body reacted. Face growing warm, skin tingling, I was a fucking lost cause. I pursed my lips and placed the list on the desk. "There's some good candidates on there, strong employees. I've worked with them all if you'd like my opinion on them, but Harold highlighted who he thinks will be excellent volunteers." He waved his hand like he didn't care about the interns. "I asked you to call me Daddy." "We're at work," I said without missing a beat. Gripping my hands behind my back to stop them from shaking, I kept my back straight. I could be his employee, Jackson here. "You didn't care about that on Friday when I fucked you on my desk." He rose gracefully and stalked around his desk like a predator after his prey, and all I could do was stand there and wait to be devoured. "I told you that you were mine, didn't I, Jackson?" I swallowed around the excitement caught in my throat. It was hard to keep a straight face, but I nodded and focused on the window across the room, covered by forest green curtains. "You did." He touched my cheek, and I let him move my face to look at him, and he smirked again, making heat spread through me. "You are Jackson. You are mine, and I think you want that as much as I do, don't you? You love being owned by me, fucked by me. You love my cum dripping out of your hole, and you love wearing that belly, being my spunk bitch." He leaned closer, and I breathed in his cologne, the one that had quickly become my favorite. "Are you mine?" I should have said no, told him to go to hell, but it wasn't that easy. My body craved him, and from a mere touch, I was a shaking, needy mess. He'd ruined me for anyone else. "Yes," I whispered, licking my lips. "Yes, Daddy, I'm yours." Chapter 10. Vane. Jackson was so fucking inspirational, standing there with his blushing cheeks and gaze glued to the floor, trying to be tough when we both knew how he had spread those legs wide for me, ready to have my seed planted deep inside his ass. Why was I being idiotic with this? What was I doing? I should probably let him go, let this whole experience be a memory, great as it had been. But then he lifted his chin and stared at me like he really cared what I thought. And most importantly, he sounded like he wanted to call me Daddy with that little tremble of his chin. And fuck, I needed to hear it. I cleared my throat. "You're worried I won't give you the drudge work?" I asked and backed off from him and around my desk.
Leave your list. I want you to walk the business district and get permission from every store owner who will agree to hang signs in their window for Midbury or otherwise display support on their property. Go."
"The business district? That'll take days."
He frowned and his eyes clouded with worry. "Good. I wouldn't have sent him out to do this on his own if he hadn't blown up at me, but there was no reason he needed to know that. I'd have had him coordinate the teams from here, in the comfort of my office, while Jean-Paul brought him decaf coffee, because that was better for someone in his condition." I shivered. I hadn't let myself think about that on Sunday, worried I wouldn't get to have him again. But now, fuck, I wanted him, and he was going to be my belly boy, or else. Yes, it'll take days. I forced myself to give him my innocent man smile, the one I used with reporters.
"I just gave you a list of interns."
He crossed his arms, and the tiniest furrow dug deep between his brows. "Well, you're going to get a real paycheck, and they're only getting a little more than experience. You're telling me you don't need my help. I would say you even insisted. Let's see if that Superman complex is true." I gave him a toothy grin, and he drew up taller as he swung around and away toward the door. "Don't forget to get their agreement in writing. There's a form Jean-Paul will show you so you can print them out to take with you. We don't want anyone accusing us of leaving signs where they aren't wanted." He stopped right before the door, back rigid.
"Why did you have me say that to you if you were finished with me?"
Licking my lips, I stared at his sweet ass where it stretched out his suit pants just right. "Oh, I'm not by a long shot. You'll find I'm very accommodating, Jackson, when the mood strikes me. I'm giving you precisely what you said you wanted." He ducked his head and stood there for so long that I thought about taking the assignment back, giving him the team the job should have, not being a fucking prick because he'd hurt my feelings and kept me from getting us both off this weekend. Before I could change my mind and be a quasi-decent person, he rocketed forward and away into the outer office. He wasn't crass enough to slam the door as he went, but I almost wished he would have given me a reason to call him back in and spank that ass. I tried to forget about Jackson Bell and his curvy hips. It should have been easy enough to ignore one man, because I had more than my fair share of shit to deal with after the weekend. We really did have to set up and make sure that all of the police stations were implementing the training we'd promised the public they would receive, whatever the fuck training meant in the long run. But I kept thinking about my belly boy out there, walking around alone. He was perfectly safe. It was the middle of the day. I glanced at the sunshine streaming in around the drawn curtains at the windows. But I hated him out there by himself, just like I hated him alone in his apartment. I thought I'd shaken this disgusting new desire to have him pampered and sitting pretty, especially since he didn't seem to like it. But vivid memories of him on his back and under me while I pumped into his hot body, with his shirt barely covering his rounded stomach, kept popping into my head whenever I wasn't busy. Guilt ate at me. Could I really let my anger get the best of me when he was dealing with pregnancy hormones? I was feeding into my own fantasy and actually making myself feel bad about something that wasn't real, like a deranged person, but I didn't care. care. I made myself refrain from chasing him to his apartment after work. I hated Jackson being gone from the office on Tuesday. By Wednesday, I was a twitchy wreck from the time I sent him out by himself again in the morning until 5 o'clock that evening. I was more than ready to get the hell out of work for the day. I stormed into the outer office, and Jean-Paul was gathering his things to leave. He didn't seem very excited to see me, so I must have outdone myself today, even though I couldn't remember specifically being an asshole to him. "Good work." He shook his head. "You didn't even notice me." "Still, I assume you did a good job. You always do." He laughed, and at least that got him to smile in my direction. We didn't flirt per se, but I enjoyed Jean-Paul and liked seeing him happy. Maybe he was a friend. What the hell did I know about that, though? He smirked and then frowned down at a bag at his feet. "Where's your newest employee?" He gave me a knowing look I refused to acknowledge. "He's not back yet?" "No. Did you scare him into quitting?" Jean-Paul perked up at that, and I narrowed my eyes on him. "No. Is that his?" I asked and slung the bag over my arm. "He's out trying to secure permission to place signs, just like he has been the last few days." "Oh, he made you mad somehow." Jean-Paul nodded wisely, and I had to laugh. "No, maybe. Go home. You don't fucking know me, son." He gave me a sassy salute and sashayed himself toward the elevator. I flipped him off with one hand and thumbed open my phone with the other. I made myself wait until the elevator had closed over Jean-Paul's judging eyes, and then typed out, "I'll be at your place in 20 minutes. I'm bringing your bag." My thumb hovered over send. I'd really intended to make Jackson sweat this, because I was pretty sure he liked being fucked by me as much as I liked drilling his ass. But I found myself not wanting to play games with him. This new urge to not be a prick had me feeling like ants were crawling under my clothes. I plucked at my collar. And maybe when we were fighting, Jackson might have had 1 or 2 small points. He did deserve to have input on things. Maybe. I deleted my message and started over. "I have your bag. Can I bring it over to your apartment?" I scowled. That still wasn't right. Sighing, I glared at the fucking phone screen. Deleting, I swore under my breath. "I have your bag. Join me for dinner?" No, that was too much like begging for his time. I just couldn't. I tried again. "I have your bag. Meet me at my place to get it back. We're eating dinner there." I added my address, since he wanted to be independent and take the bus instead of riding in my perfectly good car, and hit send. Afterward, I stood around feeling like an 18-year-old boy sniffing after his first fuck. This was as good as it got, and if he didn't want it, well, fuck him. I found myself typing again. "I'll bring your stuff to your place if you need me to do that instead." Fuck, I was losing it. I sent the message and glared at my phone. I didn't get an answer back, and was out in the cold, drizzly gray afternoon and almost to my car when my phone buzzed in my hand. "Thank you, Daddy. I'll come to your apartment." tingles raced through me. There was no way I'd have him in my home and still hold out until this weekend. I wanted him now. The point I was trying to prove wasn't a difficult one to learn. I hoped it had sunk in already. I'd certainly learned a thing or two about what I was and wasn't going to allow to happen again. He wouldn't be overworked from here on out, but I'd be subtle about it. He needed a light touch, which made sense. Sometimes when every relationship problem I had was a nail, one I wanted to give, or one who wanted to get it, a hammer started to seem like the only solution. I couldn't be a dick to get my way with him, but maybe I could use my dick to smooth this over. There wasn't much in my fridge at the moment, so I sighed and stood there beside my car, ordering food to be delivered. I'd definitely make it home before Jackson got there, because my apartment wasn't far from City Hall. The second I was out of the elevator and in my apartment, I kicked off my shoes and sprinted toward the bedroom. I showered in record speed and changed into sweatpants and a t-shirt, hoping that seeing me in casual clothes would signal to Jackson that I wanted to do something different than the fighting we'd done in the office. I wanted to kick my own ass for treating him like a project to manage. However, I hoped he would appreciate that I didn't let people see me this way normally. With minimal fuss, the food was delivered from El Sabroso Sur, and I was worried when Jackson still wasn't here not long later. I didn't allow myself to ask if he wanted a ride after all. And I was glad I resisted the urge, because there was a text message from the doorman that I had a visitor not even a minute later. I told him to let Jackson up, and the doorman escorted him in the elevator. Since I was in the penthouse, the elevator emptied directly into my living room, and that meant there was a key necessary to get to my floor. Jackson's eyes were big when he stepped off the elevator. He froze when he spotted me, and I waved at the doorman, who quickly pressed the button to close the elevator doors. I tried to think about what Jackson might be seeing. I barely noticed the decor anymore. Gray carpets, black sofas and chairs, iron and steel accents. I wasn't a fan of wood unless it was dark, and the living room was completely devoid of it. I also didn't do clutter.
"This is where you live?"
Shuffling from foot to foot, he stared around, and I studied him in his suit, which was much more interesting. Yeah, it has a roof, walls, serves a purpose.
"I didn't realize working at City Hall paid this well."
He slowly moved into the room and rested a hand on the back of an overstuffed sofa. His hair was darker than usual because it was damp, and I realized it must have started to pour buckets outside. I glanced at the windows, but it was already getting dark. It doesn't. I took some risks in my early 20s. I was married to a much older woman for a while. His mouth almost fell open, and I smirked. She died at the ripe old age of 97 and left me a very nice amount of money. Like to have a boy around to take her places. I took that money to investment real estate and turned it into serious money. And now I do the politics because I want to. I shrugged.
Did you go to school at all?"
I tried not to let his question get to me, because it wasn't the first time I'd had someone shove their certificates in my face, as if you could buy a certain level of respectability with a school name. Funny thing, you don't need a degree to be mayor or deputy mayor in New Gothenburg. I winked at him.
You're serious?
I shrugged. You can look it up. You'd sure as shit never catch me being someone's ball washer for an internship. The lack of education hasn't stopped me yet. School always seemed like a waste of time when I could be out in the world doing things. I'm a business leader. I made quotes with my fingers, and he scowled. I could be a senator, or even the fucking president. 12 presidents had no degree but got elected. Irritation wiggled through me, but I pushed it away. I'd made myself a better-than-average life, and I promised myself a long time ago to not worry about the things I didn't have, because they didn't fucking matter. I could go to school if I wanted to, but what would be the point? He tilted his head.
You're getting defensive, but I'm actually more than impressed. I never heard that you were married.
It's public record. I checked my watch and twisted the band on my right wrist, not really seeing the time. I figured someone would bring it up at some point on the campaign trail, but no one wanted me to look sympathetic. A widower running for deputy mayor? I shrugged and let my hand drop to my side. No one wanted that. He nodded, as if deep in thought, and peeled his coat off, and I walked over and took it from him, dumping it over the chair by the door that I kept there specifically for tossing things on.
What smells so good?
He darted his gaze around hopefully. Grinning, I led him toward the dining room. He made all the right impressed noises as he passed through the second living room and professional-sized kitchen. The penthouse had its perks, and once we were at the hand-carved ebony dining table, I pulled out a chair for him. I didn't stop myself from reaching out to brush the damp hair off his forehead as he sat, and then I pushed his chair in toward the table. His skin was cold, but his color seemed to be returning fast. He smiled at what I'd done, which wasn't fancy. I'd opened the bags and set out the containers with spoons in them, and also brought out some china and cloth napkins that didn't get exercised much since I was barely home.
I've never had anyone do that,
he said quietly.
With the chair.
Do you like it?
I think so.
He smiled up at me, and it was obvious he was searching for a middle ground he could live with, as far as me doing things for him went, so I nodded at him. Dinner was mostly quiet. At one point, I went to the kitchen to get us both mineral water, and when he wrinkled his nose at the bottles, I went back and got him a regular water. By the time we finished eating, all the tension had eased out of his shoulders, and his foot rested against mine under the table. I watched him lick sauce off his thumb, and my dick took a vested interest in how well he cleaned the cheese sauce away from his skin with his pretty pink tongue. I don't apologize to people without a damn good reason. He glanced up at me and sadly finished wiping his hands off on a napkin.
You don't?
No.
What would be a good reason?
I glanced down at the table and flicked a fork over on its side. Maybe to keep you from telling me to fuck all the way off.
I considered that, but I don't want to. He peeked sideways at me, and there was some shyness there.
Where does that leave us? I'm only in this for career advancement.
I'm only in this to fuck you. I shrugged.
Then why am I eating dinner here?
I sighed. Why are you here eating dinner with me? You came here. He stared at me, and his jaw ticked.
I don't know.
Laughing, I ran a hand over my face. Neither do I. He sat back in his chair and steepled his hands under his chin with a crooked little grin.
And I can't stand it. I have to ask, how did you fuck an old lady?
I started laughing and actually kept going, shocked by the question in a way I hadn't been by anything for a long while. Gasping, I wiped tears from the corners of my eyes. I didn't.
And she left you all that money anyway?
I shrugged. She liked me. I started out as her houseboy pretty much, ran her errands and did whatever she wanted. Ella was a lawyer, and then she took over running a trust. She knew I didn't have family, so she started keeping me later and later. I started sleeping over.
But married?
Is this going to be a problem?
No, I'm just curious.
He brought the tips of his fingers up over his mouth, and amusement gleamed in his eyes. Normally, I wouldn't have answered. I would have told my story for shock value and sailed on to another topic. But tonight, I wanted to share. It was safe for me at the time. It was a thing to do. I had nothing. I came from nothing. Hell, from dirt. You think this apartment is nice. You should have seen the house I sold on Furt Island after she died. It was comforting to have someone want me around. He nodded, and I hoped I hadn't given him any light bulbs. My gut crumpled at the idea of him hitting up parties on the island to try to meet someone to get into bed with. Anyway, I thought maybe you should know that about me, since it seems like we're doing this. He stood up, and even though he was sitting beside me already, it was nice to have him step closer. I slid my chair back from the table and he sat on my lap. I immediately held him tight with a strong grip around his waist, and he let out the tiniest moan that reminded me of how fucking hot he'd been when I fucked him over my desk.
You're not afraid to do anything, are you?
He asked and stared into my eyes. Why should I be? He groaned and looked like he wanted to lean in to kiss me, but hesitated, and I fucking loved that. I loved that he wanted me to tell him it was okay. I cupped the back of his head and dragged him in for a kiss.
Daddy,
he mumbled against my mouth.
I want you to...
He squirmed on my lap, and the pressure on my cock was incredible. Fuck, tell me, I murmured.
I want you to fuck me till your cum is trapped deep inside my ass. I want you to fuck me until...
He took a deep breath and frowned like he was thinking. I groaned because it was so fucking adorable. He had some trouble saying dirty words, and that was just right too. You want me to put my spunk in your ass and fill you up so you're sloshing and have no choice but to grow a baby for me?
How could anything else happen?
He leaned forward and sucked my earlobe into his mouth.
You're such a fucking man. I wouldn't have any choice except to get pregnant.
Those words had me instantly ready to drill him. It was shockingly good to drag him into another kiss. I ran a hand over his stomach, and he rested his fingers on top of mine, holding it against his flat muscles. I lapped my tongue against his, and he wriggled on my lap.
Please,
he panted against my lips. What do you need? He arched his hips, and I knew, but I played dumb and ignored the delicious hard-on pushing out the front of his pants. Do you need me in your ass, Jackson? He laughed and nodded, apparently already past real conversation. I was happy enough with that. With a little urging, he stood, and I followed him in a flash, maybe faster. I couldn't keep my hands off his hips and ducked my head to kiss him again. I was done asking him what he was willing to give and was ready to take what I wanted. I hooked my arm around his middle and guided him toward my bedroom. You don't. I like fucking you. You don't have to. Damn it, I said, for once tongue-tied.
I want to,
he whispered back, almost frantic.
I like it, calling you daddy, knowing how much you want to fuck me and why. I don't know that I like all of it as much as you do, but I like the way you look at me, the way you fuck me like you might never get a chance to fuck me again.
He swallowed hard after his little confession, and my own throat was strangely tight as I looked at him.
I don't want this to be the last time.
It won't be.
But what if something happens?
I didn't like the way he turned toward me, and for a moment his face screwed up like he was scared before he was back to himself. What do you mean?
Nothing.
He didn't say anything else, and maybe he was just feeling emotional the way I was, and usually didn't. I had no idea what to do with that feelings garbage either. Instead of trying to make him talk, because if he felt as confused as I did, there was no point, I pushed the door to my bedroom wide. Something inside me I hadn't realized was clenched loosened. I didn't have to think of him in that crumbling little apartment anymore. I watched him stalk across the room toward the bed, his wide eyes stuck on the floor-to-ceiling windows that made up two of the outer walls. And when he got into bed, he turned toward me and loosened his tie, pulling it over his head to toss it on the floor. The new Gothenburg skyline at his back made me want to look at him forever. Stop. His hands hovered near his neckline. I walked over and slapped his fingers out of the way to unbutton his shirt myself. He reached out and cupped my cock. The sweatpants hadn't done a damn thing to keep my boner in check, and the wonderful pressure of his palm over the soft material had me sucking at his lips for a second as I spread his shirt to look at his flat stomach. I ran my thumbs along his abs and down to the button of his pants, and his mouth fell open as he thrust his hips forward. You been jerking off a lot?
Fuck yes.
I'll take care of you. Don't do that anymore. I whispered against his mouth, and he whined.
Can't agree to that.
He nipped at my lips as if in apology. Try. Save it for me. He nodded and chewed on the corner of his lip.
But I'm so fucking hard every morning. And before I go to sleep, I always pull it. I can't help it.
Always?
Yeah. Oh, to be young, I grumbled, and he laughed. Well, what do you expect if you're knocking me up all the time? The way he said that, with some humor, struck me in a strangely heartfelt way. He was playing, having a good time with this kink that had become nearly a spiritual obsession for me, and no one had ever done that. I kissed him and made quick work of his pants, shoving them down his thighs along with his underwear. He toed off his shoes, took off his socks, and then kicked the pants away. Carefully, he dropped to his knees and slid his lips along the cotton, trapping my dick. My groin muscles flexed involuntarily, and I felt like I was trying to chase his mouth with my cock. "Oh, Daddy, you want it as bad as I do," he said, and then swiped his tongue over the outline of my cock. I slid my fingers through the soft, short hair at the back of his head. "On the bed," I whispered, excited more than I could say. I hadn't had anyone in my bed since I bought the thing, and his happy sigh when he settled spread eagle in the middle of it made my night. "You like it?" If I wasn't so fucking horny, I'd fall asleep right now. A dopey grin split his face. My heart sped up. Right now, he wasn't pretending to be anything other than Jackson Bell, and I liked how he smiled, with his nose wrinkled just a little, and his eyes slightly too squinty to be model sexy, but just right to be cute. I grabbed lube from my going out stash in my dresser and brought it to the bed with me. Mindfully, I crawled toward him, but this wasn't like fucking him on my desk. There wasn't a chance someone would walk in and catch us, so we didn't need to rush. This was even different from fucking at his place because there was no impending sense of an end to this. I wasn't expected to leave. I hadn't indicated I wanted him to go either. For once, I was able to stretch out and completely relax next to a man. I ran my fingertips lightly along the dip of his stomach and downward. His plump dick was standing straight up, begging me to touch, and a sweet rosy pink had flushed the cockhead. The gleaming drops on the tip had me bending forward. I lapped the musky liquid, and he chased my mouth, rising up and then dropping back onto the bed with a frustrated little whine. I wasn't trying to torture him, but I crawled down the bed and started at his feet, kissing the tops, licking up the back of his calves to the little dip behind his knees. He chuckled and then gasped when I sucked a bruise right behind his right knee and then did the same thing to the left one. He was straining and rock hard, leaking and rocking his beautiful hips. Like that would make me touch him before I was good and ready. "Daddy, don't you want to fuck me?" Smirking, I moved up the bed to cage his body beneath mine and gave him another kiss. He tried to pull me down on top of him, and I didn't budge until he let out a frustrated mewl between our lips that sliced electric heat into my gut. I blindly felt around for the lube. He had his eyes squeezed closed, trusting me to take care of him, and that punched another good feeling into me. He spread his legs when I barely touched his inner thighs, eager and willing, and I was quick to lift his legs to my shoulders. He blinked and stared up into my face, excited and actually looking at me, and seeing me, Vane Elwood, the same guy who had managed to fuck and luck his way to the top. The admiration I saw was both validating and terrifying. I've never slept with anyone this many times, I murmured as I coated my fingers with lube. His mouth twisted down to the left and he stared at the ceiling. Me neither. I was quiet. All the filthy shit I'd been wanting to say evaporated while the weight of those words settled onto me. It wasn't bad that we'd found someone we liked to fuck on the regular, right? Or was it? Either way, I sighed happily as I sank my fingers into his tight hole. He tossed his head back on the pillows, and I finger-fucked him that way for a while, letting myself explore him inside. I found his prostate and mapped the size of it, memorized the types of gasps and whimpers he made when I put pressure directly on it, gloried in the way he began to rock his hips when I swiped my fingers around the little nub in a firm circle. His mouth crumpled like I was hurting him, but I knew better. "Daddy!" he gasped when I went back to rubbing directly on the nub. His dick jumped and leaked, and I thought maybe I could do this all fucking night and be happy with it. Well, maybe not all night. My cock gave a sharp, excited throb. Carefully, I eased my fingers free. Leaning in, I lapped between his lips until he opened and brushed his tongue against mine, and then I fucked his mouth while I slicked up my dick. The feel of my own hand was almost enough to have me coming, which let me know I'd enjoyed the sweet foreplay with him a lot more than I'd realized. I let myself go and leaned in to bend him almost in half, using my shoulders to keep him exactly where I wanted him, with that ass tipped high. "You ready to be bred?" I asked against his mouth, and he nodded so hard I would have laughed if I didn't feel just as worked up. I shoved inside him and moaned at the heat and exquisite pressure. I'd spent too long playing with him because the surge of adrenaline right before coming washed over me almost immediately. I gritted my teeth and fought the feeling off while he panted and squirmed underneath me. Why was I waiting? I had him here. I could have him again tonight. I fucked him hard and fast, not building up to it, going from nothing to pounding him. He closed his eyes, and whines filled my room. It was fucking loud, and I loved it. I hoped my neighbors could hear it, though there was little chance of that. I reached between us and tugged him, the hot velvety heat of his rod erotic in and of itself. It only took a couple of strokes before he was grabbing my biceps so hard it hurt and straining up from the bed. "Daddy, I want you. I want you too." Moaning, I held on while his cock jerked against my palm and his juice flowed over my fist. The wet hot splash of his jizz had my hips snapping faster, and then I watched him touch a shaking hand to his own belly. He looked up at me with his sex-loopy smirk. "Daddy, make my stomach big? I want everyone to know you were fucking me." I froze deep inside him, and a barrage of images flashed through my mind. But the fantasy that had me unloading my cum deep in his ass was him at my side, out shopping in a store, with his belly huge and round and pregnant. Someone would stop and ask if they could touch his belly, and then wink at me because I fucking did that. The heat that rushed me stabbed through my body nearly painfully, and I gasped and rutted as deep as I could in him. "I'm sorry." I shoved my hips firmly against his ass. "I'm sorry, Jackson." The pleasure pounded over me in waves and then gently subsided, the absence of the feeling its own shock. "Keep going," he murmured, and I pinched his ass. He yelped but snickered. "I'm sorry for not listening, Jackson, but I want to take care of you the way I think you deserve to be, especially when you're mine." He stared up at me and traced a finger between my pecs and along my neck. "You know I need to do my job." "Yes." He squeezed his ass around me and I growled. I wasn't going soft. I was still diamond hard. I leaned my body weight against him. "You won't mess with that again? You'll call me to work?" he whispered as his eyes rolled back in his head until all I could see were the whites under his fluttering lashes. "Yes, I'll call. And no, I won't piss you off about it." "Then I accept your apology." He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I kissed his forehead and cleared my throat, grinding against him. I wasn't going down at all, and it felt mind-bendingly good. "Spend the night." He opened his eyes, and I was unreasonably committed to having him say yes. "Yeah, okay." I drew him in for another kiss, and he sucked on my tongue. If I could get him into his cute little belly one night, make him let me take care of him here where he deserved to be. I shivered. That would be the fulfillment of every fantasy I'd never known I'd had until I saw him round and expecting, just for me. He moaned and pushed his ass against me, keeping my dick warm. Fuck. I loved this more than I should. "I'm going to plug you with my cock until you're so full you can't stand it." He nodded, and I kissed him again, not planning to stop any time soon. Chapter 11. Jax. I woke up before Vane did and padded out to his kitchen barefoot, the rolled cuffs of my borrowed too-long pajama pants flopping around as I went. It wasn't long before we started work, and I wanted to get a good breakfast in before we left. I didn't know what kind of food he had, though, so I rummaged through his pantry and fridge until I found some cereal and milk. I usually preferred a banana with whatever I had in the morning, and I was surprised he didn't at least have that. He made sure to send me those kinds of healthy foods. I poured 2 bowls of cereal, then added the milk and set them on the small kitchen table. It wasn't long before he came out, dressed only in a pair of plain black boxers. His hair stood in all directions, and it was the cutest sight I'd seen, not a way I'd expected him to ever look in front of anyone, even me. He rubbed his eyes and blinked at me like he'd forgotten I'd stayed the night. I waved to the food. "Breakfast is served." "Oh, really?" Vane smirked and stepped in closer. I raised my chin when he laid a kiss on my lips. It felt weird to kiss a man the next morning after sex, but I didn't hate it. "What do we have?" "Cereal," I said bluntly, rattling the cereal in the box with a shake. "You didn't have many choices." He laughed. "I usually don't eat here. I get something on the way to City Hall or send out Jean-Paul while I'm at work." "Really?"
I shook my head. That's not healthy. His laughter grew louder and he pointed at me.
I've seen you eating when you arrive at work. Don't pretend otherwise.
He patted me on the ass, and I didn't miss the way his gaze zeroed in on my hips. His fascination with them should have been awkward, but I'd begun to revel in the way he stared at me. No one else had ever seemed so turned on by my body shape. I shivered and fell into the seat at the table, ignoring the excitement that made my belly hot. We didn't have time for another round of sex. Just eat, Daddy. He grinned and took the chair across from mine. We mostly discussed work again, but I didn't know what else to talk to him about. It was strange, but the interaction almost felt like a comfortable dance we were both participating in. I really want to get the belly from home if we're going to do this here, I finally said after I'd taken the bowls to the sink to wash them. I felt his heat behind me, and then he pressed himself to my back, kissing my bare shoulder. Eyes slipping closed, I inhaled a deep calming breath as he slid his hands over my hips and closer to my cock, which lay nestled in my borrowed pants.
You like it,
he said as a comment rather than a question. I couldn't deny it, though. I shrugged. It's great sex. You get turned on more with it. You're harder. He chuckled and kissed up my neck. My toes curled, and I turned in his arms after I finished washing the last spoon. We stared at each other, and his mouth twisted into a strangely pleasant smile I'd never seen on his face, but I liked it.
I can order one for here. It won't take long to arrive.
I licked my lips and leaned forward. He met me halfway, and we kissed with a gentleness that should have had me run for the exit. I wrapped my arms around his neck, and he grabbed my ass, kneading the flesh through the thin material. I didn't know how long we stayed there, but by the time we'd broken away from each other and I checked my phone, I was cursing. We're late.
It's fine,
Vane said when I nearly tripped over my feet to get to the bathroom. After a few rounds of sex last night, he'd done what he could to freshen up my suit, so I at least had clothes to wear. I just needed to iron them first. It's not fine. I threw a glare over my shoulder. I can't be late. I'm not the boss, and Jean-Paul will know. Shoving open the bathroom door, I took a moment to appreciate the design. The gray stone walls and silver tiles matched the theme of the rest of the apartment, and while it was simple, it had an expensive feel to it. There was a pristine white bathtub against one wall and a porcelain toilet against another, which also had the shower connected on the other side. I stepped around that wall to see the gold ceiling fixture where the water cascaded out. All the buttons and knobs in the bathroom were gold and contrasted beautifully against the gray. Beside the bathtub was a slim floor-to-ceiling window that gave me a beautiful view of the city. I whistled in astonishment. Last night I'd just used the smaller bathroom connected to his bedroom. And while nice, it wasn't this. His apartment was definitely a lot nicer than mine.
Do you need help turning on the shower?
Vane asked. I jumped, not realizing he was right behind me, and shot him a glance over my shoulder. I'm not useless.
No, but it'd give me a reason to touch you.
He crowded me against the closet wall and laid his hands on my hips, squeezing them gently. I leaned my chin back and smirked at him. "I don't have time right now. My boss is a hard ass, and I need to get to work." He huffed out a quiet laugh and captured my lips in another forceful but brief kiss before he sighed and pulled away.
"I'll order that belly. It'll be here by tomorrow afternoon, and then I can get you into it and fuck you."
A tremble swept through me, and I let out a harsh breath as he leaned in closer, his lips caressing mine in a slow and tempting movement that had my concerns about being late flying out the window. There was something about Vane Elwood that made me feel warm on the inside, and that was fucking terrifying. Not only was this purely a sex deal, but I'd never been with a man this long and still thoroughly enjoyed what we were doing.
"Let's shower,"
he whispered, and I couldn't bring myself to say no. By the time I got to work, I was rushing, nearly bumping into people as I ran toward the elevators. I didn't miss Kalinsky and his sneer, but I had no plans to deal with him today. When I got to the 5th floor, I knew Jean-Paul was pissed by the tick in his jaw. He shoved himself up from his seat and stormed around the desk. "You're late." I winced and sent him an apologetic smile. "I know. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. I swear." "Do you know how competitive politics is, Jackson? Everyone with a sharp mind wants to be a politician, but it takes hard work to get anywhere in City Hall. You're fighting against a lot of smart men and women, and Mr. Elwood trusted you with a very important position." He sent me a narrowed look. I kept myself standing tall, not backing down from his lecture. "If you think that you'll be given a free ride because you're riding Mr. Elwood..." The door opened behind me, and there was a familiar chuckle that made my spine stiffen.
"Don't bust his balls, JP. I was the reason he was late,"
Vane said smoothly, his voice like melted chocolate. I both hated and loved how confident he sounded all the time. Jean-Paul's eyebrows rose, and he glanced from Vane to me and then back again. "You were the reason?" He crossed his arms. "How was that possible at this time in the morning?"
"He spent the night at my place."
Vane touched my shoulder, and I glanced up at him when he stepped to my side. He'd insisted on me going to work with him in his car, and I couldn't argue with how late I'd been already. I'd asked him to wait 5 minutes before entering City Hall, though, and while I didn't expect him to humor me, he had. "Your place." Jean-Paul's mouth parted, and he turned a surprised stare on me, his gaze wandering down my body and up again like I was a puzzle that needed to be solved. I knew he couldn't be shocked at us sleeping together, which left me staying at Vane's apartment the option that baffled him. "Oh."
"Give him a break. He worked hard yesterday."
Vane patted me on the shoulder and winked before he strode past both of us into his office. He didn't bother to close the door behind him, so I assumed that meant he wanted us in there. Jean-Paul clicked his mouth closed and waved to the room, and I nodded in thanks as I walked past him. He followed me into the office and closed the door behind us. Vane slid his jacket off his shoulders and laid it over the back of his chair before he took a seat, staring at us carefully as we moved to stand in front of his desk.
"Do we have any updates on the police situation? I promised Ross I'd handle it personally."
Jean-Paul cleared his throat and pulled his phone out of the inside of his own jacket. He clicked a few times on the screen before he handed it to Vane. The drama has quieted down, but one of the reporters isn't letting go. Roberts is being a pain in the ass and claiming Mayor Midbury isn't fixing the issue with the cops and is only flexing for the cameras. Vane pinched the bridge of his nose.
Christ, Roberts is a fuckhead.
He pointed at Jean-Paul and handed back his phone.
Call Roberts and tell him I want to speak to him personally. We need to get ahead of this. He has a history of stirring the pot.
Yes, sir. Jean-Paul shot Vane a dazzling smile and was already typing into the schedule on his screen. Vane turned his pointed finger to me.
I want you to visit the police stations today, talk to the captains, and find out how the officers are responding to the retraining they're receiving. The last thing I want is for someone to act out. Knowing Roberts, he's already got an informant or is searching for one, and that's the last thing we need right now.
I nodded quickly. Okay.
Go.
Jean-Paul and I were already turning and heading out, but I didn't get far because he grabbed my arm as soon as Vane's office door closed. He stared hard, and I didn't know what was coming, but I gritted my teeth to get ready for another lecture. You spent the night with Vane? His voice was gentler than I'd expected, and his face was soft and kind, not twisted in the scowl he sometimes wore when he was annoyed. I did. My gaze fell to his hold on my upper arm, but he didn't release his grip. At his apartment? That's what we said, didn't we? I frowned at him. He sighed and finally let me go, but he didn't move, and neither did I. It looked like he had more to say, and I was curious what it could be. Vane is a good boss, an even better man. I'd never seen him with another person. I mean, not in the relationship type of way. We're not in a relationship. Being with you is a risk for him, Jackson, he continued, as though I hadn't said a word. If it gets out that he's dating a staff member who works under him, his reputation and career could be endangered. So can yours. He's too good at his job for us to lose him. He poked me on the chest and I winced. Don't fuck this up for him. If you're going to be in a relationship, be smart about it. If this is serious, get a transfer to another boss. He has enough scandals to deal with without this as well. I winced because this was a reminder that I needed to do something about Kalinsky. Fuck, I hated that guy. I didn't know what I was going to do about him, but I couldn't avoid him forever, especially with the threat of exposing us. You're right. Listen, I forgot something in the car I need to get before I head to the police stations. Can I go grab it? He pursed his lips and tilted his head as if perplexed, but sighed and waved his hand. Thanks. I turned on my heel and rushed out of the glass doors and toward the elevator again. It wasn't difficult to find Kalinsky. He was always close to someone important, ready to kiss ass. This time he was following close behind one of the city council members on their way to a meeting, as though he was about to approach her. I intercepted him and ignored his "What the?" as I dragged him toward the bathrooms. When I had him inside and the last guy taking a piss had left, I locked the door and spun on Kalinsky, who was busy glancing around with a disgusted frown. His gaze stuck on the less-than-spotless urinals, and he looked like he was getting ready to gag. He wore a beige suit today, and it was fucking ugly. The color didn't complement his skin tone, but I wasn't in a nice enough mood to tell him that. He crossed his arms at me and ran a hand over his dark hair, messing up the part. "What do you want, Belle? Have you thought about what I said?" I leaned back against the door, blocking his exit. Kalinsky didn't look like he was trying to escape, though. "I have." He smiled, and I wanted to punch it off his face. He was despicable, and just staring at him made my gut clench in irritation. "And I decided that you're going to get me a position further up, preferably with Mr. Elwood." I snorted. "I can't do that, Kalinsky. I'm another employee like everyone else." "I don't believe you." He smiled in such a smarmy way that it made my skin prickle. "You're fucking Mr. Elwood. Tell him you want me to work with you. Pretend I'm your friend. Do it, or I will make both your lives hell." I shoved forward, and he took a few steps back as I reared closer to him. Grabbing his tie in my fist, I dragged him nearer until his face was close to mine. "Don't you ever fucking threaten me or Vane like that. Do you hear me? Do it then." While he sounded confident, I didn't miss the way his eyes widened slightly and fear flashed in them. My phone buzzed, and with a sigh I let him go and took it out of my pocket. "What the hell are you doing?" I typed back a quick reply to Vane and was startled when the sound of a text beeped on the other side of the door, and then a knock echoed through the room. We both froze. I pushed Kalinsky away, and he nearly tripped over. Glaring, I turned to unlock and then yank open the door, and stilled at the sight of Vane on the other side. "Mr. Elwood, what are you—" "I need you to come with me, now. A call was put through to Jean-Paul, and it was your mother. Your father had a heart attack, and they're taking him to Walnut Creek. I told her we'd meet them there." A mixture of fear and shock trickled through me, and my heart slammed against my ribs. "Come on, I'll take you in the car." I didn't miss the glare he sent over my shoulder at Kalinsky before he curled his fingers around my elbow and guided me out of the bathroom toward the front exit. He had my coat draped over his arm, and he stopped to help me slip it on. His words bounced around in my head. Dad, heart attack, Walnut Creek. Oh, God! I didn't care that we were receiving curious looks from the people we walked past. I could barely keep myself upright, and every time I nearly collapsed, Vane was there to hold me. "Is he okay?" "She doesn't know," Vane said, giving me a sad look. "That's why we're meeting them there." Oh. Dad had always been a healthy man. His job kept him fit, so there hadn't been any need to worry about the normal crap that middle-aged men got from their doctors about high blood pressure and cholesterol from being out of shape. He was healthier than anyone I knew. I didn't realize we'd made it to the car until Vane helped me sit inside. I thought about Dad and his smile and what would happen if he wasn't around, and my stomach heaved. Vane gripped my shoulder and squeezed, and I jumped, glancing at him in shock. I hadn't noticed him get into the driver's seat. "Are you going to be sick?" "No." I shook my head furiously. "No, I'm fine." "Are you sure?" His brows dove in concern, and I shook my head again, or maybe I hadn't stopped doing it from when I answered his last question. My chest clenched, and I let my head fall back against the seat. I'm fine. Fuck. He slid his hand down my arm and linked his fingers with mine. I closed my eyes, and the car started with a smooth grumble before we moved. Sitting in silence with him was strange, but not uncomfortable, and his hold on me was a reassuring pressure I needed right now. How much did you hear with Kalinsky? You saw me go in there, didn't you? I was almost afraid to ask, but it also took my mind off my dad, who could possibly be dying. I wasn't doing anything with him. I'm not interested in him. My heart hammered, but I had trouble focusing on another worry.
I believe you. We shouldn't talk about this right now.
My eyes shot open and I looked at him. His focus was on the road and the mid-morning traffic that packed the streets of New Gothenburg. He looked handsome today, his hair brushed back and his jaw freshly shaven. It had been nice to watch him get ready for a day at work this morning. We should. He glanced at me and pursed his lips, and I didn't know if he was mad at me or not.
Answer one simple question for me.
Yes, Daddy, I whispered, comforted by the way the words slipped out of my mouth.
How long has he been blackmailing you, Jackson?
I licked at my dry lips and watched a few Harleys zip past us. Fuck. Did Jean-Paul tell him something, or was I too loud in the bathroom? The riders had on leather jackets with patches that said Kings of Men MC on the back. New Gothenburg had a few biker clubs, and they were a menace to Midbury and Vane, so I wasn't surprised when Vane curled his lip at the sight of them. A little while. I was handling it. Vane shook his head, and I suspected he wanted to say something, but he put his foot on the accelerator when the light we were sitting at turned green. We shot forward, and he finally managed to get out of the majority of the traffic to head straight toward Walnut Creek Hospital.
We're not going to talk about this right now,
he said again as he steered into another lane and passed a particularly slow Toyota. I glanced into the window of the car on the way past, and an elderly lady turned to look at me at the same time. She raised her hand in a wave, and I smiled, giving her one back. Are you angry? I whispered, afraid I'd fucked this all up. Vane could lose his job just like Jean-Paul had said, and so could I. He cleared his throat and then sighed.
No, I'm not. I mean it. We'll talk later. This kind of stress isn't good for the baby.
I smiled because I couldn't not, and he grinned back at me. No, it's not. He pulled into the parking garage near the hospital. We found a space on the second level, and he managed to steal it from another person who was racing toward it. He gave my hand another squeeze and raised it to his mouth, kissing the back of it. I hadn't realized he'd never let it go the entire drive here.
Come on, let's see if your father is okay.
Chapter 12. Vane. Jack sat in his seat with the bright morning sun beating on his sickly pale face until I went around to his side of the car and opened the door for him. When he glanced up at me with a pinched frown and fear in his eyes, the last of my vague thoughts of dumping him at the front doors and running like a bat out of hell went up in flames. Was being seen in public like this with him smart? No. Was I fucking pissed off about that little fucker I'd heard threatening us? Yes, I fucking am. I was sure there was more to the story than what I'd managed to overhear, and if circumstances were different, I would have gone in there and let that little fuck know exactly what kind of a nightmare I could turn his life into for screwing with my boy. My plans for revenge would have to wait. Jackson looked at me with big shiny eyes that he blinked like he was ready to cry, and I was surprised by how badly I wanted to make sure those tears never fell. First of all, he would be humiliated by showing that much emotion in front of strangers. I was sure of it. And second of all, I never wanted him to feel bad. God damn it. This entanglement with Jackson wasn't smart on a personal level for multiple reasons, and it was a fucking fact I should step back. Instead, I held out my hand to him and he took it. I hefted him to his feet and wrapped an arm around him when he didn't seem quite like he'd stay upright. Pulling him close, I held him while he shivered in my arms and hit his face against my neck. "I'm here for you, Jackson," I murmured. His shoulders trembled. "I thought you'd tell me everything is going to be okay." The awful reality of the situation pushed in around us and seemed to loom like a weight pressing down on my chest. I'd had 2 separate days like this when I was too young to deal with them, and no one had held me. Adrenaline smashed through my veins and had me cradling him tighter. I pressed a rough kiss to his temple. "It might not be all right, but I'm here, okay? I'm here." He nodded and sniffed, and that was my cue to kiss him again, in the hope I would stop any actual waterworks, because I was the least qualified human on the planet to deal with that. I turned and kept my arm around him, herding him toward the hospital. We fought traffic to get across the street and then went through the front doors. Straight forward from the entranceway was a desk. The boy sitting there tapping away at his keyboard ignored us for about a minute, perhaps hoping we would change our minds and go away. He had short, shiny black hair that looked like it would be soft to grab onto, and a pretty pout on his plush pink lips that had me looking for a few seconds. But I was in for another terrible shock. I didn't want to size him up against Jackson. I didn't want to compare them and decide whether or not I should trade up. I was content, dare I say even happy. I gave Jackson a little squeeze. "My boyfriend's father might be dying while you sit there wasting oxygen." I snarled and slapped a hand on the desk. The boy finally lifted his eyes to me and nodded, that pout of his turning into more of a frown. "Name?" Jackson told him, and he sighed and pecked at the keyboard, leaning toward it, squinting. I wanted to scream by the time he sat back. "He's been moved to surgery," he said in a bored tone that made me want to pick that keyboard up and bash him on the head. "Second floor." Jackson rested his head against my chest, and I wanted to yell at the kid who couldn't act more like he didn't give a fuck about Jackson's father. There was no way I should give in to my urge to raise hell. Not only would me yelling draw attention to us, but it would also only make Jackson feel worse. I contented myself with shooting the kid a nasty glare and then guided Jackson toward the elevators. The ride upstairs wasn't long. In no time, we were heading down a short hallway toward a waiting room. The turn into a small alcove full of chairs brought us into sight of a woman with long brown hair and rosy cheeks. She wore what looked like a gas station uniform, and her face was a long oval shape like Jackson's. We were practically at her side before it ever occurred to me to brace for such a thing, meeting one of his parents. I'd been so worried about Jackson, it hadn't occurred to me to stress about his family learning about us. She was nodding at a tall, bald doctor who leaned closer to her, with a clipboard between them that he was pointing at.
"Mom?"
Jackson called as we approached, and when she turned to him, her face crumpled. He left my side to hug her, and I stood there feeling out of place while she rubbed his back. He made a terrible sound that was, again, almost crying, but not quite. With a sniffle, he stepped back from her and swiped his thumbs under his eyes. I was shocked when he was right back at my side, but also happy to offer support. I wrapped both my arms around him, nearly crushing his body to mine as he leaned his shoulder against my front.
"Who is this?"
his mother asked. Her eyes were bright and curious, and while I'd never met his dad, I knew that serious expression. Jackson was definitely her son. The longer he didn't say anything, the harder her jaw became. "Jackson," I whispered and gave him a little shake.
"He's my boss,"
Jackson blurted, and I dropped my forehead to rest on top of his head. Of all the damn things that could pop out of his mouth right now.
Well, thank you for dropping him off,"
his mother said, as I raised my head and tried not to look as guilty as I felt. But her words were more of a question than anything. The doctor snagged her arm and gently urged her a few steps away, talking quietly to her again. Every now and then she shot me concerned glances that had me feeling like an asshole for even being here. After what I'd overheard earlier in the bathroom, I didn't want to leave Jackson alone anywhere. Obviously, bad things happened when I wasn't around. And fuck, it might be safer for me and my career to stay far away from him, but I had no intention of doing it. I rested my chin on his head again, cuddling him as close as I could, and he let out a weak chuckle. "You okay?" I asked, and he barely shrugged. So I was guessing that was a big fat no on the doing all right front. He rested his hands on top of mine where they clasped his hip, and it was weird and good. I growled low in my throat and got a small huff of air from him that might have been amusement.
"What?"
he asked. I only kissed his cheek in response, and his mother happened to be looking at us when I did. Her eyes nearly bugged right out of her head. "Come on, all this standing around isn't good for the baby," I grumbled softly into his ear, and happily enough, I was rewarded with a weak chuckle. He allowed me to walk him over to a 2-seater chair packed in among the singles in the small waiting room without windows. The cheap artwork on the walls assaulted me from every angle, and I tried not to be myself right now. The last thing anyone would appreciate was me bitching about Thomas Kincaid prints. We sat down, and I half expected now that he'd seen his mother, he'd be back to wanting to do everything on his own. Or maybe he'd just be embarrassed to be seen with me. My stomach flipped in an unpleasant way and my face burned. It had been a long time, but I'd never had a relationship that was conventional or socially acceptable, and judgment was all I knew when I stepped foot out of the house with the person I was with. It would happen with Jackson, too. If this ever went public,
I sure as hell would be judged as a monster, even though I hadn't started anything. Predatory boss. He was so young, I'd be marked as predatory, period. Hell, I was probably 15 years older than him if I had to guess. I glanced at Jackson. I wasn't a troll under a bridge or anything. I knew most people thought I was attractive, but at a glance, he was definitely younger than me by a good deal. He cut a look toward my face, and a ghost of a smile tilted the corners of his mouth and then fell away again. "Are you okay?" I rubbed a hand over his belly. He laughed, but it didn't last long, and then his face pinched immediately afterward before his expression smoothed out. The play of emotions captured me. Had I ever felt that many things at once?
"No. How mad are you? Are we done?"
His voice quavered, and I hated that he had to question me, even though I hadn't given him much reason to think I was someone who would commit. Leaning close, I whispered, "How many times do I have to tell you that you're mine?"
"Okay, well, you're still pissed, right?"
He barely moved his lips to talk and didn't look at me. "Fuck that right now." I kissed the side of his head and he sniffled. "You need me."
"You know fucking around with me could be a career ender for you, and you're staying with me?"
Snorting out a chuckle, I leaned back but kept my arm around him. "Really? This?" I hugged him. "Nah, not in New Gothenburg. Maybe I'll be kicked out of my deputy mayor position with the next vote, but I'd just do something else. I've never let anything keep me down." My heart scrabbled along faster, and I stared at the scuffed tile on the floor in front of us. I hadn't lied to him, and I was surprised I'd told him the truth. Obviously, I rocked my job and would use every dirty trick in the book to keep it. But I was a selfish man, and if I could, I'd keep both, the cushy job and Jackson. "I'm more worried about you, one crisis at a time."
"Then you admit Kalinsky blackmailing me is a crisis?"
"Not yet it isn't."
"Damn it!"
came a shrill screech from nearby, and we both snapped our attention to Jackson's mother. "What?" we asked at the same time, and she slapped her hands to the sides of her head for a second before dragging them down to her cheeks in a way that made her eyes bulge briefly.
"Your dad's going to need surgery. I don't even want to think about the bills."
She scrubbed a tissue across her cheeks.
"I'm sorry,"
the doctor said from behind her with a sigh.
"I know you don't want to hear that he's not good. No one does, but he's being prepped. We'll do all we can."
Jackson sagged against my side, and the feelings of being the strong one swamped me. But instead of feeling powerful from the sensation, like I normally did when I did things for Jackson, I only felt sad that it was necessary. All the different sensations swirling around in my chest left me reeling. I wasn't feeling good, but I was happy to be here with him. I didn't give a fuck who could see me either. I dropped a kiss onto his soft hair. His mom collapsed into the chair across from ours.
"I didn't realize... Jackson, I didn't know you were seeing someone."
She stared at me, and her body only seemed to be staying upright through sheer force of will. She blinked tiredly in our direction.
Jackson stilled against my side and rested his head on my shoulder again. The situation clearly called for some sort of civil intervention on my behalf, but I wasn't sure what. So I dragged out an election day smile and leaned Jackson and I far enough forward that I could offer her my hand. Immediately it was clear I'd made things even more awkward, but she took my hand anyway. When she was done with me, I leaned back and tugged Jackson into a more comfortable spot at my side.
Vane Elwood,
I said, a touch too loudly.
Patrice, your name sounds familiar. He's the deputy mayor, Mom,
Jackson said, and with a sigh I nodded as she stared me down. Her eyebrows dove, and the same creeping dread smacked into my gut that always washed over me when reporters were acting particularly frisky. She leaned forward and rested her elbows on her thighs, and I braced myself. But a woman came up to her with a stack of paperwork on a clipboard and rescued me from further conversation. Jackson rubbed his hand along my thigh, I think to get rid of his nerves without having to actually wriggle away from me, but my body was definitely keyed up. I had to trap his hand in place under my palm, or I would have wound up embarrassing myself in front of his mother. My phone buzzed in my pocket and I ignored it. Jackson shifted around, though, like he couldn't stand the idea of me ignoring a call that might be important, which was funny. Because of the two of us, I should be far more concerned. The damn phone rang again immediately after it stopped, and I sighed, reaching into my pocket. It was Ross, so I answered.
What?
I pressed the phone to my ear so hard that it hurt.
I need you to...
I'm taking a personal day. There was a gurgling on his end that sounded like maybe he'd sucked some coffee or a mid-morning Bloody Mary down the wrong pipe, and then that was followed by a bunch of coughing.
What?
He wheezed.
Have you ever taken a day?
Later, there's a situation I need to discuss with you. Ross blew out a long breath.
Yeah, I'll be available for that meeting, since it looks like I'll need to haul my ass into the office.
Poor baby. Do you need directions? The bastard didn't bother answering, only laughed as he hung up on me. Jackson shivered, and I earned myself a grateful smile as I gave him a little hug.
You're busy. I'm fine here.
Tilting his chin up with one finger, I kissed his soft lips, and he sighed into my mouth. Across from us, his mother slapped down her clipboard of paperwork onto the empty seat beside her. They won't let you back with your husband? I asked as I sat taller in my seat, simply to give myself a way to distract her from whatever was fueling her furious state.
Not since they're getting him ready for surgery. I'd only be in the way. How old are you?
Younger than you. Her frown cleared, and she tilted her head back and laughed. A throaty good time sound that made me think she might not be a bad person to know.
Okay, I like you, I guess. Jackson seems to like you anyway.
He looked up at the sound of his name and smiled at his mother in what looked like relief at her acceptance of our entanglement. He seemed shy, and while it was the worst time for him to show me that side of himself, I kind of enjoyed the way he let me guide the situation. The fact he'd been worried about his mother's response surprised me, though, as I sat there turning it over in my head with nothing else to do. My reaction to her had me uncomfortably aware that I was also relieved by the fact that I wasn't being cursed at right now, and that probably meant I was far more invested in Jackson than was good for me. I stood, and Jackson grasped my hand. I kissed his knuckles to wipe the frown off his face. "I'll go get us all coffee. Tell me how you like it." His mother was fast to rattle off her order, and I figured she wanted to get Jackson alone to pump him for info on us. Maybe she just wanted her son to herself, but I wasn't in a very good mood, so my suspicions lingered. Jackson opened his mouth to tell me what he would like, and I cut him off. "Hot chocolate?" He closed his mouth and nodded, and I didn't miss his smirk. "You don't need too much caffeine." "Isn't being the coffee bitch my job?" he asked. "Today only, I'll let you off the hook." He gave me a tiny eye roll as I took off toward the elevators. I managed to make it down the block to the closest Starbucks and hopped into the mid-morning caffeine crash line that stretched to the door. I was 5 people from ordering when my phone started ringing. I ignored it. It kept ringing. My curiosity ballooned until I had no choice but to tug the phone out of my pocket. Jean-Paul flashed on the screen. "Yes, I'm taking a personal day," I said, before he could lay some new disaster on me. "I have someone here who urgently requests to speak with you." This was his "I found you charging personal expenses to the city account, and you better fucking fix it now" tone. Definitely not to be messed with. I growled. "Is it a rat-fink-looking fuck by the name of Kalinsky who knows Jackson?" "Yes, he certainly claims to know our Jackson." There was a dry humor in JP's tone that made me want to give him a raise. "He must not have realized we left City Hall. Hand that miserable little cretin the phone." "Oh, as you command." Jean-Paul's snark wasn't lost on me, but there was the sound of the phone being fumbled to another person. "Mr. Elwood?" The voice had rage spiking in me because it was the same fucking smug tone I'd heard in the bathroom, threatening Jackson earlier. "I think we need to talk, because—" "Listen up, you chicken shit little fuck." There was a gasp from the other end. "Good." "What?" "You don't have the balls to come after me, you nutless wonder." If you say one fucking word to anyone, it won't go well for you. Do you know where my money is in this city?" "No." "Real estate. I own literally half of downtown. I will find out who you are. I will find some way to fuck over everyone you care about. If there is even half a goddamn whisper of anything between me and Jackson, I will assume you are to blame and take a chunk out of you one way or another." My head felt like it was going to fly off my body with my agitation. "Yes, sir." There was the spineless response I expected. He wasn't a man at all. He was a worm. "Put JP back on the fucking phone." There was a muffled sound of another handoff. "Yes, my liege," Jean-Paul said. "Make him my first appointment tomorrow. I'm not coming back in right now. Leave whenever you feel like it today. Cancel my meetings." "Yes, sir," came a decidedly more pleasant response, and then he whispered, "Tell Jackson I hope his dad's okay." And I smiled. Sure. He hung up first and I laughed. The barista was glaring at me because I'd been holding up the line without realizing it. So I ordered, tipped well, and then got the hell out of her way. After my trip for coffee, I made it my mission in life to take care of the Bells while they waited for word of their paterfamilias. The surgery took most of the morning, and he wasn't out of recovery until almost 6 o'clock in the evening. Patrice went back to see him and came out crying because he wasn't doing as well as the doctor had hoped. Jackson stayed snuggled up to my side in that hard chair, and it was nearly 8 o'clock before I cajoled him into leaving for my apartment.
"Yes, go, sweetie,"
Patrice said to him with a tired smile.
"I'm going to stay here. They'll let me sit with your father once he's in his room."
She gave me a meaningful nod, and it clicked that she was fine with me hustling Jackson out of here, so I took a deep breath and stood. "Come on, we're going." He glanced between me and Patrice and sighed, slowly getting to his feet.
"Okay, bye, Mom."
They shared a hug that had my chest doing that tight fluttery thing again. I ignored the sensation, and as soon as they were done with their goodbyes, I was more than happy to take him out to my car. I sighed happily as we settled into the leather interior and I started the engine. If something did happen and I was out of City Hall, I would miss stupid perks like having a gym to myself on Saturdays and being able to park wherever I wanted and mostly get away with it. I'd miss Sean Paul. Ross would still be my friend, so that wasn't going anywhere. I was surprised I couldn't think of more things I was worried to lose. Jackson turned to study me when I gunned the engine. Would I miss that desk or him more if I had to choose? The answer was a no-brainer. I'd miss him. The drive back to my apartment was quick, and again, once we were out of the car, Jackson was back in my arms. I wasn't sure if it was getting blackmailed today or having his dad be sick that was getting to him. Either of those problems would have been a doozy all on their own, but together they were a 1-2 knockout punch. I held him and didn't even bother deciding what I would do about the little fucker trying to get one over on us. I hadn't been bluffing earlier, but I wasn't sure what the little pissant wanted, and his name sounded familiar. So I should probably figure out who his family was before I went poking a hornet's nest. The thought of the entire process of dealing with this shit made me tired. When the elevator doors opened and we stepped into the apartment together, Jackson stiffened.
"Are you going to yell at me?"
He dragged his feet and stopped walking, even though I was trying to usher him toward the bedroom. What? Yell? Apparently, we were going to have to talk about this now. Had he been worrying about it all day? I wanted to do a hell of a lot more than yell when I heard him talking to you in that bathroom, especially when I couldn't get in the door to be with you. I wasn't mad about the fucking problem we're facing, Jackson. I want to be clear here. I was goddamn furious that you didn't trust me enough to bring me in on this. It's my career we're talking about, too. I put fires out for a living. Why wouldn't you come to me? He shuffled away, and I had a sense of déjà vu as he leaned against the wall beside the elevator and crossed his arms. Well, why didn't you tell me? He hung his head, and I wanted so badly to go to him. I clenched my hands into fists instead. I need to know what you were fucking thinking.
"I was scared, okay?"
My stomach boiled with anger, and I stalked over to stand right in front of him. Of what? Not that kid. If you're ever scared, come to me. I smacked my own chest hard enough that it stung, but I was so upset I barely felt it. Don't ever wait. That's what bad people count on. They count on you isolating yourself. I know. I've used that tactic. They count on your silence to keep their play in motion. I forced myself to relax my hands and then rested my fingertips on my stomach. He was so fucking beautiful I could barely stand it. The range of emotions that flashed across his face were mesmerizing. Eventually he closed his eyes as a twisted smile settled across his lips. I was scared that you'd be done with me even after what you said to me, because what we're doing is dangerous, and now someone knows. Smirking, I brushed a kiss to the top of his nose, and his eyes flew open. You're my belly boy. You're about as dangerous as a chinchilla in a pink bow. He scowled and crossed his arms. Jean-Paul told me I should request to go to a different office. Paralyzed, I couldn't even breathe, and then all at once I was able to move again and grasped his shoulders. I knew I was holding him too tightly because of the little V that settled between his brows, but I couldn't make myself let go of him. Vane? Do you want to go? I demanded. No. I was able to drag in a real breath again while he stared at me like I'd gone off my rocker. Let me take you out for a meal. I know it's late. I'm too tired to cook, though, and I don't want you eating crappy takeout. Let's be ourselves, be relaxed, and get to know each other, because I don't want you to go. We'll make everything okay again tomorrow. Is that smart? Sighing, I looked at the ceiling, but no answers dropped out of the sky. If we're doing this, Jean-Paul may have a point. This? You're mine, I growled, surprised by how strongly I felt those words. You need me to say it? Fucking fine, I will. A relationship. He stared at me, and I glared right back at him as a strange heaviness seemed to linger in the air between us, making it difficult to keep meeting his gaze. I turned my attention to the floor between our shoes. Thank you for today, for being there with me. Don't. I wanted to do that. I want you. I mumbled, my face scalded. He chuckled weakly. I want you too, but I think I also want the other stuff. He gestured lamely between us. So we're good? I can't have this talk again. You need to know you're mine and that's it. No qualifications required. I'm going to fuck you and put my seed in your belly, and you're going to love every second of me breeding you. He smiled at me, and I could tell maybe he was going to say something sappy, so I stepped in and hugged him tight. Come on, belly bitch, let me feed you. There's a lot within walking distance. He tilted his head back so I could kiss him, and his lips trembled against mine. While we softly explored each other's mouths, every one of my bones melted, except one. By the time I pulled myself away from him, we were both panting. Fine, wine me and dine me. Great. I grinned at him, excited. I hadn't been on a date in, well, I wasn't sure if I actually ever had been.
I held out my hand for his and used my other one to hit the elevator call button. The ride downstairs passed in a blur because he slid close to me, and I ate his lips like they were the food I'd missed out on at dinner time. When the door opened at the ground floor, shouting from the front doors had me wincing. The glass ceiling and walls that extended the entranceway from the main building made the noise bounce around and sound louder than should have been possible. We stepped out, and it quickly became apparent that the racket was two security guards surrounding one man who was yelling. I immediately groaned, while Jackson leaned forward toward the ruckus, brow furrowed. He was probably trying to figure out where he knew the fucker with the camera from, as he turned and snapped a photograph of us. "What do you want, Roberts?" His smile was so oily, he could have sold the mineral rights and retired on it. "Only a moment of your time, Deputy Mayor. Seemed a shame to wait until you were back at City Hall. Your bouncers wouldn't let me talk to you." Jackson sucked in a deep breath and went to tug his hand from mine, but I held on firmly. "Of course," I said, dragging Jackson along with my head held high. If I was going to burn, like hell I'd give anyone the pleasure of seeing me act guilty. I drew him to my side and firmly held him. "You'll have to walk while you talk, Roberts, because I'm taking my boyfriend to dinner." Jackson squeezed my hand so hard it hurt, but he plastered on a press-worthy smile, and I was so proud I could kiss him, so I pressed one to his temple. He sucked in a breath, and Robert's eyebrows flew high, but fuck him. Chapter 13. Jax. Every time I turned to glance at Roberts, Vane tightened his hold on me and earned my attention again. He gave me a narrowed look, and I took it as his way of telling me to concentrate on him. It wasn't that easy when we had a reporter trailing after us, searching for a career-changing story. We were exactly that if Roberts found out who I was. And the last thing I wanted was to ruin Vane's career. Fuck. This entire circumstance was because I'd wanted to make my way up my own career ladder, but I wasn't going to fuck him over. I was a lot of things, but I wasn't that kind of guy. "You're gay?" Robert shuffled after us as we moved down the street at a fast pace, Vane's fingers still entwined in mine. He wasn't a particularly handsome man, with a bushy mustache that reminded me of something from the 70s and a balding head. His phone was pointed in our direction, and it was clear he was recording us with his camera. Vane made a sound that only I'd be able to hear and flicked a smirk over his shoulder. "I've never hidden that fact, Mr. Roberts." "But you never told the New Gothenburg people either, Mr. Elwood." Roberts nearly tripped over a crack in the sidewalk, and I secretly hoped he'd fall and smash his phone. But that was a fantasy, and he managed to right himself and continued to follow us. "Don't you think we have the right to know that the deputy mayor is gay?" "I didn't realize my sexuality affected my support of the mayor's policies, Mr. Roberts." Vane's smile was the same one he used in all the other press conferences I'd seen him in, and while it looked charming, I secretly knew it as the "I hate you, but I have to be nice" one. "We have the right to know if we're electing a gay man," Roberts continued, running around me to get in front of us. He pushed the camera in my face, and Vane stepped in front of me to block it, stopping us from walking. "New Gothenburg didn't elect me for my sexuality. The people elected the mayor and myself to do good for this city."
And what good is that?
I couldn't see Robert's face around Vane's wide shoulders and muscular body, but I could hear the smarminess in his voice. He thought he had Vane in a vice, and he was planning on squeezing him tight for every last drop of desperation he could find. The problem was, he'd never get it. In the months I'd worked at City Hall, I'd learned about Vane's confidence and calmness. In the time I'd personally worked with him and let him fuck me, I'd also learned that he didn't let other people faze him. He took aggression in stride and either charmed or threatened people to keep their criticism silent. Roberts was the only one I'd seen brave enough to personally attack Vane about his appearance or personality, rather than his policies or his work in City Hall. I noticed the way Vane's shoulders stiffened, though, and I reached up with my free hand to squeeze his upper arm in support.
Mr. Roberts, if you are too blind to see what we've done for this city.
How is the motorcycle club situation going? Oh, right. There was a shootout, and then we called in reinforcements. The ATF didn't do a damn thing. They packed their stuff and left, leaving our undertrained police force to handle a situation they aren't prepared for. We have 4 clubs in New Gothenburg, Deputy Mayor. 4. Not a damn thing is being done about them.
Annoyance sliced through Robert's voice, and it sounded very personal to him. Staring at Vane's back wasn't interesting, and while I understood his need to protect me, I wanted to see what was happening. I stepped to Vane's side and smiled at him when he flicked a concerned glance at me. I could handle a camera being shoved in my face.
We need to be delicate about this situation, Mr. Roberts. Trying to force out 4 motorcycle clubs is not an easy task, no matter who's in City Hall.
Really? Because the opposition, Mr. Lightman, promised that if he's voted in for the next mayoral election, he'll drive the bikers out of our city. He'll increase the police presence on the streets and bring down the law on these criminal organizations.
Vane laughed, and I winced at how annoyed he sounded.
Mr. Lightman is living in a fantasy land. You must remember, Mr. Roberts, that we have budgets and limitations, and pushing at these motorcycle clubs could have dire consequences. Not to mention, their mere presence isn't technically illegal. The last thing Mayor Midbury and I want is for innocent people to be hurt. We are working to secure a safe city for our people, but it's not a fix that can be done overnight. It takes time. Mr. Lightman wants you to believe it's easy when it's not.
Are you calling him a liar?
Roberts narrowed a thoughtful stare on me, but kept his camera on Vane. I had a feeling it would turn to me again soon, though.
No, but I believe he may be a little naive, seeing as he's never had any role of leadership in the city. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a date.
Vane tried to move around Roberts, clasping my hand firmly in his, but Roberts sidestepped and blocked us again, turning that pesky phone toward me.
And you're gay. Is this your lover? He looks like one of those courtesan whores.
I forced myself to smile, but Vane grabbed Robert's arm, shoving the camera away from me. The phone went flying out of Robert's hand, and my eyes widened as it clattered against the cement sidewalk. I'd seen enough celeb stories to know that wasn't a good thing. But when Roberts went flailing after his phone, Vane tugged me hard. All I could do was let him drag me away from the cursing reporter who promised his revenge while he whimpered about the cracked screen of his phone.
Daddy, you can't break his phone like that. He can sue you and smear your reputation in his articles,
I said in a rush as my legs burned in an attempt to keep up with his fast pace.
He can try.
Vane threw a glare over his shoulder at Roberts and tugged me down an alleyway. I followed him, not able to do much else as he led me past dumpsters that smelled like 2-week-old garbage and the back doors of shops until we reached the street behind. "How romantic," I mumbled, unable to stop myself from chuckling. This was the first time I'd seen Vane look rattled and annoyed, and a part of me was thrilled at the idea that it was because someone had insulted me. He dragged me to the side of the street and raised his hand, and a taxi pulled in beside us. We hopped into the back, and the driver gave us a look in the rearview mirror.
1235 Maple Street, please. It's a cafe called Cakealicious,"
Vane said, and the driver nodded and directed the car back out into traffic. There weren't as many cars this time of night, or at least not as much as usual. The onslaught of fatigue hit me fast now that I was sitting in a warm car again, and I slumped against Vane and closed my eyes for a brief minute. I didn't know if I fell asleep or if I just zoned out, because the next moment, Vane was kissing me on the forehead as he said my name quietly. He already paid the driver, and he helped me out of the back of the taxi.
"I know you're tired, but we won't be long,"
he whispered, dragging me against his body as we stepped up onto the sidewalk. I glanced around at where we were and immediately noticed the cafe he'd taken us to wasn't open. But clearly that's not where we were heading, because he directed me toward a hotel next to it. It looked to be an impressive older-style building with brick walls, pillars, and curved balconies. The windows were wide and arched, and through one of them, a few stories up, I plainly saw a young lady in lacy red lingerie, a cigarette in her hand as she stared out into the world. The light was bright behind her, illuminating her, but she didn't seem to care she was visible for anyone on the street to see. Is there a reason we're here?" I asked Vane carefully, unable to break my stare on the woman, until Vane had pulled me toward the glass doors where 2 men stood on either side. I didn't know if they were bellhops or valets, but they looked more like guards to me, with their black suits, wide shoulders, and hard gazes. I'd heard rumors about the Courtesan Hotel, but nothing warranted any truth to it. If it had, it would have been shut down by now. It was clear why Vane told the taxi driver to take him to the cafe, though. As deputy mayor, he couldn't be linked with the Courtesan Hotel, a rumored brothel. We walked into the foyer, with its dazzling gold-swirled marble floor and high ceilings that glittered with crystal-cut chandeliers. Everything about the open space felt like something out of a 50s movie, and I couldn't help but stop and stare at the glamorous people who moved throughout the room, dressed in suits, gowns, and clothes I could only classify as evening wear. It was without a doubt the fanciest place I'd ever stepped into. To our right, through a pointed arch, there was a room that had couches scattered around, and they were all full of laughing people. Beyond that was what seemed to be a bar area with tables here and there, though the lighting in that room was murkier. Far away, a small stage was lit up for some reason, with no one on it. A blond man came bustling over to us, his chin raised and a tight smile on his face as he stopped in front of Vane. "Deputy Mayor Elwood, welcome back," he said quietly, as though sharing a secret. Maybe he didn't want other guests to hear Vane's name. "We're having an event tonight. Please excuse the volume of guests."
"Good evening, Darcy,"
Vane gripped me tighter against his side, and the man, Darcy Vane had called him, studied me carefully. "Are you here for pleasure?" he asked after a short moment, vibrant blue eyes darting back to Vane. "No, I'm looking for Ross. I know he usually likes to visit to blow off steam near the end of the week, and I need to speak to him urgently." Darcy opened his mouth, but Vane held up his palm. "I'm aware of your rules, Darcy, but this is urgent, and Ross wouldn't like a phone call for this. Could you please inform him I'm here and wish to speak with him immediately?" Vane turned on the charm, but there was more to his voice. While pleasant, his tone also held an order, too. Darcy pursed his lips and clasped his hands in front of him, his gaze flipping to me before he finally nodded, although quite reluctantly. "I will contact him for you, Mr. Elwood. Please wait here." He turned and strode back toward the reception desk and picked up the phone next to a gold table lamp that gleamed. While he was busy, I glanced at Vane and gripped his hand in my own tighter. "Do you come here often?" I teased. He sent me a smirk and shrugged unapologetically. "I needed privacy, and the courtesan could give me that." "So it is a brothel?" Studying the foyer more carefully, I took note of some of the people standing around again. A couple of faces looked familiar, and I swore one of the men loitering on a plush red couch with a young woman in a short black dress was a senator from Pennsylvania. Vane clasped my chin and tugged my face to make me look at him again. "I can neither confirm nor deny that accusation." He grinned, and my heart clattered against my ribcage so hard I was surprised no one heard it. "But if it was, it would be an exclusive brothel for powerful people that no one who has career aspirations would want to mess with." "Duly noted," I said with a snort. He curled his arms around my waist and hauled me closer, pressing our foreheads together as he stared intently at me. "How are you doing?" The question was asked gently, and I couldn't help but melt into him. Fuck. I shouldn't have cared about this man asking how I was, but I did, and that made my insides tingle. "Mom is going to keep me updated." "That's not what I asked." He touched his nose with mine and popped a quick kiss on my mouth. "I asked how you were doing, and I want a real answer. It's my job to take care of you, Jackson, and I can't do that unless I know how you're feeling." I laughed quietly and shivered at his voice. I thought about the time we'd spent in the hospital, how he'd stayed stuck to my side no matter how long Mom stared at him. He'd been there when he shouldn't have been, and that made my heart ache. I should have been running for the hills because he'd grown attached, but then so had I, in ways I hadn't before. We were both in trouble, especially with this reporter hanging around. Licking my dry lips, I smiled. "I'm scared for him. I know we haven't talked about family because this was only supposed to be physical, but Dad's a good man. He's always been a good father, and he worked hard every day to put food on the table. I hated the struggle my family went through when I was a kid, but they tried. And I wanted to be better so I can help them when they get too old to help themselves." I rested my palm on his chest, the softness of his shirt not exactly surprising. "And then I realized I nearly lost him today, and I wouldn't have had him there for me to take care of. It's terrifying and makes me sick to my stomach." "And?" He rested his hand over mine and squeezed. And I'm trying to figure out how to help them with the medical bills. I raised my gaze to him and trembled at the heated stare he was giving me. Do you think I'd have a shot at getting a loan now that I'm working?
You know, they're your parents, Jax. It's their job to take care of you, not the other way around.
He said in that deep voice that had my body warming. I know, but I love them. They gave me everything they could afford, and it's my turn to give back. He frowned and scrunched up his nose in a way I hadn't seen him do before, which was freaking adorable, but I wasn't going to tell him that. Finally, he sighed and cupped my cheek.
Okay, if that's how you feel, I'll help you. I can help you pay.
No, I said abruptly, and maybe a little too loudly, because the couple over by the seats turned to look at us. Clearing my throat, I continued in a quieter voice. I'm not asking for help, Daddy. You wanted to know how I felt, and I was telling you. I can take care of myself. He caressed his thumb over my cheekbone, and I closed my eyes.
I know you can, but that doesn't mean you have to. I enjoy taking care of you.
I felt the touch of his lips against mine, and I kept my eyes closed as we kissed gently until laughter made Vane jerk away. Turning to look at where it came from, I frowned at the sight of the mayor standing at the bottom of the stunning central staircase directly across from the doors. His usual pressed white shirt untucked and buttoned up wrong with no tie. Vane raised his eyebrows.
You could have at least dressed better, Ross.
Mayor Midbury shrugged and leered at me. I've never seen you around before. Maybe I'll have to enjoy your services one night. My mouth dropped open and I chuckled after a moment. Vane didn't seem to find it as funny because his jaw tightened and he went to step in front of me again, like he did with Roberts, but I put a hand on his arm to stop him.
Jackson is not a courtesan, Ross. He's my employee.
Mayor Midbury's eyes widened and his stare flipped back to me. Employee? That you were just kissing now? His gaze narrowed. Explain. Vane straightened his shoulders and touched my arm, leaning in closer.
Listen, there's a bar through there.
He pointed toward the area I'd already noticed through the archway, but he directed my attention to a bar against the wall with a silver top and a wooden base. The bartenders hustled under the dreamy glow of blue lights, handing out drinks and taking cash and cards as payment.
I'll meet you in there after I have a talk with Ross.
I could stay, I said, because I wanted to be here for the conversation. I work for you, and as such, I signed a privacy contract. I have an obligation to the Midbury team. Vane laid his hand on the back of my neck and squeezed.
I know, and I'm not blocking you from doing your job. This is a conversation between friends.
No, I agree with him, Vane. Let him stay. Midbury crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes on me thoughtfully. This conversation will be about him also.
Ross.
Let him stay. Midbury grinned and stepped closer to us. Because you wouldn't risk our mayoral run for just any piece of ass, right? Because you know that if this gets out, we're done for. Vane raised his chin, and Midbury's eyes widened. Fuck, what happened? Did your affair leak to the media? He stepped closer and kept his voice low, his glare settling on me as though it was all my fault, even though he had no idea what was going on.
Roberts came to my apartment building about other issues and saw us. I wasn't going to hide my relationship from him.
So you told him about it? Midbury snorted and ran his hands over his face.
Fuck, Vane. I thought you were smarter than that. He asked if I was gay, and I never confirmed or denied it in the past. I said that Jackson was my boyfriend, and the bastard started on a tangent about the motorcycle clubs.
Vane shrugged.
And that makes it okay?
Midbury cursed under his breath.
Our future mayoral campaign relies on our image as straight men with moral fiber. Having a boyfriend who also happens to be your employee isn't the way to get reelected. How do you know, Ross? There have been gay mayors before. Trans, too. Maybe not here, but oh well. The world is changing, and I'll be damned if I hide who I am to appease the homophobes.
Vane got in closer to Midbury, and I let go of his hand.
I always told you that I wouldn't pretend to be a straight man, but I wouldn't announce I was gay either. Roberts caught me with Jackson, and I'm not going to deny he's my boyfriend.
Midbury scoffed.
Boyfriend? When did this happen? You don't do relationships. Maybe I'm doing this one.
My heart catapulted against my ribs, and something indescribable wormed its way inside me. Warmth spread through my chest. Midbury stared at him as though he'd grown a second head.
Okay, so why are you here? I wanted to warn you that Robert saw us.
Vane took a step back until he was beside me again and grabbed my hand, entwining his fingers in mine.
And the other thing,
I whispered to Vane, who smiled tightly.
What other thing?
Midbury crossed his arms, and a twitch started in his jaw.
I might have smashed Robert's phone.
This time, Vane did wince.
What?
Midbury's mouth dropped open and he turned red in the cheeks.
Complete accident.
Vane waved his hand, and I didn't believe it, and I was sure Midbury wouldn't either.
You're such a liar, Vane.
He pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed.
So how are we going to fix this? You're usually the one who deals with these kinds of problems for me. If he causes a problem, I'll handle it like I always do. It's my job, and I've never let you down before.
Vane tugged at his trench coat with his spare hand and pursed his lips.
I just wanted you to know what happened.
Midbury peered at me carefully, like he was dissecting me through his gaze, and I didn't back down from it. I stepped up against Vane's side, offering my support. Midbury must have found whatever he was looking for because he grinned.
Fine, I trust you. Now if you'll excuse me, a pretty man named Bambi is waiting for me to fuck him. Time is money. Bambi tonight, huh?
Vane rolled his eyes when Midbury laughed and turned his back to us, walking up the stairs. I wondered why he wasn't taking the elevators tucked to the left of the staircase, but I supposed in an old building like this, the stairs made the hotel more vintage and elegant, especially with their opulent marble and thick wooden banisters.
So that was interesting,
I murmured. Vane chuckled.
That's Ross, your mayor.
He cocked his head toward me and smirked.
So,
I asked carefully.
we're here in the courtesan, which has amazing rooms with all kinds of fun and interesting toys.
He laid his hand on my belly and rubbed in a circular pattern. I chewed on the corner of my lip as pleasure slid through me and settled very low in my gut.
How about we get a room and make the most of tonight? We'll both take a personal date tomorrow. There's room service too, the best food you can eat.
But what about Roberts? I whispered. He snorted.
I can handle that weasel when I'm back in the office. Right now, your parents need us.
I sighed in relief and laid my hand over his, stopping it on my stomach. Let's go, Daddy. Our baby needs food. His eyes grew hot with desire.
Yes, you take good care of our pumpkin.
He brushed his thumb over my abs, and for a strange second, I wished he would find the thing that would have him rock hard and aching for me, a round belly.
Let's go book a room, and then Daddy can treat you and his baby.
Chapter 14. Vain.
Jackson leaned against my side and nodded.
That sounds good to me.
The huskiness in his voice made me want to kiss him, but we had things to take care of first. With our plan to stay the night set, I glanced over at the front desk. Darcy Winters was there, standing guard like a prissy bulldog, and he seemed like he was chewing out a pale woman who had a real Morticia Addams mystique going for her. Her long black hair brushed her ass, and the hem of her wine-red dress kissed the floor, but there was nearly nothing covering her porcelain chest. She was a good deal taller than Darcy, and as she leaned down to say something to him that I had no doubt was exceptionally scathing, judging by his scowl, I was convinced there was going to be a nipple bouncing out into the room. Through some feminine magic, her tits stayed in place. Jackson snickered and poked my side.
He looks like he ate dirt.
Doesn't he? I ushered my little baby maker that direction. Sometimes I think we're the lucky ones. A man might punch you, but a woman will end you. He hummed his amused agreement as we stopped in front of the desk.
You should meet my friend Elsie.
He winced.
Fuck, I wonder how she's doing. She's pregnant right now.
My mind blanked and I stumbled, but righted myself quickly. You have a pregnant friend? Did you go shopping for her baby together? I tried not to sound outright sleazy as I asked, but he only grinned at me, so I must have missed the mark.
We do go shopping together,
he murmured vaguely, a gentle smile curving his lips.
That's hot,
I said, and Darcy turned toward me, away from the woman curling her lip at him as we came to a stop in front of the desk.
Yes, Mr. Elwood. How may I help you? Would you like to augment your date with Holland or Indigo? They're both familiar with your interests.
Darcy was a modern miracle. Hell, I knew my kink, and I still would have had trouble saying all that to someone like me with a straight face. My interests, huh? Jackson here will be taking care of all my interests for the foreseeable future, but we would like to rent a room for the night.
He will?
Darcy's face fell.
That's too bad. Why's that?
Jackson asked before I could. Darcy ran his finger along the top of the shiny mahogany desk,
as if inspecting it for dust. Mother was intrigued when Indigo inquired if we could purchase something that would perhaps have you spending more time at the courtesan, and she approved of the purchase. "Is it a baby bump?" Jackson blurted. Darcy's nostrils flared, and he pursed his lips. I raised my eyebrows at Jackson because his cheeks were flushed pink and he seemed excited. Did he like the belly as much as I did? Darcy nodded, and his smile appeared more genuine. "It's extraordinary in quality." I raised my eyebrows. "How so?" He gave me a look full of self-satisfaction as he handed over a numbered key card for an extremely ritzy room I'd been in on other occasions. "Why don't you go upstairs? Get comfortable. I'll have it delivered." "Sounds good." I slapped the desk, and he fluttered his eyelashes at me like he was annoyed, but had better manners than to say anything to me. "Do you need an escort?" "Nah, I know my way around." Jackson slid his hand into mine and clasped it tight as we turned toward the central staircase. "How jealous should I be?" he asked softly, while he stared at a man in a pair of leather pants that might have been painted on his ass, who strutted down the stairs past us on his way to the front desk. Indigo flipped his long fake blonde hair off his shoulders and blew a kiss at me when he noticed us looking. Not at all. Jackson didn't seem upset, but he did cut me a disbelieving look as we walked together to the second floor. It drove me nuts that I felt the need to answer for anything I'd ever chosen to indulge in, including whores. But here I was, experiencing the crippling need to explain myself. We got to the landing, and I turned us left to walk along a hallway broken up by long white curtains covered in intricate golden embroidery that reminded me of the swirls in the marble floor downstairs. The carpet was clean and thick under my shoes as I stared down and thought. I fought the urge to say anything about my past, but finally gave in and blurted, "Since you came into my life, I haven't been here." "You don't have to lie to me, Vane." "I'm not." His hand convulsed in mine. "Really?" We reached the door to our room, and I didn't bother answering, simply drew him in to plant a soft kiss on his lips. "Okay, I believe you." He laughed, and I opened the door. Jackson moaned as he stepped inside. The courtesan was the epitome of indulgence. The tiny chandelier that hung from the center of the swirled ceiling wasn't lit, but the gold lamps on tables beside the bed were, and their light sparkled from the crystals on the chandelier and danced rainbows across the ceiling and upper walls. The silver and gold-striped wallpaper had a burnished glow that somehow gave the large room an intimate feel. The king-size bed captured his attention, and he walked over and then gingerly sat on the pristine white blankets, patting the spot beside him. There was a light knock on the door behind me. "Enter." The door opened, and Holland, a tiny man who had bottomed for me very nicely on more than one occasion, and resembled a fantasy elf more than a human, with his pointed chin, long face, and massive brown eyes, not to mention the body glitter that seemed to sparkle from every nanometer of his skin, stepped out of the way for Darcy. Jackson laughed as Darcy hefted a plain brown box higher. "Hey, I got one of those delivered a while ago." Darcy nodded at Jackson as he carried the box to the bed and set it beside him. "Oh." Jackson gasped out and snatched the entire box off the bed, staring down into it as he hopped to his feet.
Where can I change?
Elegant as always, Darcy gestured airily to the adjoined bathroom, and Jackson disappeared into it, shutting the door tightly behind him. You know, I want to take my time tonight. I don't suppose... Are there any cock rings in the toy drawers?
You don't need that, Vane. You catch wood that doesn't quit.
Holland giggled at his own joke, a high tinkling sound that definitely had a practiced quality, and Darcy huffed as he calmly walked to the dresser tucked in the corner and opened a drawer.
Holland, pick the right one,
he said, standing there, staring into the depths.
You're familiar with Mr. Elwood's endowment.
They whispered together for a second, and anticipation smacked into me.
I can do it, guys. No, I have the right one,
Holland said with another laugh. He came bouncing over to me and grasped my hand to slap the leather band into it, along with a brand new tube of lube.
The cock strangler has a button snap, so you can pull it off when you're ready to let him have your load.
He winked. Good. While I waited, I took off my jackets and tie, tossing them on top of the dresser, while anticipation built in me. The bathroom door cracked open, and one of Jackson's pretty anxious eyes peeked out. Darcy and Holland expectantly turned that direction. I was irked that they would presume it was okay to see the man I'd brought here round and fat with my baby, but also wildly turned on by the idea they'd see how I'd planted my seed in him. The fantasy swelling in my mind, along with my cock, bled together with reality as the door opened and Jackson stood there. He couldn't close his long-sleeved shirt over the belly. He tried to force the buttons to catch, but he had to leave 3 undone at the bottom. The belly was huge, round, and sensual, much larger than the one I'd had the courage to buy for him. I'd been worried anything bigger than the one I'd given him would scare him out of trying it on at all. He looked like he'd pop out my baby at any moment, and the weight of the belly gave him a small sway to his walk as he took a few tentative steps into the room. His eyes seemed stuck to the carpet, and his cheeks bloomed a beautiful, embarrassed red. "Out," I growled. "Now!" Holland and Darcy didn't hesitate, and both quickly left. Darcy twisted the lock on the door behind himself on his way into the hall, and I appreciated that thoughtfulness. No way did I want an interruption. My cock was so hard it nearly hurt. Jackson licked his lips and stared at my crotch.
"Daddy, I was bad."
"Oh, I'm sure you couldn't have been. Tell me what you did." My fingers tingled to touch that fertile belly. Fuck, I wanted to be between his thighs so bad. I didn't care how. I wanted my face buried between his ass cheeks, my cock in his hole, and just to stare at him, all at the same time. One night with him this way would never be enough.
"I went online, Daddy, while you weren't around.
He flushed and stared at the floor. His shoulders rose and fell, and he bit his lip.
"I looked at some pictures, Daddy, of pregnant men like me."
The thought of him sitting around, staring at men with baby bellies, maybe with his dick in his hand, only turned up the fire on my own lust. "That's not bad.
You're my little baker, cooking me a bun in your oven. Of course you got hot and wanted some relief, but you know I want to take care of your needs." He moaned and waddled a few steps closer. I rushed forward and wrapped an arm around his shoulders. He turned against me, and his belly was so huge it kept us apart. I pressed my leaking cock against it and shivered at the pressure. Some of the men were getting fucked in those pictures by huge cocks, and I wanted it. I wanted to be fucked like they were. He shuffled back a step and reached straight down. And while I knew there had to be a way for him to touch his own cock, the issue was immediately clear. Without some interesting gymnastics, he couldn't reach his own dick. Heat rushed my body, and for half a second I felt lightheaded with it. My cock throbbed, and for a brief moment, I thought I would splooge like a teenager with no stamina just at the sight of him. I placed my hands on either side of his massive bump. "You can't reach?" He frowned pitifully, and at the front of my mind I knew he was playing along, playing the role, but he looked so fucking sad, and I wanted to do anything to make it better. "Oh, Daddy will take care of you, my sweet little belly bitch. Fuck, you're beautiful." He glanced up at me, face still rosy all over, and I didn't know if I'd ever been this hard. My cock struggled uncomfortably against my briefs, and I opened my zipper for some relief. He whimpered, gaze glued to my bulge, which didn't help me cool down at all. "Fuck, I want you to ride me. I want to see you use my cock to fuck yourself." His mouth was shiny and red like he'd been sucking on his bottom lip, and I wanted it. I attacked and ate at his lips. He leaned up and parted his soft mouth in invitation, and I fucked my tongue into his heat, twisting my fingers in the dark curls at the back of his head to tilt him farther. He'd had a long day, and I knew that, and it was an emotional one too. Part of me wanted to treat him like glass, because he looked like he should be put on a pillow and protected right now, with his belly full of a baby. But the rest of me wanted to fucking wreck him, and that's the part that won. "You're mine," I said. "Yes, Daddy." That breathy acknowledgement of who he belonged to packed a bizarre emotional punch. I slipped the cock ring and lube into my pants pocket while my chest went light with excitement, and reached around to grasp his middle, pressing the belly between us as I flexed and then picked him up. He wasn't that much smaller than me, but I was able to manage. He latched his hands to my shoulders and tried to wrap his legs around me, but it was awkward, and I fucking loved that too, because the belly was making him struggle. He had to let me take care of him. Growling, I reached the bed and then dropped him onto the blankets. "Daddy?" he gasped. I tugged at his pants, which weren't belted very tightly below the belly, then stripped his pants and boxers down and tugged his shoes off at the same time so that his clothes were a big balled-up mess when I tossed them aside. I bent and stripped his socks off. He let out a whine as I placed a kiss on his bulging belly. "Daddy, please." He tried to reach around his belly for his cock, and I snagged his wrists and used my weight to pin his hands above his head. "Are you allowed to do that?" His eyes went wider and he squirmed in place. "Please, I need you, Daddy. I need your seed."
Fire burnt through me and stole my breath. Firmly, I trapped his hands above his head and bent to devour his sweet, filthy fucking mouth. He stuck his tongue out and I sucked it, which earned me a small whimper. I fluttered the tip of my tongue against his as he wrapped his legs around me.
"Daddy!"
he wheezed as he twisted his head to the side.
"You're leaning too hard on my belly. It's hard to breathe."
I rested my hands on either side of his body and just stared at him panting and red-faced, his feet hooked around my lower back. Shoving off the bed, I rescued the cock ring and lube from my pocket and tossed them next to him before I slipped my pants down and then pushed off my underwear. My damn shoes wouldn't move when I tried to tow the fuckers loose, so I stepped back to fight with them. My socks went next. I peeled off my shirt over my head, sending a button flying, not bothering with finesse, because I just wanted to be naked with him. He strained and was just able to caress his engorged dick with his fingertips. His brow furrowed, and he collapsed back against the bed with a groan. "You have to wait for Daddy," I murmured and sank to my knees between his legs, which were hanging down off the side of the bed. "You're too far along to do it yourself." Seeing his dick strain and bump the curved underside of the belly gave me the purest dirty fucking thrill of my life. "Jackson," I whispered and bent his dick toward me. Sucking and slurping, I moved from his balls to the fat leaking tip. He cried out and arched his hips. Using my tongue, I dug into his slit to chase the musky drops of pre-cum. "Beautiful," I murmured and sucked a kiss to his pretty cockhead that had him trying to sit up, but he was struggling with the belly in the way. I stood and lifted his thighs, parting them just so I could see the belly between his spread legs, with his dick pointed toward the ceiling, tip rosy and fucking edible. Fuck yes. I dropped his legs and held out my hands. He laced his fingers with mine, and I hoisted him to his feet.
"Daddy, what are you doing? I thought..."
He tried to reach down again, even though I was holding his hands, and I could only chuckle. He shivered violently. Brushing back the sweat-damp hair from his forehead, I bent to whisper in his ear. "You're going to bounce on my cock, and that sumptuous belly of yours is going to crush your dick between us, and then you're going to spray your juice all over my stomach. You need to come so badly, don't you? Poor little Baker." I nipped his earlobe and he gasped.
"Yes, Daddy."
Smirking, I went to the middle of the bed and laid down. I kicked my feet apart and got comfortable. He watched with interest as I snapped the cock ring around my balls and the base of my shaft. It was uncomfortable, but in almost no time flat, I was harder and could tell it would take no effort to get off, which was exactly what I wanted. I needed to breed him in a way he'd never fucking forget. I wanted to stuff him so full of seed, he'd never want another cock in his ass. "Get over here. Straddle me." I opened the lube while he struggled to turn around onto the bed. He was graceless, and his lips pouted in frustration, and I was already stroking lube onto my cock and curling my toes against the unreasonably soft blankets by the time he made it to my side, panting with effort, to drop his knees either side of me. The belly was massive, and if he leaned over at all, it pressed against me. "Hold still," I murmured, and reached down between his legs to give him a fast prep. His mouth fell open as I circled his hole with my middle finger, but I wasn't about to play with his ass right now. That's not what I wanted. I was going to satisfy him until he couldn't fucking stand it anymore. "I want you to understand something when I'm done with you tonight," I said, and eased 2 fingers into his hole. He nodded, but that wasn't good enough. "Pay attention, Jackson." His eyes were shocking when he turned them toward me. The pupils were huge and gleamed with need. He was just stunning. I pumped my fingers in and out of him, and he dropped his head back and rode them. His belly rose and fell, and his cock curved upward even more, pressing firmly against the underside. Daddy's cock is what you should be looking for if you're horny. Do you understand? I don't want you taking care of yourself. You're going to learn that tonight. I can do it so much better. He sank down on my fingers and flexed his ass muscles around them. Or at least I thought he did that on purpose, because he chuckled. "Okay. We'll see how funny you think it is." I eased my fingers free of his tight asshole and lay back, wiping my hand on the blanket. He gave me what I could only consider a fond smile as I rested my hands behind my head. "Get it. Spray me with your juice. Fuck yourself." He moaned and tried to sit back on my cock, but I was extremely hard, and he was at a bad angle. I slipped away and he swore. I slapped his ass and he hissed through his teeth. "Don't do that. It's a bad habit with the baby on the way." He scowled at me and reached behind himself, pressing his belly harder between us. He lost his balance and ended up having to use both hands to keep from toppling over. "You're not going to help me, are you?" "Nope." I winked, and he bared his teeth at me as he sat up again and reached back to grasp my cock. His hand felt so good that I gave in and held his arm to keep him in place so he could line me up with his hole, which I really, really wanted to be in anyway. He eased himself back on me, and there was that magical moment where his hole was hot, slick, and right there. And I wasn't inside yet, but I knew it was about to happen. He breathed out as he settled back. His thighs trembled. My cock slid into his body, and the pressure and heat destroyed my smug attitude, because all I could do was hold on to those curvy hips of his to keep myself from trying to fuck up into him. He slid down my length with excruciating slowness, but I didn't think he was trying to tease me. There was a deep furrow between his brows, and his legs shook where they were pressed against my thighs. "Is it hard to fuck yourself while you're so big?" I asked. He nodded. "Yeah, it's taking a lot to keep my balance." He pouted, and I sank my fingers into the flesh of his ass cheeks and rocked up into him. He nodded. "Yes, yes." "Get yourself off on me," I ordered. He nodded, and his attempts to move fast enough were thwarted by the belly, but watching him struggle was fucking amazing. He leaned forward a little, and his scalding hot dick pressed directly between the belly and my stomach. His entire body stiffened for a second, and then he moaned and leaned in, pushing the belly between us, fucking himself between the squeeze of his pregnant stomach and my body. He wasn't moving fast, barely lifted off my cock, but he was so hot, and the squeeze of his muscles on my shaft was enough to have me struggling against coming, even though I had the cock ring on. His eyes shot wide, and then his mouth fell open as he let out a low huff of breath. I felt it. His cum splashed out against my stomach. Fuck, that was good. He rested his hands on top of his belly and panted. Plush pink lips parted so he could drag air into his lungs. Sweat had his skin gleaming in the low lamplight. My cockhead tingled and throbbed. I was so fucking hard, and I loved it. I rocked up and rutted firmly into his ass, covering his hands with mine.
Vane?
My name turned into a squeak as I grabbed his hips and sank back down before I thrust into him again hard enough to jolt him off his knees. I'm going to fuck you through another orgasm, and another until you're satisfied. Pregnant men need to get off, I know, and I know you're needy right now, but there's a right way. I pushed as deep into him as I could, and he whimpered. And a wrong way to get off. You need my seed and you don't you? He nodded fast.
Don't know if I can, Vane. I'm not... Fuck.
He gasped and sank down onto me like he was trying to keep me in place. I grinned, squeezed his hips, and rolled us. He flailed, already off balance with his massive stomach, and clutched at my shoulders. I loved the belly between us, but didn't want to hurt him, so I tried to keep more on my knees than resting on him. I hitched his legs over my arms and spread him wide. He only had a semi after coming, but that was good enough for the night of terrible pleasure I had planned, at least for a little while. We'd had a long day after all, and my little baby maker would need his sleep eventually. Chapter 15. Jax. Vane drilled into my already oversensitive body, and I cried out, reaching up for the headboard so I didn't hit it. The belly was heavy, so much heavier than the one we had at my apartment, and the weight pinned me down so I couldn't do much but take the pounding. And fuck, I loved that. The entire thing was erotic, and my cock jerked in an attempt to rise. As he liked to remind me, youth was on my side though, and it wouldn't take much rest before I was at full mast. Pleasure zipped through me, my skin tingling and burning hot. I'd never been so turned on in my life. Vane had me pleasantly buzzed and needy, like I really was a horny pregnant man. I gripped his shoulders tight and screwed my eyes closed as he shoved his thick cock in my already abused hole, and I moaned. "Fuck, Daddy." "Do you want this?" Vane whispered into my ear, tracing the shell with his tongue. I shivered harder. "Yes, fuck. Yes, please." He gripped my hips, his thumbs pressing into the grooves there, and he increased his pace. With every stroke, he hit deep inside of me until his cock touched my prostate on every slide in, and my erection was fully hard again. I moaned, dropping my head back on the pillow. Wrapping my legs around his waist, I curled my toes and held on for dear life as he continued a brutal speed that had me on edge. Every time I got close, though, he backed off, like he knew I was about to come again and wanted to torture me. I glared at him when he pulled himself nearly all the way out, only the head of his cock pressed into my ass. "What the hell?" The bastard grinned and reached down to wrap his fingers around my balls, squeezing with the kind of pressure that made me dizzy with stars dancing in front of my closed eyelids. Holy fuck. I changed my mind. I'm not going to make you come again and again until you hurt, he said in a slow drawl that had warning bells sounding in my head. No. I'm going to make it so you can't come anymore until I do. I let out an embarrassing whine, my face hot. Please, Daddy, I need your seed inside me. Don't you want to take care of your pregnant baker boy? I made a show of rubbing the rounded belly and moaning. I'm so horny. You made me this way, Daddy. You got me fat with your baby. He groaned, running his hands over my hips and up the belly. You're going to kill me, he murmured, and I grinned in triumph. Please, Daddy, let me come again. I want to so badly. I attempted to reach up for a kiss but failed. The belly was too big, and I huffed in annoyance as I flopped back onto the bed. He laughed, and while the sound sent a thrill through me, I was too flustered with the need to do anything but whine again. I didn't care how shameful it was or how desperate I sounded. I wanted him to get me off. I couldn't even touch myself, and I hated that more than anything. My respect for pregnant women quadrupled. You're beautiful like this. Do you know that? He splayed his palms and fingers over the belly, rubbing soothing circles on the silicone. And I wished I could feel it, that it was actually my skin he was touching. So full and pregnant with Daddy's baby. No one else could get you this pregnant, could they, my little baker? Such a good boy, baking a bun in the oven for Daddy. I groaned and pressed my heels into the base of his spine, but it did nothing to persuade him to stick his dick back in me. Licking my lips, I stared pleadingly up at him, fluttering my eyelashes the way Elsie sometimes did to get her own way with her fiancé. I'd never understood the need to do it, at least until now. Please, Daddy, I need to get off so badly. My cock throbbed, and he moved a hand back to take firm hold on my balls, as though his fingers were acting like a cock ring. And as much as I enjoyed the spike of desire from the pressure, I needed to explode. Do you? He smirked and then slid into me again, far too slow for my liking. I threw my head back, stars igniting like fireworks behind my closed eyelids. Oh God, I'm so close. To be young again, Vane murmured. Opening my eyes, I parted my mouth in what I hoped appeared as pleading. I didn't care that I probably looked like a wreck, hair sticking to my sweaty forehead. I wanted so badly that it physically hurt. Vane pulled himself out again. I let out a long, drawn-out groan of disappointment. He moved, and then he was beside me, kissing my mouth. I leaned up into him, letting him devour me in any way he wanted. At this point, I'd do anything for him because I was lost in the need to release. He pressed his knees into the bed beside my face and presented me his cock, the ring still encircling the base and around his balls. I turned my head and opened my mouth, like a good baker, and he shoved himself between my lips, not giving me the time to work my way up to a cock at the back of my throat. He fucked into me, and all I could do was hold on and try not to choke on the thick piece of meat he was shoving into my mouth. Running his fingers over my scalp, he seized a chunk of my hair and tugged, and I groaned at the pleasant shock of pain that came from the pull.
Fuck yes, my belly bitch. You'd take my seed however you can get it, wouldn't you? In your ass, in your mouth. You're fucking filthy.
He groaned, and one particular shove did make me gag, but he was quick to back off. I licked and sucked at his cock, closing my eyes and enjoying the way he used me, and how fucking dirty this made me feel. I'd always liked a man who knew what he wanted, and Vane took like he deserved it, and I loved that. He ran his palm over my face and then down my neck and chest. When he reached the belly, he rubbed small circles on it, and I watched out of the corner of my eye, curious at how delicate he was with it, as though there was a real baby growing inside of me. My cock jerked at the sight, and I groaned around his thick meat. Popping my mouth off him, I licked my lips and stared up at him pleadingly. "Please let me come, Daddy. I really, really want to." He hummed and grinned, and I knew I was in trouble. Pushing himself off the bed, he grabbed my arm and helped me stand as well. When I was on my feet, I wobbled, but he kept me steady. He turned me, and I let him work me as though I was his puppet. And by the time he was done, I was pressed against the side of the bed, with my chest and belly flush to the mattress, and my ass in the air like I was an animal in heat, waiting to be mounted. He ran his fingers over my spine with a light touch, and I shivered.
"Okay, my little baker, you can come."
Reaching around my hips, he curled his hand into a sleeve for my cock and stroked me, just as I felt his cock head at my hole again. He shoved inside, and I gasped, desire zipping through me and straight to my already heavy balls. His pace was brutal, and I knew I wasn't going to last long between the way he fucked me and the strokes to my erection. I was already so close that it hurt. Everything inside me was strung tight, and all it took was a little more. The control I had slipped, and the need to hold on to my orgasm a little longer snapped. My wave of release shot through me, and my cock jerked in Vane's hand, come firing across the blankets underneath me, and probably on the protruding belly, too. I groaned and cursed and quaked through my orgasm until all the energy seeped out of me. The only reason my legs didn't buckle and send me to the floor was Vane holding me up. He flipped me before I could even gather my bearings and ripped off his cock ring. His erection was so big and flushed, and even in my post-orgasm haze, I wanted it in my mouth again. Raising a foot off the bed, he stroked himself in a fast pace until he tensed and his cock jerked, stripes of cum firing from his slit and landing on the belly. He trembled through his release, and I couldn't tear my eyes away from the face he made as he came. The sight was beautiful, and even though I was too tired to even get a semi, I felt the familiar stirrings of desire hot in my real belly. When he was finished, he collapsed on the bed next to me, his chest heaving and his face covered in sweat. He sighed and turned his head, brushing a soft kiss on my cheek. I leaned closer into his warmth and my eyelids fluttered closed.
"Are you okay?"
he asked gently, and I reveled in the huskiness of his voice. "Yeah. Shit, this belly is heavy though."
"Come on, let me help you get it off."
He rose and dragged me with him. Getting me on my feet took a little more effort, and I was huffing by the time I was standing. My shirt went first. My fingers wouldn't cooperate on the buttons, so Vane finished and stripped me. Taking the belly off was a hassle, especially because it was bigger than the one I'd worn before. But with Vane's help, I finally managed to wriggle out of it. Sweat covered my own stomach, and I winced at the pull of it in my belly button. "I need a shower," I muttered, glaring at the sheen of wetness on my abs.
"Let me help you."
He touched my back and guided me toward the bathroom, which was as amazing as the rest of the room. Polished white tiles and sink with black fixtures, this room still looked more expensive than my entire apartment. The shower had glass walls around it, and the nozzle came out of the ceiling, similar to the one Vane had in his apartment, and I quickly decided I liked this kind of bathroom better than my tired old tub at home. Vane took the time to wash the yuckiness off my body. He spoiled me, and I was a sucker and enjoyed every single moment of his attention. He cleaned my back and ass, even delving between my cheeks and over my stomach and shoulders, taking the time to get into every crevice he could. After each limb and body part he washed, he kissed that area, as though testing the cleanliness, and I shivered at the feel of his lips on my skin. I leaned into his chest and he curled his arms around me, plastering his front to my back. He kissed my shoulder, and I tilted my head to the side so he could work my mouth against his. We stood there for I don't know how long, kissing and enjoying the warmth of each other before my knees felt weak and exhaustion overtook me. Vane helped me out of the shower and dried me off, and if my heart skipped a beat at the action, I wouldn't admit it. I was falling hard, and that fucking scared me. This man was not the kind of person I should have been in love with, but he'd wormed his way into my heart without me even seeing it. And his kink, as weird as it was also a turn-on. I didn't like kids, hated pregnancy, yet the thought of being knocked up by him had my tired cock twitching.
"Come on, I'll order room service,"
Vane said quietly, guiding me back out of the bed. We didn't sit down on the blanket because it was all sticky with my cum, and I winced in apology. He was already on it, though. He sat me down at one of the chairs near the small round table against one wall, with just a massive towel wrapped around me, and then went straight to the phone perched on the dresser next to his things. He picked the handset up, and I watched him intently.
"Darcy?" "Yes, it's Elwood. I'd like someone to clean the bedding immediately if possible." "Yes. Also, we'd like to order room service. Bring me 2 of the best meals you have ready to go." "Right away, yes. Thank you."
The command in his voice made me shiver, and I couldn't stop myself from smiling. Even stark naked, except for a towel wrapped around his waist, he ordered like a man in charge. He didn't even make it across the room before someone knocked. I frowned, but Vane didn't look surprised. He opened the door, and a maid, a real maid by her appearance, stood there with a cleaning cart. "Buenas noches, Vane. ¿Cómo estás? She asked with a brilliant smile. The fact that Vane was only in a towel didn't seem to faze her. But now that I knew what kind of place the courtesan was, her reaction didn't surprise me much.
Muy bueno, gracias.
The reply Vane gave in Spanish made me startle. I'd learned some basics in school, and I gathered she was asking how he was, and he told her that he was good, but he continued the conversation with such fluency that I wondered how much of the language he actually knew. She also spoke to him as though she knew he spoke Spanish already. Maybe they'd been acquainted before. He had come here often by the sound of things, but it seemed like more than that, like maybe they really knew each other. He stepped aside, and she got to work as though I wasn't here. He left the door open and walked over to the other chair, taking a seat across from me. You know Spanish? I asked, suddenly curious.
Sí, es mi idioma segunda. Honestly, I'm barely passable, but at least I don't completely embarrass myself.
He laughed at the frown I gave him and ran a hand over his dark hair, and the woman laughed even harder from where she was working. See, you have a gringo accent, she called. I couldn't help my gaze trailing to the hair under his armpits as he moved, and I licked my lips.
I learned it as a second language when I was a child. My best friend Miguel's family was Mexican, and we had conversations in Spanish to help me learn. Renata is his cousin.
Wow! I leaned back in the chair and whistled. I learn more and more about you every day, Mr. Elwood. He snorted and glanced back at the maid, apparently Renata, who'd stripped the bed and was currently remaking it with new sheets. There was no doubt she was an expert and moved with a pace I was jealous of. If I could move like her, I'd make my bed every day with fresh sheets.
Tell me about your childhood,
Vane said quietly.
Your parents worked hard?
With a sigh, I rubbed my temples, a stress headache already working its way into my mind now that I was reminded of my dad, who was still in the hospital while I enjoyed a night at a hotel. I hated the guilt that gnawed at me. Very hard. They tried the best they could. Mom jumped between jobs, mostly cleaning and retail, and Dad worked construction for a long time. He could probably build a house in his sleep. I never got what the other kids did, so I made it my resolution to be better, get an education, and make life easier for those who work hard.
That's why you chose politics.
Renata had just finished and waved her way out of the room. Vane gave her a smile as she left and closed the door. Yeah, that's why I chose politics. It gave me a job where I can make a change.
Don't fool yourself,
Vane said, leaning forward with his elbows on the table. His hair dribbled water down his face, and I watched the droplets track across his cheeks.
Politics is run by money, my little baker. You can try to change the world, but you can't do it on your own. You need allies with similar ideals.
Is that why you're okay with a brothel here in New Gothenburg? I asked, genuinely curious. Midbury and Vane won the election due to their firm ethics views, given that New Gothenburg is no stranger to corruption, and it was clear this hotel definitely didn't fit into that category.
Believe it or not, the Courtesan is one of the safest places in the city. No one would get hurt here.
Vane shrugged. Why? I frowned at him.
Because it's run by a madam named Natalia Winters. I don't know the brunt of it, but once you're inside these walls, you're safe. The most dangerous men can't touch each other in here." He reached over and grabbed my hand, entwining our fingers and squeezing. "As much as I hate the drugs that the bikers bring into this city, getting rid of them isn't that easy. This hotel is rumored to be partially owned by the harlots." "Those female bikers?" He nodded and raised my hand to his lips. "We have to make sacrifices sometimes, and going hard on those motorcycle clubs may not be in our best interest." I cocked my head and thought. In a weird way, it made sense. Another knock made him release my hand, and he stood, walking back toward the door. And when he opened it, I was assaulted by the smell of food, and my belly let out a grumble. Fuck yes, I wanted that food. Vane grinned knowingly. That man really had won me over in ways that surprised even me. Chapter 16. Vane. Jackson's chest rose and fell softly, but even though he seemed deeply asleep, not even my phone beeping with a text from Ross had caused him to stir. A small worry line dipped between his brows. His lips moved and his fingers twitched. The only glow in the room came from the bathroom doorway and my phone, yet somehow a single lucky beam of light fell across his face so that I couldn't look away. All I could do was stare. I am so fucked. Pursing my lips, I left him there, caught in whatever dream he seemed to be having. I yanked on my briefs and went to the bathroom where there were complimentary robes folded in a closet. I snagged one of the fluffy black robes and pulled it on. Still reeling with the way I felt as I watched Jackson sleep, I went out and scooped my phone up off the floor where I'd set it and pocketed the key card. With one final glance at Jackson, I slipped out into the hallway. What is going on with me? I paced near our door, back and forth, and every now and then I stopped to listen, but he didn't call out, or at least not loud enough for me to hear. A man who seemed vaguely familiar walked down the hallway with his suit jacket slung over his shoulder and his long-sleeved shirt unbuttoned. He nodded once at me, but I couldn't dredge up his name, so I smiled back. Once he was out of sight, I searched the internet for Walnut Creek's phone number. Obviously, Jackson was upset and worried about his father, and he'd already made it clear that part of the problem there would be money. How much could his dad's bills possibly be? I glared at my phone for a second and hovered my finger over the number for the hospital. Fuck it. I grumbled and touched the number. The line began to ring. I pressed the phone to my ear and a tingle of guilt started in my gut. I was doing it again, doing things for Jackson without asking first. This was a good thing, though, so shouldn't that be fine? Besides, I wanted to make sure he was okay, and this was affecting him. If I wanted to make his life easier, shouldn't I be taking things off his mind that didn't need to be there? Especially if he was expecting? Something nearly like pain stabbed through my chest and I rubbed it. I loved what Jackson was becoming to me, what he did for me, and how he made me feel. You've reached Walnut Creek. The automated voice rambled on after that about all my options, and I pushed buttons randomly until I got the disgruntled voice of a person. Who do you need? She asked a second time, and I startled. Mr. Bell's room.
She muttered to herself under her breath, and I couldn't understand what she was saying. But before I had a chance to ask her if there was a problem, the line rang again.
"Hello?"
A tired feminine voice asked, and I recognized Jackson's mother, Patrice.
"Hi," I said quietly. "How are you doing?"
"Oh, Mr. Elwood, were you calling for an update?"
She sounded a little perkier, and I could imagine her straightening up from wherever she was slumped in a chair beside her husband's bed.
I was wondering if you needed anything. Dinner sent over?"
I finished lamely. I really wanted to offer her more than that, a lot more, just so Jackson wouldn't be making faces in his sleep. He deserved to be peaceful, and I thought I could probably make that happen. I would make that happen, but I would talk to him about it first. No reason to give him ammo for a future fight. I'd probably do something awful between now and then that actually deserved his anger. His mother and I talked briefly, and she ended up allowing me to send food to her from a decent restaurant downtown, and then we hung up with little fanfare. I ordered her meal to be delivered, and afterward I stood there in the hallway, tapping my phone against my leg. What the hell was I doing? Why did I want to toss money at Jackson's family? Clearly because I liked him. Groaning, I smacked the phone against my forehead until it started to leave a painful spot. Another few minutes passed, with me berating myself as an idiot. My self-irritation ran out of steam, and I went back into our room. For a long while, I stood beside the bed with my arms crossed, glaring down at him. He'd rolled onto his side, hugging a pillow, and I couldn't resist running my fingertips along the curves of his leg and hip, all the way to his waist. He was still the same slutty, pragmatic man who'd propositioned me, and I was still the same asshole who'd taken him up on everything he had to offer and more. But now I knew I didn't want it to stop. I didn't want to get bored with him and send him on his way to a bigger, better city than New Gothenburg, and I sure as hell didn't want him to get over me. My stomach sank. The jagged ending to our whatever was going on between us just seemed inevitable. Eventually he would go. People always did. Carefully, I lowered myself to the edge of the bed and sat there staring at my dark phone clasped in my hands. My family hadn't been great. Dad drank too much and worked on the road. My mom banged too much and wouldn't work at all. Eventually, that situation exploded, and I'd ended up living with a neighbor who was nice enough to take me in until I was able to rent my own apartment. In exchange, I'd done every filthy chore in that place, and I'd done anything I'd needed to in order to stay afloat, stay ahead, and make my mark in the world. That included fucking people who wanted a piece, so long as they had the credentials and pull to make it worth my while. And that didn't involve things like having a steady guy. I rested my elbows on my knees. But life had smiled on me in a lot of ways. I'd gotten lucky where other chumps didn't. I was a little more charming, a little smarter, a tad friendlier, a little better at kissing ass than the rest, and I'd used it all to my advantage. What would happen if I just let things happen? Took my lumps from the media for being out and in politics in New Gothenburg without trying to actively spin the situation. Would I piss enough people off that they tried to get me out of City Hall before the next election?
There were ways to do it. The past was the past, but didn't I do all of those things I'd never share in a crowded room in order to have a life I was happy with? I let out a long sigh and tossed my phone on top of the pile of my clothes on the floor.
Vane?
Jackson whispered sometime later, voice low and worried. I had no idea how long I'd sat there, remembering shit I normally never allowed myself to think about. Sturdy arms curled around my chest from behind, and I turned, smiling at him. Yes.
What are you doing? Aren't you tired?
Yeah, I whispered as he ghosted a kiss onto the side of my neck. My heart lurched and pounded hard, while the warmth chased away the shadows of pain thudding in my chest.
Lie with me,
he murmured, and his words were slurred with sleep and a sweetness that almost tore me apart, considering the fucked up places my mind had been wandering. I stood and shrugged off the robe, and then slid under the blankets beside him. He nestled his silky warm naked body up against mine, and I curled my arms around him.
Daddy,
he sighed and nuzzled his face against my neck, and I held him way too tight. He didn't complain. The next morning, we got ready to leave the courtesan together. His dark curls had frizzed just a little, and his clothes were a wrinkled mess, but I still took the time to smooth his collar down for him as we stood in front of the door outside of the courtesan in the bite of cold morning air. The sunshine glinted in his hypnotic starry eyes and had me staring too long. "You're sure you want to go into the office?" I asked. "You don't have to, you know. You have the right to take some time for your family." He lifted a hand to mine where I was still messing around with his shirt and quirked a dark eyebrow. The look he pinned me with clearly letting me know I was behaving oddly. "You really think I should take more than one day off? Who are you, and what have you done with my boss? Mom texted and said you sent her food last night. When did you do that?" I thought about bringing up what I'd wanted to do for him, the hospital bills. It would be easy to pay for his father, but didn't have the nerve so early in the morning. If he was upset about it, I didn't want to start the day fighting. He narrowed his eyes as I slid my hand out from under his and patted his shoulder awkwardly. "I have several projects that need my attention today, as JP so helpfully reminded me." Jackson snickered. "No shit. What time did his text start?" "Around 7, but you're more than welcome to go to the hospital. I can meet you there this afternoon." Did he notice me ignoring his question? He squinted harder. Fuck, he's not stupid. Of course he did. "I'll stop in to see Dad after work," he said stubbornly. "You need to start hanging suits in my office closet." He stared down his front at yesterday's clothes with a grimace. "Ugh," was his only response, and I laughed. It didn't take long to swing by his apartment for a change of clothes, but with the plan, which I fully endorsed, was to shower together at the office. If I played my cards right, I'd fuck those curvy lips that kept frowning at me when he thought I wasn't looking, and maybe bend him over for good measure. After what happened with Roberts, we didn't bother trying to pretend like we weren't together. But I also didn't look very professional at the moment, so we snuck in using the staircase rather than going for the elevators. Heaving a sigh of relief, I beat Jackson to the door of my office, and he smacked my side with the back of his hand as I jostled with him to eventually be the winner and open it to let him inside first.
"There's someone waiting for you,"
Jean-Paul said before I had even fully stepped inside. He was on his feet and yanked the door aside, out of my grasp. He huffed when he saw me, and then jutted his jaw toward Jackson and the suit bag slung over his shoulder. "What?" I demanded.
"Like I said, there's someone waiting in there."
He pointed behind himself at the door that led into my private office.
"A lawyer. He's been here quite a while."
Sighing, I dropped my head. I'd only smashed one phone recently and pissed off one highly irritating member of the press. Fucking Roberts. Jackson leaned against my side just enough to put pressure on my arm.
"Do you want me to wait out here? I can go find somewhere else to change. Maybe the intern room downstairs."
"No, go through to the bathroom," I murmured. "Stand tall. Don't make eye contact with whatever hack is in there. Stroll in there the way you did that first day you met me." He nodded grimly and squared his shoulders like he was going to battle before he strutted over and shoved open the inner door to my office. I kept a few paces behind him, in part so I could watch his ass, and the rest so I could spot whoever was waiting to jump on me about one measly fucking phone. There was a short man in a surprisingly nice suit flipping through the stack of campaign flyers on my desk. The jackass was cute, with a tight body and a teen idol face, and maybe he thought that would keep me from yelling at him, because he didn't stop what he was doing, even when I came to stand at his elbow. "That's private," I snapped. He stared at Jackson, who moved like a man without a care as he made his way across the room and into the bathroom, where he closed the door with a click that seemed to echo. The man raised a single eyebrow and gave me a mischievous smirk that made me want to smack him. But then again, that's why he was here, to make my life hell. I stuffed my hands into my pockets.
"My name is Madden Polinin."
He gave me a bright smile.
"And I'm with Demchenko Weston and—"
"You're here for Roberts," I said curtly and stomped around my desk. He dropped the flyers and took a step back with his head cocked to one side. I sat in my chair and laced my fingers together in front of me. "What does he want?"
"Ah, a man who likes to cut to the chase. I'd heard you were that kind of guy."
He flashed his teeth at me in another dazzling smile, and I felt my own lips twitching in response. Damn it, I hated men like him. "Weren't you here about that club that was having issues a while ago?"
"What? Oh, you mean Blackout. That was me. But enough of these pleasantries."
"I'm not feeling pleasant." I scooted my chair in closer to the desk. He rocked on his heels, and I was reminded of a kid, but not necessarily in a bad way. He seemed like he had energy to burn.
"Emotional distress, battery, property damage, career—"
"What's that? A lawyer wish list? I'm not Santa Claus."
"Santa does wishes?"
I shrugged. "Only on the holidays." He snorted out a laugh.
"No. All those special little things are what I'm going to drag you through court for, unless you agree to pay a settlement to Robert Roberts."
The smug shit drummed his hands on my desk.
Wait, his name is Robert Roberts?
I boggled at that for a second while the lawyer laughed.
That's fucking rich. No to all that bullshit.
How so?
You see that man who walked past you when I came in?
Why, yes, I did.
His face went slightly red, and I wondered what that was about.
I was fairly certain Jackson had all his zippers and buttons done up when we arrived.
He's my boyfriend.
Polinen blinked at me like he had dust in his eyes, and I continued before he could say anything else.
Your client was annoying me while I was out with my boyfriend. Hell, was flat out harassing us. I'm not a lawyer, of course, but I bet I could find one just as unscrupulous as you and file countercharges.
His smile faltered, but came back to full blast. You don't want to handle this quietly?
Fuck it. Roberts wants to be an ass. Let him explain to everyone how he was harassing me.
He drummed his hands on the desk again in a way that got on my last nerve. But I actually talked him down to this. Don't you even want to know how much he wants?
Thank fuck he stepped back and crossed his arms, or I might have done something regrettable. He pursed his lips and the bottom one jutted. If he wasn't on retainer for Roberts of all fucking people, I might have thought he was adorable. It was rare that a grown man could really pout. Give me until the afternoon to think about it. If it comes down to handing him 30 grand,
40,
or spending that amount of money to drag this through court, I'd rather go to court.
I stood and rested my hands on my desk, leaning forward.
Some things are about personal satisfaction, and seeing that dick try to explain to a judge why he wouldn't leave me alone after I was initially polite and spoke with him would be worth it.
Polinen hung his head. Okay, well, I left my number with your assistant.
He gave me a wave as he stepped toward the outer office.
Call, or there will be consequences.
He passed Ross, who was coming into the room, and gave him one of those too large for life smiles. Ross frowned out my door after him, and then shook himself and fixed his attention to me.
You look like shit.
Thank you. I didn't get a chance to clean up yet today.
Jackson peeked his head, topped with freshly styled hair, out into the room. Is he gone?
You're safe,
I murmured, and he came over to the desk in a fresh suit, all the while shooting glances between me and Ross. Was that one of the lawyers who was up our ass about blackout? Ross asked, scowling.
Yes.
Fuck. What does he want now?
He leaned back to look out the open door into the waiting area, and irritation took me over. All at once, angrier than I'd been in forever, I sped into the outer office where Jean-Paul was getting his flirt on with our uninvited guest, though he mostly seemed to be bombing. Polinen didn't look anywhere close to asking for his number. Tell Roberts to fuck himself.
Polinen straightened and smoothed his hand down his tie. In those words exactly? He gave the impression I just handed him a present.
Fuck yes in those words. He's been up our ass as politicians.
I pointed between myself and Ross, who stood in the doorway behind me.
And that's fine. Expected even. But my private life is just that. Private. He doesn't get to stick his nose in it. He doesn't get to threaten me."
Palanin's eyebrows flew high.
He disagrees. Maybe you should let me handle this.
Ross smoothly stepped between me and Palanin.
You're too tangled up in your... Oh, hell.
Ross smiled at Jackson, who stepped out to join everyone. Jean-Paul got to his feet like an ancient old man, shoving himself up with his hands on his desk, as if he was waiting for me to give the order to cause mayhem of his own particular kind, which would involve sternly ordering everyone out of the office and stomping around behind them until they listened.
"I'll just wait for that phone call,"
Palanin said, as awkwardness settled between everyone. Jean-Paul's expression fell as Palanin swanned out into the hallway toward the elevators. "Jackson, could you go back into my office, please?" I murmured. He shuffled that way, and Ross stared after him with lightning in his eyes until the door snapped shut with a click.
"Vane, that boy, and you're fighting with reporters? One or the other, man. You can't do both."
He smiled, but it had an edge of desperation I imagined someone standing at the rails of the Titanic might have worn. But things were not that dire at the moment. "I told Roberts that Jackson is my boyfriend last night. I'm only fighting with a reporter. The cat is pretty far out of the bag, or will be." My personal office door opened again, and Ross and I flinched at Jackson where he leaned his weight on his hand against the doorknob. "Come out here," I said, and he shuffled back into the room. I opened my arm toward him and he stepped over, resting against my side. Jean-Paul sniffed as if that was the most untoward thing that had ever happened in this office. "Tell Ross about Kolinsky," I murmured. "I want the whole story anyway. Might as well not repeat yourself."
"You're sure?"
I glared, and Jackson spilled his guts to Ross. The story didn't take long to tell, since it was mostly a fumbled attempt at bribery and not much else. I held him closer anyway, though, because I hated that he'd been intimidated, and even if he wouldn't say so, potentially scared.
"Fuck. Well, what can we do? I can't have someone that underhanded in my office who isn't completely on my side. It just won't work."
Ross shook his head sadly.
"If he'd come to me directly and begged for a spot with something to hold over my head, I might have given it to him. That shows balls. This is just weak and irritating."
Jackson nodded.
"And you can't kick him to the curb or he'll cause trouble."
Massaging my jaw, I mumbled, "There are other options." I didn't mean to sound so murdery, but Ross widened his eyes at me a bit. I wasn't entirely shocked when Jean-Paul smiled and nodded at me, like maybe he thought taking Kolinsky out entirely was a good idea. "You guys are the best," I said quietly. Ross laughed before he growled,
"There are 0 options that might not bite us on the ass."
He stormed over and grabbed Jackson's arm, which had me gritting my teeth.
"Go talk to Kolinsky and find out exactly, down to the most minute detail, what the fuck he wants."
"I don't want Jackson anywhere near that asshat," I snapped. Ross's assistant, Mark, peeked his head around the corner with a wince. He had red cheeks that matched his red hair as he rushed into the office, holding up the front page of the newspaper. He shoved it directly into Ross's face, and Ross had to step back and hold on to Mark's wrist to steady the paper.
"Have you seen this?"
Mark screeched. Ross didn't take the paper, just sort of swiveled Mark, who resembled a horrified statue, around so that the rest of us could see the headline: "Corruption in the mayor's office." "But how?" I asked. "Roberts didn't seem to have a clue that Jackson worked here." Ross snatched the paper out of Mark's hand and read the front page article over, gaze flying across the page. "The byline is Avery Wysocki, not Roberts." Seeing red, I stomped toward the elevator, snatching the paper out of Ross's hand as I went. I pushed the call button so hard my finger hurt, and almost like they were afraid of me, the doors opened quickly. I stepped in and spun on my heel, mashing the button for the ground floor. Ross tried to follow me, but I shoved him back.
"What are you doing?"
"Oh, I can only think of one person, and we were just discussing him, who would have done this." The elevator doors closed on Ross's pinched face, and I vibrated with my anger as I rode down to the first floor. I found Harold Lang, the intern wrangler, and asked for Kalinsky. He was only too happy to call him. There was a conference room on the first floor, so with a wide smile, I asked Harold if he would send the Kalinsky kid in there, and left to seethe by myself for a few minutes. The room had a wide table and a water cooler in one corner, but when I tried to get myself a glass of water, my hand shook so much that I cursed, gave up, and tossed the cardboard cup in the nearby trash can, splashing water everywhere. I went and stood to the right of the door and waited. Soon it opened, and I snagged the little shit by the tie and slammed the door shut. He was a pretty boy, and a quick scan had me recognizing his Berluti shoes, since I had the same pair at home. The fact that his family probably had enough money to sue me, based on his $2,000 kicks alone, kept me from strangling the little fucker. "Let's talk," I said, and backed him against a wall. "Help!" he called, and I slapped him upside the head. He cringed. "Knock that shit off and shut your fucking mouth." I snatched the newspaper from the table where I'd tossed it when I first came in. He whimpered while I jammed it in his face. "Thought you wanted a buy-off. Explain this shit. That's not how extortion works, moron." He seemed to come to some decision in his mind and straightened until he wasn't quite cowering anymore. Half-heartedly he shoved at me, but a kitten would have done a better job. "You weren't moving fast enough. With you and Jackson gone, I'll be able to find a spot with whoever ends up replacing you." "If that happens," I snapped. "I'm elected. I've been playing this game a long time, you infant. Do you really think I don't have a chance at making this all go away?" He shook his head and screwed his face up, exactly like the baby I'd accused him of being. "I'll have the position I should have had all along." I shoved him too hard and knocked him back against the wall, breathing heavily. I wasn't sure what to do. Kalinsky whimpered. "You self-entitled prick." The door opened, and Ross tripped on nothing I could see and nearly fell to his knees before he straightened himself up, with Jackson right on his heels. Ross pulled me away from Kalinsky, but I still had hold of his tie, and I almost killed him before Jackson jerked it out of my hand. Kalinsky coughed, and Ross dropped his hand on me to go rescue him from his tie. Jackson barreled into my side and hugged me as I stared murder at the fucker who'd threatened him. "Vane," Jackson whispered. I gripped him back hard and drew him tight against me.
"It'll be okay,"
Ross said, and finally loosened Kalinsky's tie so he could gasp in air. I was fairly sure he was talking to me, though. Kalinsky winced as he stared at Jackson in my arms. "You two seem like you like each other." Was that regret I heard in the little weasel's voice? I lunged forward again, and Jackson and Ross dragged me back from Kalinsky. He slunk away like the fucking coward he was and ran out of the room. Jackson laughed, though not in amusement. I was so fucked. "What?" I murmured and kissed his forehead. "Roberts will be pissed off. He was so busy being upset about his phone, he missed the real story." Jackson's mouth twisted, his smile going from simply handsome to self-deprecating. We all shared pained chuckles. Ross massaged his temples and collapsed against the table, almost sliding off it instead of sitting.
"We spin it best we can, right? Your boyfriend is qualified for the position he has?"
He glared at me. However, it was Jackson who nodded and scowled right back in Ross's direction.
"Yes, I am. Had to ask."
Ross deflated a little and his shoulders slumped.
"Your boy there comes to my office."
He nodded at Jackson, and I clutched him tight enough that he let out a little squeaky puff of air. I opened my mouth to argue, but Ross held up a hand.
"He has to go. Can't stay in your office. That Kalinsky jerk goes to your office if he wants a paid position."
I growled and Jackson shushed me. Leaning his forehead against my jaw, he snagged my hand and brought it to his belly, and I almost fell over that he would do that in front of someone else, but it was ridiculously calming to rub my hand in circles over his flat stomach. Ross bent and snatched the paper off the floor. In no time, he read through the gossip column that had the potential to wreck my present career, while I continued to calm myself by holding Jackson close. He rubbed my back, comforting me exactly the way I had done to him yesterday in the hospital. I leaned a little harder against him.
"He's too chicken shit to be anything but an anonymous source, apparently."
Ross snapped the paper and then folded it precisely along the creases with a grim smile.
"We shut him up. You give JP free rein to torture him with office work, and—"
He hung his head and peeked at me from under his eyelashes, giving me the most wounded look. This was going to be bad, I could tell already.
"You come out as a happily engaged couple being unjustly harassed by media and coworkers. The real story is discrimination in City Hall, something you've struggled against for years. People are already pissed about the police and demanding change. They're bound to come out on your side."
Jackson gaped at him, and I was so staggered, I imagined I must look the same way. "I'm sorry, we what now?" Ross cackled like a bad movie villain and threw his head back to stare at the ceiling.
"You never have to get married, obviously, but an engaged gay man is still mostly the morals and ethics we ran on that appealed to the middle-of-the-road voters, but will make the left crowd happy too. Hell, maybe we'll even do better the next time we run, So long as we gin up some people who will swear on their life you've been under fire for being gay.
Sympathy ploy? Ross shrugged, gaze still stuck above us. Fuck, he must be staring his divine inspiration in the eye. That's good. Jackson seemed to have stopped breathing in my arms, so I gave him a little shake that had him gasping in deep breaths. Fuck, Roberts is still going to sue me. Ross snorted and straightened up, adjusting his suit coat.
Can't win them all. Pay the fucker off.
Jackson moaned and rubbed at his face. God, Dad wasn't even conscious last night. Mom's going to be so confused if she sees anything about this. Bringing him around in front of me, I cupped his cheek. Maybe not. She saw us being very close yesterday.
Fuck,
Ross said, startling me into turning back toward him.
What happened to you? You were just as happy as I am to pay for ass.
We work. I slid my palms down Jackson's arms and clasped his stiff hands. Eventually, he laced his fingers together with mine. Ross shook his head.
There is an entire hotel full of boys who work.
It's not the same.
Yeah, well, you better go buy a nice rock.
His eyes sparkled with far too much amusement for my liking. Jackson squeezed my hands, but I wasn't sure what that meant, and his face was stoic when I glanced at him and tried to read where he was on all this. He hadn't said no. I exhaled and felt sick and cornered, like I had the last time marriage had been on the table for me. Not that Ella had made me feel trapped, far from it, but life had. I stared into Jackson's fantastic eyes, but he wasn't giving me any clues as to what was running through his head. You don't think that's a bit much? Jackson didn't even agree.
He didn't scream and run away like I would have,
Ross muttered. Fuck you too. I grumped at him. Jackson whispered, I'll do what we need to do to fix this. Ross pointed at Jackson with a triumphant hum.
Go, make this look real.
Isn't it usually me yelling at you to get shit done? I snapped.
I'm sure you'll get your turn. Congratulations, Mr. and Mr. Elwood.
Groaning, I hooked an arm around Jackson's shoulders and practically shoved him toward the door. Secretly, I was horrified at how much I didn't hate the idea of him wearing a ring that told everyone he belonged to me. The ring was like the belly, because it showed that I owned him in certain ways, only it wasn't something I would ever expect or want him to take off.
Chapter 17. Jax. The lights of the house glimmered in the darkness, and I stared at my old childhood home from where I sat in Vane's car. The news of my engagement to Vane had already leaked before I got the chance to tell anyone I loved anything about it, but the mayor wanted to put a rush on it. I'd already been transferred to his office for about a week, and while his PA Mark was a lot more laid back than Jean-Paul, I also happened to miss the tight-lipped and stuffy man who'd fight anyone for his boss. At least I knew what I was getting with JP. This Mark, he was too friendly, and that goodwill didn't seem to be a front to put people at ease, and that had me on edge. As far as I was concerned, friendly people had other agendas.
Excuse me, are you listening to me?
Yes, I am, Elsie, I sighed. Vane had already entered the house, practically dragged in by my mother, while I was stuck on the phone with Elsie. For the last 10 minutes, I'd been lectured and couldn't get a word in.
Good. Explain this to me then.
She sounded put out and annoyed, and I winced in guilt. We're engaged?
No shit, Sherlock.
The sound of something clattering in the background made me cringe away from the phone for a second.
How did this go from, I'm gonna fuck my boss to get a jump on my career, to, I'm engaged to my boss? You haven't told me a damn thing, Jax.
I stared at the shadows in the curtains of our living room, and Vane's sturdy shape moved beside a smaller one that was definitely Mom. Was she showing him her mantelpiece of photographs, including ones of me being a chubby kid? I'd shed the fat naturally, but she liked to show off how cute I'd been. Mom's St. Bernard babe poked his head underneath the curtain and stared out at me with his woeful doggy eyes.
It's complicated,
I grumbled, my grip on the phone tightening.
How complicated can it be?
She let out a dramatic sigh.
A reporter saw us together, and we had to move quickly to save both our careers.
I licked my dry lips. The thought of being engaged to Vane was daunting, yet more exciting than I expected.
Fuck. I'd barely been in a relationship, and now I was fucking engaged. The mayor wanted to move quickly to save our reputations, so I became Vane's fiancée. Fuck. I like him, Elsie. How stupid is that?
She laughed low.
That's not stupid. I suspected at least.
How? I sat up straighter, and my gaze slid to the front door, which Dad had opened to check outside. I raised my hand at him to gesture I'd be in soon, and he waved back before he went inside again. He'd only just been released from the hospital a few days ago, and I hated that he was up and walking around, but Mom had insisted she'd tried to make him sit still, without avail.
Well,
she giggled, and I imagined the smile she was wearing.
You never talked about sex with him. You told me all about the other guys you slept with to get what you want. Their kinks, the size of their dicks, everything. This one? You didn't tell me a thing. I begged for gossip, but from the first time you slept with him, you didn't give me one detail. What does that tell you?
I snorted. I'd never thought about it like that.
You liked him from the start. I'm just mad at you.
She huffed.
Why?
I opened the car door and stepped out, before closing and locking it with keys Vane had given me before he went inside. Stretching, I stared around the front lawn dotted with snow from a light flurry we'd had earlier tonight.
Because you never told me how much you like him.
I didn't know, I grumbled, running a hand over my head.
Well, now you do, and you're engaged. I want to be your maid of honor. No negotiations. My dress will be black and backless.
I shook my head and held back a laugh.
If we really are engaged, it'll be a few years yet. He hasn't even taken me on a real date. Well then, he better get to it, or I'll whip his ass into shape.
There was a pause, then a gasp.
I forgot about the casserole I have in the oven. I have to go.
I rolled my eyes and laughed. Bye, Elsie.
Bye, sweetums.
The line went dead and I shook my head, shoving my phone into a pocket of my jacket. Sometimes I wondered how I'd become friends with her in the first place, but then I remembered how fun she truly was. She understood me when others couldn't, so if she said I'd felt something for Vane from the start, Maybe I had. Trudging to the front door, I turned the knob and stepped into the warmth of the small house. Laughter met my ears, and I couldn't help but smile, because it wasn't just Mom and Dad laughing, but Vane too. The sound gave me goosebumps. He didn't laugh much, and when he did, I reveled in the genuineness. I followed the laughter into the living room and rolled my eyes at the sight I found. Mom and Vane were sitting on the couch together, the family photo album open to a particularly embarrassing snapshot of me as a baby. Ice cream cone in one hand, and a blob of ice cream splattered on the ground between my legs. I'd looked devastated, big eyes staring down at the ice cream like it was the end of the world. Dad sat in his armchair, feet kicked up on the footrest and eyes half closed. I didn't blame him, though. That chair was comfortable enough that even I'd nearly fallen asleep a few times while nestled in its coziness. Mom threw a grin at me over her shoulder. "Well, look who decided to grace us with his presence." I shrugged. I was on the phone with Elsie. Dad, eyes still closed, snorted.
"That explains it all."
Vane raised his eyebrows and glanced from me to Dad.
"I've yet to meet Elsie." "You're lucky,"
Dad said with a deep chuckle. "Gary!" Mom gasped, and I laughed harder. Dad loved Elsie, but she was definitely one of a kind. Shaking my head, I moved around the couch and took the seat beside Vane. He curled his arm around me, and I leaned into him, the woodsy scent of his cologne making me shudder in pleasure. I'd grown so used to his smell now that it sent a calming wave through me. I didn't miss the way Mom and Dad smiled at us, and I resisted the urge to bury my face in Vane's shoulder. I refused to be embarrassed by this, no matter that I'd never brought home a boyfriend, because I'd never really had one.
"So,"
Dad grinned, and I waited for the inevitable.
"Engaged, huh? Did you get my son pregnant, Vane?"
It was a joke, but I winced all the same. Fuck. Dad had no idea what kind of topic he'd hit with his attempt at humor. I sent Vane an apologetic glance, but he had his attention on my dad, a smirk curving at the corner of his mouth.
"It's true. We're expecting a baby in 8 months." "Ha!"
Dad's laughter filled the room, and he leaned back farther on his chair, his gray hair sticking up everywhere. He pulled off his reading glasses and shook his head.
"At least you're doing the right thing in marrying him before the baby comes."
Mom heaved a big sigh. "Really, Gary, you're embarrassing our son. The first time he brings home a boyfriend, fiancé, and you're asking if Vane knocked him up? I can't take you anywhere."
"This is my house, Patrice, and if I want to be funny in my house, I can."
"You mean you're attempting to be funny?" Mom replied without missing a beat. I groaned and let my head loll against Vane's shoulder. "I'm sorry," I mumbled, but Vane merely laughed along with my parents' antics, and it was nice. It felt like he'd known them forever and hadn't just met Dad tonight.
"Why?"
Vane asked, turning to kiss me on the forehead.
"I like them. Aren't you two adorable? I never thought I'd see the day that you found a man."
Dad grinned, and my face grew warm. I glared at him, but Dad's eyes twinkled, and there was no way I could be mad at him when he'd only just gotten out of the hospital. There'd never been a time when he wasn't supportive of me, and my heart thudded, full of the love I saw there. "How did the discharge go?" I asked, glancing at Mom. She was usually the one with the answers. But when they blanched, I knew there was more to the story than what they were going to tell me. "It was fine," Mom said, a strange lilt to her voice that made it even more unbelievable. She slammed the album shut and stood, hurrying over to the mantel where she usually kept the photos. She slid the album back into its usual place. "Shall we go have dinner?" "Mom," I said sharply, making her pause halfway across the room on her trip toward the kitchen. She let her head drop and sighed. Dad pursed his lips, and the amusement left his eyes. "Tell me." I sat up straighter and eyed her weathered face, tired from struggling her entire life. She brushed her bangs off her forehead and glanced at Vane. "I'd rather not do this right now." I shook my head and linked my fingers with Vane's, where he had them resting against his knee. His touch grounded me, reminding me that everything I'd done up until now wasn't just for myself, but for my parents too. I'd struggled too hard to get this far, and I wouldn't see my parents drown before I could take care of them for life. "What are the bills like, Mom?" "Jax." Her voice sounded stern, the kind that said, "I'm the mother here, not you," which also meant she wanted me to drop it. But I was stubborn, like she and Dad had taught me to be. "No, how bad is it?" I stood and dragged Vane with me, but he didn't seem to mind. He kept quiet, and I appreciated that it probably took some effort. "That's none of your business, Jackson. I won't talk about this with you." Mom snapped, then slapped her hand over her mouth, as though embarrassed she'd raised her voice. She smiled apologetically at Vane. "Quiet, both of you," Dad whispered, just loud enough for us to hear. We all turned to him, and he massaged his forehead before his arm dropped again. He curled his fingers around the arm of the chair until his knuckles were white, and concern had me taking a step forward. Vane pulled me back, though.
"This is my fault."
"Your fault?" Mom whipped around to him and slammed her hands on her hips. "Don't be ridiculous, Gary. It's not like you woke up and said, 'I'm going to have a heart attack today.'"
"Nevertheless, I was laid off last spring. If I hadn't..."
Mom's hand sliced through the air. "I've heard enough. We're here to celebrate Jackson's engagement and get to know the man our son is marrying. We won't be talking about money any longer." I sighed and released Vane's hand to cross my arms. "I'm not doing a damn thing until you tell me how bad it is." "Are you really going to embarrass me like this?" Her face crumpled, and guilt clumped in my gut. I was tempted to back down, forget about it. But that's what she wanted, and I couldn't do that. Not when she needed me more than ever. "Mom, please. I need to help you if I can." I stepped forward and grabbed her hands in mine, squeezing them. Her skin was warm and reminded me of the times I'd spent as a kid, holding her hands while she tried to hide the concerned tears that welled in her eyes. The first time I'd seen her like that was when the engine had blown in one of our cars, and I'd promised myself that I'd give her a better life when I was old enough. I'd get a good-paying job and I'd take care of them. Her shoulders slumped forward, and she breathed in deeply through her nose. "It's bad. We couldn't afford the insurance after your dad was laid off. He got back to work fast, but we dropped it when he wasn't, and never picked it up again." Fear slithered through me, icing my veins.
How much do you owe?
A comfortable weight fell on my shoulder, and I glanced at Vane and the hard lines of his face. He opened his mouth, and before I could shake my head at him, he was already talking.
Patrice, I'd like to help you.
Mom's eyes shot up, and she pursed her lips like she was stuck halfway between a smile and a grimace.
Thank you for the offer, Vane, but we do not need help. My son shouldn't have brought this up right now.
He cares about you.
Vane squeezed me reassuringly, and while I felt like I should have been telling him to stay out of it, all I could do was lean against him and let him take charge.
You can do this 2 ways. Find a way to pay back the bill and stress yourself and your husband even more, which in his condition is not helpful at all. Or you can allow me to pay the bill.
I stiffened but stayed quiet. The pride in me warred against the idea of Vane paying for anything, but this was a fight I didn't want to have with him. We could discuss payment arrangements later if my mother finally agreed.
I won't allow anyone to pay any of my bills,
Mom said, crossing her arms, and I knew she'd hold off as long as possible. I'd learned my hard-headedness from her after all. Vane raised his chin, and I realized this was just another challenge for him. He enjoyed mind games, and he'd use his charisma to wear her down. And even though I hated the thought of him paying, I also wanted to see the way he twisted her to do what he wanted. I glanced at Dad, whose eyebrows had dipped low in frustration. I hated that they were in this position in the first place.
You're family now, and I'd really like to help,
Vane said, bringing my attention back to the stare-off he was having with Mom.
Thank you. I appreciate it, but I don't need your money.
Her expression softened, and the tight lines on her face disappeared. Mentioning family was a smart move, because that's the one thing Mom thrived on, even though before Vane came along, there were only 3 of us.
With all due respect, I've seen the damage hospital bills can do. Right now, your husband needs to concentrate on recovering.
Mom's stare slid to Dad and her mouth turned downward. The fight in her eyes dwindled. All he had to do was push a little more.
That's what family does, Patrice.
The charismatic smile came out, and I saw the exact moment Mom folded. Her bottom lip wobbled, like she was about to cry, and she nodded. She pointed a finger at him, though, and I knew what was coming before she even said anything.
It's a loan, that's it. I will be paying you back monthly. I don't take things for free, Vane.
Vane laughed.
Now I know where Jackson learned it.
Mom brightened up and giggled, and it was so unusual for her to do it that both Dad and I looked at each other with bewilderment. She'd never been the kind of person to make that sound, but Vane had brought it out of her.
Is that a deal, Vane?
She asked, her cheeks flushed and her grin wide.
We pay you back monthly.
He nodded and turned a smile on me that made my knees weak, and I wondered when this had developed. When had I started to feel this way for him? Elsie was right. I never once told her a thing about my sex adventures with Vane, when I'd always shared everything with her about the others. I'd thought it was because he was the deputy mayor with a weird kink, but maybe it had been more than that. I wasn't naive enough to believe in love at first sight, but was there such a thing as really liking someone at first sight?
Agreed, but only what you can afford. If you can only afford something small or nothing at all, I'm not going to complain."
Mom opened her mouth, but he held up a hand.
"I mean it. This is what family does."
She ducked her head with a bashful grin and nodded before she was herding us to the kitchen table, mumbling about dinner being ready. Vane took the seat beside me and squeezed his fingers on mine, and my stomach did this funny little dance that had my cheeks flushing at the feeling. It would have taken me a lot longer to convince my mom of anything like that, and it was abundantly clear how he'd made his way through life.
"You okay, little Baker?"
he whispered after leaning in closer. I gripped his hand in mine and rested my shoulder against his. Speaking low so my parents didn't hear me, I said, "Perfect, Daddy." A few hours later, Mom and Dad let us go home. We'd tried to leave earlier, but Mom held on for dear life and we let her. Vane had entertained them, and I was surprised and thrilled at how much they enjoyed his company. He didn't seem put out by having to be there either. Vane took us to his ridiculously swanky apartment building. It wasn't a true skyscraper, but it was probably the closest thing New Gothenburg had to one. I felt a little weird as we strolled together on the sidewalk and I looked upward. I was going straight to the top with Vane. He ushered me through the glass and steel lobby with a nod at the built doorman, who looked more like a bodyguard. The elevator was a shock every time I stepped inside, because it was on the outside of the building and made of glass, except for the floor. Vane inserted his key in a slot under the number pad to choose the floors and twisted it to the left before he hit the button for the penthouse. I got to watch the ground fall away and the night sky get closer as we went up. This was so different from the house we'd spent the evening in, and for some reason, tonight the opulence made me feel small and a little lost. When the elevator doors opened, he led me inside with his hand on my lower back. I kissed him on the way through and strode to the couch, flopping down on it with a sigh. I'd barely gone back to my own place since the first night he welcomed me into his.
"Tired?"
he asked gently, taking a seat beside me and urging me closer. I settled against his chest and breathed him in, the small trace of his sweat mixed with his cologne giving me tingles. "A little." I threw my leg over his knee and he grabbed my ass, dragging me even closer. "But you know what I'd like right now?" His mouth twisted into a smirk and he raised his eyebrows.
"I can take a guess."
"I want to be pregnant for you, Daddy, and I want you to fuck me." I licked my dry lips and rubbed my hardening cock against his thigh. Pleasure zipped through me, and I tilted my chin back, pleading for a kiss. He slammed his mouth against mine, devouring me in all the right ways until I felt boneless and needy. And only then did he pull away so I could take deep breaths of air.
"Go get ready. Put the belly on. I'll be in there soon."
I held back the urge to pout and slid off the couch, making a show of running my hands over the tight jeans I'd chosen on purpose. They made my ass look great, and I'd wanted him to get me out of them from the second I put them on. Aware of the way his gaze ate me up, I walked as normally as I could toward the bedroom. My belly warmed when I found myself in front of the walk-in closet, 2 different-sized bellies waiting for me in there. Since the second had arrived, Vane had given me a choice of which one I preferred to wear, and lately I'd enjoyed the bigger one. Shedding my shirt, I grabbed the belly and lifted it over my head, wiggling into it until I had it positioned over my flat stomach. The more I used them, the easier the bellies were to get on.
You look beautiful.
Vane's deep voice sent a shiver down my spine, and I turned to smile at him but paused. He stood in front of me with a small box in his hand, open for me to see 2 silver bands. He almost looked nervous, glancing down from the rings to me as if trying to gauge my reaction to them.
Are they?
Our engagement rings? Yes.
He shifted closer and wriggled them out of the box. They looked tiny, clutched in his fingers, and my heart sped up. Trying to remind myself that it was a show for the public became a little harder each day since the mayor announced we were engaged. The entire ploy should have been ridiculous, but the thought of being engaged to him also excited me in ways it shouldn't. I held up my left hand, and my mouth curled in a smirk as he slid the slightly smaller ring onto my wedding finger. My gut clamped down, and my cock, still pumped and ready for action, actually grew harder.
My little Baker,
he murmured, raising my hand to kiss the silver band he'd slid onto my finger.
I got you pregnant, and now I'm going to make an honest man out of you.
Yes, I whispered, needs swelling inside of me. My skin flushed all over as I took his ring from him and slid it onto his thicker finger until it sat comfortably at the base. We're engaged.
For as long as you want,
he murmured, and I didn't glance up at him. I didn't know what to say. If people knew the whole story, they'd say we didn't know each other well enough to be engaged. It was all a political tactic. Yet I didn't care about any of that. A few months ago, I was a guy who fucked his way up and who'd never had a relationship in his life. Now I enjoyed pregnancy fetish kink and was currently engaged to the deputy mayor. Fuck it if that didn't make sense. Life never made sense. I said simply with a shrug of my shoulders. He smiled, and I grabbed the back of his neck, dragging him into a rough kiss until my lips tingled and my cock was pushing against the confines of my underwear and jeans. Shoving him back gently, I said, "You know, we're going to have to talk about you lending money to my parents, right? I will pay you back, not them." He snorted and cupped my face, dotting kisses across my cheeks and nose.
Little Baker, you already have paid me back.
With sex? I grinned at him.
No, with yourself. No amount of money is worth you.
His gaze slid down my body, and I felt a prickle everywhere he looked, until he stopped at the belly.
You're so round with my baby, so gorgeous.
I hummed and touched the stomach, rubbing it as though it was real and there was a baby growing inside me. "Daddy, take care of us?" His pupils dilated, and he fell to his knees in front of me, his hands splaying across the expanse of the silicone. He kissed the spot near my fake belly button and murmured something I couldn't hear. When he stared back up at me, he looked ready to devour me again.
Always. Daddy's going to treat you and his baby really well.
Then, Daddy, take me to bed. Fuck me until I can't forget the shape of your dick all day at work tomorrow while I work with the mayor. I spread my legs and chewed on my lip. He rose again and cuddled me close, so the belly was squashed between us. Cupping my cheek, he smirked.
I'm going to fuck you so hard that you'll get pregnant twice.
Good. That's what I want, Daddy.
Fill your little baker up, so I'm baking another bun in the oven." I slid my hand over his chest, tweaked his nipple through his shirt, and he hissed,
"You're going to kill me."
I laughed. Chapter 18, Vain. "What are we doing tonight?" Jackson asked, leaning in to steal a kiss during the few seconds between the elevator doors closing and the next floor. His lips were soft and warm, and for the past few weeks, I'd been doing this every single morning, strolling into the building with him on my arm. Carefully, I ran my fingers through his soft, dark curls. Each morning without fail, he gave me what I'd started thinking of as my good luck kiss. Much as my pride might twinge sometimes, I couldn't pretend to myself that I wasn't stuck completely on Jackson Bell. This right here was the difference between a good day and any old day. From the way he always seemed to know what type of mood I was in, to how well he was working out in Ross's office, he did nothing but surprise me in pleasant ways. It was almost like we were good together, because we were good together. "The cord is in?" I asked, as he pulled away just enough for his breath to gust against my lips and give me a nice shiver. "I thought you might like to have a night away from home." "I'm fine with home," he murmured and smirked. "I don't need you to take me anywhere to be turned on and ready for you, Daddy." His voice had slid into a silky purr that made me wish he still worked in my office, and the gleam in his eyes let me know his thoughts were straying the same direction. "Maybe we'll just go home and order in then, make our own fun." "I'd like that." He pouted his lips at me, begging for a kiss, something he'd only in the last few days gotten comfortable enough to do, and I sucked another one onto his lips, stopping to nibble on the bottom one. Squeezing his hand, I didn't bother to jump away from him when the door slid open again and someone else stepped in near us, because we weren't hiding. And being free to touch another man in public, hell, here in City Hall, was incredibly freeing as well. The doors opened on Ross's floor. He had the biggest office in the building, directly above mine, and Mark was scurrying around with folders tucked under both arms, so he was obviously in a predicament as he reached his desk and didn't have a third hand to help unload them all. He frowned sadly and had the slow-eyed look of someone who hadn't taken enough caffeine on board yet. Laughing, Jackson bolted forward to the rescue. I watched a flustered Mark thank Jackson more times than was necessary, and allowed myself to chuckle at the way Jackson kept telling him not to worry about it with every folder he grabbed from under an arm that Mark held near his body like an awkward duck wing, both as forceful as the other in their attempt to be polite. I left them to their anxious manners dance. "Bye," I called as the doors slid shut. Jackson couldn't turn to wave because he was too busy piling folders onto the reception desk. Back on my own floor, I stepped into what I could only call organized chaos. Jean-Paul sat primly on the edge of his desk, his suit an unusual taupe today, with a vibrant purple ascot tie I didn't think I'd ever seen before tucked at his neck. He didn't resemble anything as much as an English country lord from one of those shows Jackson secretly liked to watch when he thought I was in the shower. He had one leg crossed over the other, knee bouncing, and on the floor, Kalinsky was in the middle of piles and piles of papers. "What's all this?"
Jean-Paul gave me the most self-satisfied smirk I'd seen in a while as he saluted me with his coffee mug.
We owed a few favors around the building.
His smile only grew as Kalinsky glared up at him from his spot on the floor where he sat collecting together stacks of paper to make booklets. His deep brown eyes practically sparked hatred. Once he had the pile together, he used a cranky old stapler on it and then folded everything down the middle. I was certain we had a very nice industrial stapler somewhere, but didn't see it out. What are those?
Information booklets on lead paint in rental buildings. The housing authority has to mail out about 4,000 of them.
Jean-Paul sipped his coffee and looked down his nose at Kalinsky like he was a bug. If I didn't know any better, I'd say my assistant was seriously enjoying the way Kalinsky occasionally cut furious glares at him from out of the corner of his eye. Always good to help out. That doesn't look like enough for 4,000. I came closer, and Kalinsky's hand shot out as if to protect his piles, but he didn't say a word to me.
Oh, no. It'll take weeks, maybe even a month, won't it, Maxwell?
It'll take as long as it takes, sir, Kalinsky growled through his teeth.
There are two of us,
Jean-Paul snapped, the coldness in his tone surprising me.
Sirs,
Kalinsky said, but he looked like he'd rather swallow poisoned live wriggling worms than correct himself. Jean-Paul hopped off his desk, and Kalinsky threw his hands into the air and then slapped his thighs with them in clear frustration as several of his piles scattered. Jean-Paul danced between them to follow me the short distance to my office door, a radiant grin on his face that I fired a wink back at. He wasn't déclassé enough to laugh out loud, but he did grin into his coffee cup.
The mayor is inside,
he said, and reached out to open my door for me like he was a model on a game show. He glanced back toward Kalinsky on the floor, and some color rose in his cheeks. He's a shithead from a rich family, I muttered. The worst kind of fucking asshole.
Oh, I am exceptionally aware of his background.
Have fun, I said on a laugh as I went into my office, but he only lifted an eyebrow as he closed my door after me.
You're officially back in my good graces forever,
Ross said, and strode toward me from where he'd been staring out of one of the windows, a piece of paper in his hand, which he flapped around and then presented to me with both hands when he was close enough. He was acting like the letter was printed on gold leaf. Really, it was just a nice heavy cream-colored paper. I ran my fingertips over the raised type as I started to read. I only got as far as the New York State Senate before Ross was shaking my arm and grinning from ear to ear. What?
It's an invitation for you to speak about being gay and in politics at a forum in the state capitol. The Senate wants some input on several pieces of legislation they're crafting. Vane, this is the sort of thing we could spin into a congressional campaign.
But really? I scanned down the letter, and he seemed to be right. I glanced up at him. I'm about the worst person to give advice on legislation. I know how reporters work, not the law.
Fuck it, who cares? Your story with Jackson hit national news. People were up in arms over it. You've been pure class after that thing with Roberts. I mean, you broke his fucking phone, but you paid for it. Paid out the ass, I might add. And no one seems to really blame you.
Glancing down at the paper in my hand, I ran my fingers across the heavy weight of it again. Wow. Ross looked more like a kid than a mayor as he danced around in place doing a victory shuffle. You could take Jackson with you. We'll all go. Hell, we'll bring Mark and Jean-Paul too. Make a week of it. Jean-Paul's entire year might be made if you bring Kalinsky, I muttered, but didn't think he heard me. JP seemed to be having more fun with his assignment to torture our newest employee into quitting than I'd ever had in my whole life. Ross waltzed over and collapsed into one of the leather chairs in front of my desk, mumbling something that sounded a lot like "thank fuck" as he cupped his hands over his face and closed his eyes. I also had a sense that this was the final piece of forgiveness for our latest blunder in the public eye. A negative that could have been a career ender, somehow transformed into a positive. Does that mean you'll be coming out now? It's a half-decent feeling, being able to walk around with Jackson. Hell no. Are you crazy? Why would I do that? His eyes widened, and I might as well have taken a shit on the carpet. Like I said, it's been nice. Ross shook his head, and I could see it there, the fear. But of being out in public or just the unknown, I couldn't be sure. My heart did a weird little twist for him, and I was fucking appalled that I gave a damn about what the idiot wanted to do. He was probably one of the closest things I had to a friend, though. He waved a hand at me as he straightened in his seat, and then lounged back into it again, lazily kicking his feet up onto my desk. I've got my boy at the Courtesan. Yeah, and he has 20 other dicks a week, I pointed out. Ross shrugged. Some weeks, so do I. Anyway, can you and Jackson keep this thing up for a few more months? Do you think he'll cooperate? He pouted at me, as if I could answer for Jackson. Smiling, I twisted my ring around my finger. The weight and feel of the metal had me nodding my head. Yeah, he's good for the long haul. Ross lolled his head back and cackled. Excellent. At least through next year? He's with me, for real. Ross straightened in his seat again, his feet falling heavily to the floor. Don't fuck with me. I'm not. He's going to marry me. I sounded far more confident than I felt. He said that? Shrugging, I walked closer and leaned against the side of my desk. Not yet. Not exactly, but he will. Ross rose and laughed his way out of the office, obviously thinking I was full of shit. But I knew in my heart I wasn't, so I didn't let him rile me up. Kalinsky shocked me, sort of, when he nearly bowled Ross over and managed to squeeze around him through the doorway into the room. He was prone to little fits, I'd already learned, and by his red face, this one was going to be entertaining. Why, yes, new hire. What can I do for you? He slammed the door closed behind him. I can't stand that man. Tilting my head, I waited until Kalinsky looked ready to fly apart into 1,000 pieces, and then asked, Who? Jean-Paul. He slapped his hands to his head and dug his fingers into his longish dark hair. Smiling, I walked toward him, and he must have realized there was no one left on this floor to care about his screams once Ross got on the elevator,
because he backed himself against the door and planted his hand on the knob. It was kind of pathetic how I could see his pulse flutter at the crook of his neck when I got close enough to lean in and glare directly into his eyes. Gee, well, you either get used to it or fucking quit because you can't hack the pressures of the position. Your mother, Georgina Kalinsky, she donates to my campaign. Took me a while to figure out why your name sounded so familiar, but I never forget $1. It wouldn't take much to swing by the courthouse and have a chat with her. She's a judge, right? What do you think she'd say about your bullshit? He froze. Was this your plan all along? Trap me here? Laughing, I blew a kiss at him and stepped back. You trapped yourself, dipshit. JP has work for you to do. His lip curled in a snarl, and then he spun and huffed his way back into the outer office. Jean-Paul sauntered into view and said loudly, I have so much work for him to do, Vane. I think he might have to come in on Saturday. There was a crash and some cursing that had us both trading silent laughter. I twisted the ring on my finger as Jean-Paul left to do his real work and closed the door. I couldn't wait to go home tonight and tell Jackson all about this. Epilogue, Jax, 4 months later. I ran my hand over my flat belly and glanced down at what I wore. A simple blue t-shirt, a pair of jeans and white sneakers. My black jacket was slung over my arm. February had just finished, which meant the weather could go either way in terms of being cold or slightly warmer, but I should have worn a suit. Fuck, maybe I underdressed. The door to the elevator opened at the second floor, but no one was there, so I pressed the button to close the door, making it head up again. Vane laughed and dragged me closer, the metal of his ring a cool reminder on my bare arm that we were engaged. Engaged. Fuck. The insides of my stomach did somersaults, and I snuggled farther into him. Elsie is your best friend, Jax. You're seeing her baby. You don't need to wear anything fancy. We're public figures now, I pointed out with a grin. Since Vane was invited to talk about his life as a gay man in politics at a forum in Albany, we'd been paraded as some sort of celebrities, both in a positive and negative light. He'd been interviewed for a few political shows. There were people who hated us and let us know about it, but the majority supported us, championing the mayor and Vane's policies. It also meant Mayor Midbury, or Ross, as he asked me to call him now when we weren't at work, was lauded as a hero mayor, someone who fought for human rights, and his popularity had risen because of it. So, Vane kissed my cheek and nibbled on the shell of my ear, and I shivered in response. They'll see a loving couple going to see your godchild for the first time. You don't have to dress fancy for it. My heart thumped hard against my ribs and I smiled at him, cupping his cheek and pressing a kiss to his mouth just as the elevator doors slid open. Giving him a final peck, I dragged him out the doors and past an elderly couple who grinned at us as we strode by. The nurse at the nurse's station stared at us as we approached, and I saw the moment she recognized us as her eyes widened. Oh my God! You're Deputy Mayor Elwood and his fiancée, Jackson! Her mouth curved into a smile so wide that I thought it would break her face. Surprisingly, she was an older lady with a short dark cut and a pair of round gold-rimmed glasses, not someone I suspected as a fan.
She hustled around the desk and stepped up to hold her hand out to Vane, who shook it before doing the same to mine, though she held my hand between hers tightly, as though she didn't want to let it go. I was just telling my son the other day that having a gay deputy mayor who understands his struggles is exactly what we needed in New Gothenburg. I'm so glad I voted for you. Vane gave her his deputy mayor smile that always charmed crowds, and like I expected, her cheeks flushed and she gripped my hand even tighter. It was only fair to Jackson and the people of New Gothenburg for me to be my true self. Indeed, you've spent enough years hiding. No one should ever hide. Her gaze slid to me, eyes flooded with tears that made my heart ache. She looked like a mother who'd fought hard for a long time, someone who only wanted the best for her child. Thank you. I inclined my head, not sure what else to do, and when she finally let go, I had the urge to reach out to her again, because if there was anything I understood, it was struggle. I'm sorry. I'm so silly. She chuckled and reached over the desk to grab a tissue, dabbing her eyes. Who are you here to see? You're not silly. You're a mother, I whispered, and I got a watery smile in answer. We're here to see Elsie Monroe. The nurse chuckled, and I knew immediately she recognized the name. My best friend made an impression on everyone she met, and the first encounter with Vane was no different. I'd never seen him rattled before he met her, and I specifically remember him saying the words, "Let's make our visits to her house as scarce as possible." That young lady is in room 503, 2 doors to the right. She pointed down the hallway, and I smiled in gratitude before I dragged Vane with me. I both hated and loved how amazing he looked in simple black pants and a button-up t-shirt. It was like he'd stepped out of GQ. We can leave and pretend we were never here, Vane said, and I laughed. No, you can handle her for half an hour. You don't like babies. He squeezed my hand in his and smirked, amusement flickering in his eyes. I'm the baby's godfather. This will be the only baby I like. I pulled to a stop in front of the closed door and stared at it for a long moment. I'd never been around a baby before, never had a reason to, and I wasn't sure I should be allowed in the same room as one. Before Elsie got pregnant, I never wanted to, but like I told Vane, I was this baby's godfather. Vane released my hand and tugged me into his arms, and I went freely, tucking my head under his chin as he stroked my back. You'll do fine, he murmured, and I fell deeper into his hold, breathing in the crisp scent of his cologne. You'll be a great godfather, little Baker. He kissed my temple, and I thought about asking him if he wanted to be a father, adoption or surrogacy, but decided against it. Even though we were engaged, kids were a whole other story. Right now, I enjoyed just being with him. Glancing up at his handsome face, I licked my lips. Daddy? He caressed my cheek and kissed my mouth gently. I love you. Vane startled, eyes widening just slightly, before his face relaxed again, and he smiled in a way I'd never seen. Some indescribable emotion filled my insides, making them feel gooey and weird, and my heart raced faster than I ever remembered. Panic collided with a rush of feelings as I waited for his response. I love you too, my little Baker. He kissed the tip of my nose and brushed a hand over my head.
Did you plan on stealing my heart from the start? Sly, aren't you?
I chuckled and yanked him closer so I could kiss him again. I couldn't get enough of him. You're right, it was part of the plan all along. I just didn't expect to be caught by your charms. He leaned closer and lowered his voice.
Or by my kink.
Touching my forehead against his, I snorted. You dirty man, if only the press knew the truth.
How about we go see this baby, and then I take you home and knock you up with one of your own?
Vane caught my chin between his fingers and kissed me hard until I saw stars and my cock gave a twitch in my pants. I pressed the heel of my palm against my crotch to stop it from rising and jerked away so this didn't turn awkward in public. People did know us now. Glancing around quickly, I was relieved no one was walking past. Yeah, let's make this as quick as possible. I want to be impregnated with triplets, I whispered, winking at him before I opened the door and stepped inside. He groaned and followed me. This has been Staking His Claim, written by Kai Brightly and M.D. Gregory, narrated